Yeah, guys, can I have dead engines for a moment, please? I want all your bikes off, please. I want all your bikes dead, please. Thank you. All engines dead, guys. Switch them all off for a moment, please. Well, ladies and gents, there's something that we need to go through today that's pretty important, and I want to make sure that everybody hears this. We speak of one of our fellow riders who was not able to start with us this weekend, and there's a really important piece that we need to cover on this one. This is in memory of Cody Breen. Some riders are remembered for their results, others are remembered for the way they made people feel, and Cody will be remembered for both. At just 17 years of age, Cody had already achieved more than many riders had dreamed of. A talented athlete, dedicated friend, and proud member of his community, he approached everything in life with courage, humility, and an unwavering love of riding. This event, Hattah, held a very special place in Cody's heart. As a junior competitor, he embraced every challenge that the desert presented and continually pushed himself to improve. Year after year, he returned stronger, faster, more determined, and with that he earned the respect of fellow riders, officials and spectators alike. The loss of Cody has been deeply felt throughout the motorcycle racing community and well and far beyond. Our thoughts remain with his family who are here with us this weekend, his friends, teammates, schoolmates, and indeed all of those lives were enriched by knowing him. As riders line up this year, they may remember a young man who chased every dream with determination, embraced every challenge, and lived life with passion and, more importantly, purpose. Forever in our hearts and forever part of Hattah. The dust will settle, the race will finish, but the memories of Cody Breen will ride with us forever. If you could please remove your hats, those with helmets leave them where they are, and we pause for a moment's silence for Cody Breen.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Put your hands together for Taylor Ann. Thank you so much, Taylor, for coming down and being part of this one this weekend. Well, ladies and gents, we are only moments away from starting this event, and Taylor, you get the opportunity. Again, love to tell them.
Start your engines.
Good work. Okay, non-essentials, we need you out of that pit area now, or out of the race start area, please. And only officials and riders should be left in that area now. We're about to get underway for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race, which will bring some surprises, and I guarantee you it will not be a textbook case today. This event will, and always has been, not just challenging, but it favours those that are brave, and it favours those that are ready to put their commitment on the line 100%. Again, we wish each and every one of the riders in the field today
Johnny
the very
Contract
best
there,
of luck.
who is roving for
and may
us
Hattah
today.
bring brilliant memories for you in
We
the year
are
ahead
about a 45-minute
after
drive
you compete
south
today.
of Mildura on a
best of luck to all out
crisp
there.
morning, gearing up for one
We're
of
about to get
Australian
underway for this
motorcycle racing's
fantastic race. Let's sit
premier
back and
annual events, and one of the biggest for regional Victoria. For almost 30 years they've been coming here, and they keep raising the bar, the organisers. The result, as you can see, is this remarkable transformation of a rural parcel of land into a racing destination that competitors and organisers should be truly proud of. This event is something else. We are minutes away from the start of the main event of the weekend, a quest unlike any other of this kind, a brutal day of racing that is both enormously rewarding in the same breath. And we welcome viewers from all around the world to our live stream coverage of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Greg Russ with you, along with Jeremy Cowley, host of the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. You've just heard from Johnny Contract there, who'll be roving for us as well. Good morning, welcome to you. This is one of the days of the year, 12 months kind of in the making, in the waiting. You're ready for this, haven't
It's
you?
Christmas, mate. Absolutely, it's phenomenal. We've all been sitting here, we'll kind of watch the riders kind of take their place, and we hear those engines go, the smoke fill the air. There's something special about Fink and Hattah, and being a part of this desert scene is just amazing. So I'm very privileged to be here, mate. I'm so glad that you get to join me with it, and I'm so happy that we get to share the stories of these riders throughout the day.
The next 4 to 5 hours will bring everything from heartbreak to exhaustion, elation, and everything in between. We're going to cover some of the action when the crews go to work on the motorcycles, when we have pit stops, if you will, and servicing the bike and the rider before they go back out again. This is like, if you were to draw a general sport comparison, it's like an Ironman, a triathlon on steroids. They are going to be pushed to the absolute limit here today. Our position in commentary is literally just at the very edge of this, I guess what you could describe in length as almost a soccer field and a half, or nearly 2 soccer fields in size. Almost 500 competitors lined up here in rows of about 100. They will be let go in waves. There is very little like this on the global landscape of motorcycle racing. This is a sight to behold, isn't it?
It's very iconic. It is the Hattah race. That's what we know it for. That lineup, we see that buggy go past. You were very lucky yesterday to be a part of that buggy to go down. It is an absolute moment when these bikes come tearing past us. We're quite a straight down the lens, if anything, of these bikes zipping through. So for us, we're very privileged, but everyone else, there's going to be some amazing shots for them. We're seeing a lot of people behind us as well. They're going to have those bikes come through at full noise. The sand and dirt is perfect at the moment, so we're not going to get that much dust on that takeoff. So we're going to be able to see every single rider in full flight.
You can see already they're looking towards the official start vehicle.
How good does Corey look at the moment? I mean, that shootout yesterday was
epic.
Unbelievable. Both of us were on our feet yesterday. It was great, and here we go.
Start vehicle sets off, and that gives them the A-OK to launch out of our stadium section here. What began as a revival of desert racing in this region has become a truly unique jewel, one that is revered as it is coveted, and it keeps bringing them back, luring them back, and that is because to win this one means so much. We are underway with the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race.
That sound, isn't it? There's something beautiful about these 4 strokes in the desert, and we're just so lucky we can have that raw experience of just absolutely pinning it. We watched Corey McMahon come straight down to us. You could really see that he uses that entire bit of track to come through, and we're seeing that dirt just absolutely hold those bikes straight.
One lap is about 35 kilometres. This area, as you can see from our incredible Live It Live drone shots, has been overnight transformed. We were literally across the road for the junior competition yesterday. Now we're here for something that the competitors have not experienced on race week. So this is all fresh, all new for them. Yes, we come back here year on year, but each season they change it up and they do something different. And they set off now, and the terrain throws all sorts of challenges at them, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We've had all that water this week, which had really thrown a bit of curveballs. The track had to change a little bit. Even the prologue track had to change a little bit. We got to see this takeoff is not the actual original way that it takes off. Usually, we're actually peeling out towards the road. This time, we're coming under just because of how much water there is on the track. It is a great kind of sight to see. It's especially coming this way, there's so much kind of violence when it comes to these bikes taking off. We're now on the next row of bikes. We're just seeing them lining up is a very special part of it because you're just watching row after row go in front of you. You're really hoping as well that you don't bin it at the start. You really want to make sure your flat track skills are on point because when you take off, it's all cameras, all people everywhere.
We'll be sharing some of your comments, addressing some of them during the day. If you've got questions as well, you can jump on. We want you to be involved in this as much as possible. What a great sight. That's us to the right there, just underneath.
Oh, yeah, the little...
We're waving.
That's how important we are with that little blip in the corner, mate.
Front page of the Sunraysia Daily today was about Sam's quest. That's the headline, and we're talking about Sammy Prashira, who yesterday in the top 10 shootout was second fastest. Corey McMahon, sorry, that was in the prologue, running the top 10 shootout.
That's it.
As you talked about, was something else. We're talking in some cases tenths, hundredths of a second between them. But now we reset for race day, and there's a bit of pride in that yesterday, no doubt, in getting the chance to start up front of this huge field. But a lot is going to play out today.
It's a big day, it's a long day. We can't put all our eggs in one basket in that first lap. It's definitely going to be played out. A lot of riders yesterday were kind of talking about it and how bad the track is actually going to get this year. We know it's going to get whooped out, but those whoops definitely yesterday played a big part in kind of catching a lot of the riders out. A lot of the times the sun did play and the shadows definitely cast a little doubt in some of those holes. So it's going to be interesting how they play it. We know definitely lap 3 and 4, they're kind of around the middle. That's when a lot of fuel stops will happen. That's when we're going to see a lot of riders kind of change maybe their goggle styles up because, I mean, they're running the tear-offs. Maybe they're going to try something different, so roll-offs. There's going to be a lot of that today, and it's really going to come down to how the teams want to play it and also how the riders feeling.
And within the bounds of this huge entry of riders, there are class stories that we'll bring to your attention too. Some really impressive performances from our ladies yesterday. Some are doing 8 laps, some are doing 4 laps. We had in the top 10 shootout Riley Graham, one of our veterans, who finished in the top 6, an amazing performance out of nowhere in that 35 to 44 age bracket. Jackson Verstegen, under 19s, he was in the shootout too. Some cool yarns that we're going to be bringing you along the day.
Absolutely, we're going to be talking to a lot of riders too, some that didn't make it unfortunately due to injury during the week, and others that have just kind of had to take a step back to support other riders that are coming through. So it's a great day. It brings so many people here. It brings a whole bunch of different kind of attitudes towards racing as well. We don't just have the top riders, we also have kind of the mid-pack and the Gumbies like myself who just get to enjoy a bit of riding.
What does that make me then? Is there something way worse than a Gumby? So they continue to venture out of our stadium section here, in between in the gaps, if you like, while they're off racing, and we're waiting for them to return to complete a lap. We're going to venture around and show you a couple of things that are happening during the day and chat to some people as well. We will have some guests here in the commentary box on the back wheel and heading out past us. You're enjoying that. Nice way to start your Sunday morning here.
Absolutely. We also look like we've got a non-starter still on the track. We had a couple of them yesterday. Some people come a cropper at the start, so hopefully it's nothing too bad. There's just so much going on. There's so many bikes that will head out, and we almost get to the point because the field's so deep that by the time the last rider comes in, we could start looking for Corey. I mean, we're not that quick, but at the same time, these boys are moving at an absolute pace, and the track at the moment would be lovely and groomed. So we were talking yesterday to definitely Sammy and Corey about that flat track style of racing they're really going to need. Those corners haven't formed up yet out there, so it's going to be a lot of nice, long, sweeping corners. These boys are really going to have to hold their lines and be confident.
We will talk to you about some of our partners that have made this event possible too. All sorts of great businesses regionally and beyond. We've already got a faller there just beyond our start. They're up and okay, which is great to see. Everyone sort of just venturing around there. Should say thank you to Segway for providing our official start vehicle there too, and to Jason, all of the team at Millewa Quarries who have been just in this boots and all in terms of the support. That is frustrating for this rider here, not being able to
start. You come all this way, ready for the big dance, your shoes don't work. It's really hard, I suppose.
I mean, I think your words to me just before we started calling today, I mean, it's 12 months of work for some of these big teams, and that's the other aspect of the story here. Lots of key manufacturers and marques are well represented here. The chance to try and win this for you know, whoever it might be. And we know that there'll be people kind of watching on from Ducati in Italy and things like that. The chance for them to try and win here today against the might of a Yamaha, a KTM, you name it, a lot of pride in that regard too.
Well, absolutely. It's a big one. It's a lot of eyes on this race as well. I mean, desert racing in Australia just seems to be able to draw a lot of attention nowadays, which is fantastic. And we really got to make sure that when you do it, you put your best foot forward, and Ducati has definitely done that so far.
Well done to all of the organisers. I think we've only got that one bike that's not been able to start yet, and we then are presented with this kind of eerie quiet where we are at the start here as the riders launch into that first lap. Well done to Jeff Gunn there too, our clerk of the course, who's had, along with his team, a very, very busy week. They've done a superb job, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. And it's been really great to see the track, even though it deteriorated for all the weather, it made it really great choices and kind of made it still pretty accessible for a lot of the riders out there. Oh, great to see him go.
Replay at the start. So Corey with the coveted number one, hoping to go back-to-back. Corey McMahon heads off. Once that gently moving Segway, our official start vehicle, moves past him, you can see our cameraman on the back there from Live It Live. They are able to open that throttle and hold it wide open, and they're off and running. Great shots from the start.
The pace that these guys are going to have, especially peeling out, they really want to get themselves out as far front as they can. Really set themselves up for the next couple of laps when it really starts roughing up, when they start catching those lappers as well, because that's really when things can get a little bit dicey out there when they're trying to overtake, especially on those straights. They're so fast. A lot of times, yesterday the guys were saying when they were catching the class in front of them, it was probably the sketchiest moments catching them up then.
To all of the team that have worked on our course here today as well, it's required constant attention during the week just because of the volume of rain we've had in this region in the past week or two, and they've been so good at adapting. The landowners have been incredibly supportive as well, and we've ended up in this place where the course looks magnificent. We've had probably about not quite 48 hours, close enough to that, where the conditions have dried just enough for us to be, for it to be just nice for the racing. But the net result, though, Jeremy, is it is going to be really physical today, isn't it?
Absolutely, and rough. We talked about how it kind of wears into the bikes, it wears into the tracks as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see that.
All right, let's I think check in now as we bring you some shots on high from our drones with the replay action continuing there. Let's check in a little earlier in the weekend with Corey McMahon.
We're here with the previous winner of the Hattah Desert Race last year, and of course this year taking on the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race this weekend. Corey McMahon. Corey, welcome back to Hattah.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this one for, say, 12 months now, and yeah, really excited to be back here. Obviously a lot of good memories with the team last year here, and to be back with the same guys in my corner is very exciting for us.
How important is that, having that same kind of group around you when you're venturing into this and trying to repeat a bit of that magic?
Yeah, obviously we know the process now. We know what works. It's one of them races where it takes a lot to learn what works and what doesn't. And I got the guy running the team that's won it 3 times, and with myself winning it last year, I think we got a good combination going. And yeah, the bike's in a really good spot.
And of course, a lot of testing and tuning in the lead up to this has provided that. But this race throws a lot of curveballs, right? You know it better than anyone.
Yeah, 100%. And last year I was lucky enough to experience one of the Hattah miracles sort of thing. Everything was working, and I felt the flow all day, and it was a really surreal experience for me. And yeah, they're looking to repeat that, but I know it's not going to be easy to do. And I know this place throws a lot of curveballs at you, as I have had in the past, whether it's getting sick or bike dramas and all that stuff above. And yeah, we just put our best foot forward, and hopefully it all comes together.
It's my first time to be here and experience this, and I'm absolutely loving it, right? But the uniqueness of what the event provides relative to everything else that you'll do in season 2026, how can you simulate and prep for this race? What sort of things have you done in the lead up?
Yeah, for me, this race is probably one of the biggest ones on our calendar, up there with the 6 days and all the international races we do. And you do see a lot of international guys come back because of how good this event is. And yeah, for me, leading up, it's one of them races where you can't get too ahead of yourself. And as big as it is, you've got to try to not feel the pressure. And that's the biggest thing you can do is just focus on yourself and not anyone else around you. And yeah, just for me, lead up has been the same as every other year. We race our national championship throughout the year, and we were in the sand 2 weeks ago for our first cross country, which is a 3 hour, and it sort of correlates well with the 4 hour that we're going into this weekend.
Corey, can't thank you enough for spending a bit of time with us today and breaking into your busy schedule. Wishing you all the very best going forward for the event this weekend. And remember, pin it, play it, and stay safe, all right?
No worries, thanks to you guys, and it was awesome to have a guy like this here that I've seen on the TV and all that, and it's pretty cool.
He's got it all coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we're down here at the scrutineering for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race this weekend. And Rusty, how great is it to be down here?
Unbelievable atmosphere and like perfect time to catch up with lots of teams and riders. And I've been reunited with a friendly face from years gone by. And this is a massive undertaking, Daniel Miller. Tell us about this.
Yeah, it's a bit different for me this year, that's for sure. You know, this race.
Here at the scrutineering for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race this weekend. And Rusty, how great is it to be down here?
Unbelievable atmosphere and like perfect time to catch up with lots of teams and riders. And I've been reunited with a friendly face from years gone by. And this is a massive undertaking, Daniel Miller. Tell us about this.
Yeah, it's a bit different for me this year, that's for sure. You know, this race is one of my favourite races. And to be here on the sideline, not racing it for myself this time, is it's a weird feeling, but it's very exciting, and you know, I love being here, so it's cool.
Hey Daniel, you know, being a competitor who's been on the top step, you've done this a number of times. You understand what this race is about as much as you possibly can, because it is a tryst of things that turn up at different times for different things you've got to be prepared for. How do you now, as a team manager, prepare for this now, given your background of competing and winning?
Man, it's more stressful, that's for sure. It's over the years, you know, it was easy. It was just make sure my body and myself was prepared, and had that bike set up feeling good. Where, you know, now I've got 4 riders under the tent this weekend, and making sure their bikes and you know, they're feeling good. So a lot more stressful on my side, but on the other side, once it comes race day, it's all up to them, and making sure they get out there and do their best.
Can we talk a little bit of lead up, how it's gone for you, for the riders generally, and maybe something centric to this weekend, given the weather conditions we've had in the lead up, and what you might need from the bike for the riders, given the sort of conditions?
Yeah, this race is quite unique with that. You know, there's a dry Hattah and a wet Hattah, and I know previous as a rider, we'd always have an A and a B setting for that. You know, being that when it's wet, it's deep. The bumps get really big. When it's a dry Hattah, the bumps are short, sharp, beat you up. So you've got to run a different setup on the bike. So obviously you never really know until that week comes up, and the conditions that you have. And obviously this week we've had a lot of rain. So we've been lucky enough to do a lot of testing with Cruise Tune, our suspension guys, and getting our bike set up with that A and B setup. And you know, leading into the week now, knowing what we need to put in the bike and getting the boys happy, it's you know, it's been quite easy and fluent. So yeah, I think they're very, very happy with their setups and looking forward to it.
And a good crew of guys too you've got on board this year, you know, like, and they've been doing a number of rounds in the lead up to this as well, in the VORCs and the like. So a good bunch of guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously we got the reigning champ, Corey McMahon. So it's cool, and it's really good for me to give him my experience. Obviously, you know, winning last year, trying to go back to back this year. I was lucky enough to do that in my career. So just kind of trying to calm the nerves for him to make sure that he's, you know, prepared and ready to you know, chase that. And I throw a little cheap jab in there every now and then and say, you know, you got to try to beat the boss eventually, and do that back to back. But no, it's good. It's it's good having, Lyndon Snodgrass back. He's come back from America. Me and Snoddy used to be teammates back when, we were in-house here with KTM. So it's cool working with him again, as well as Jai Dixon. He's been a new rider for me this year, and I really enjoy working with him and his riding style and just his knowledge on the bike, on setting it up and everything like that. And the young fella, Jackson Verstegen, it's got a bit of a mixed match with all of them, but it definitely keeps me on my toes. But we're looking good, and we're looking forward to it.
Couple here, do you miss it? How are you coping with that? And then buying a ticket to the end, how important is that going to be, come Sunday in particular for the main event?
The missing side of it, I think, being here and seeing all this again, it makes me, a little bit upset that I'm not going out there, because to be honest, the funnest time I've ever had on my dirt bike is that first lap of Hattah when you prologue first and you get to go out to a smooth track and you got the atmosphere of the crowd running out and cheering and everything like that, Still to this day, it gives me goosebumps. Thinking back to the 2017, we had a chopper chasing us that year, and it was amazing. And for the rest of my life, I'll look back at that as one of the most funnest times of my life. But then, on the getting rough, the track, how it's going to turn out with the conditions we're dealing with, it's going to get gnarly. I know that previous from when I've dealt with a wet Hattah, that last hour is where it matters. And that's, where we've been working with Corey and the boys to make sure that they're fit and healthy and ready to rock and roll in that last hour, because that's when the race is won and done.
Yeah, and you're dead right. It's not about using all the fuel in your own tank. It's about keeping some there so that you're ready to really get on the pin when you need to. This place has been a renowned race for breaking bikes and breaking, people's spirits. That you come here with all the visions. You're going to win this thing, and it is far from that. Trust me, you know that better than anyone, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's motorsports, and you think you can have everything dialed in and ready to go, and there's something small can always jump up and bite you on the bum. So. No, it's one of them things with our sport. It's as long as you can prepare and get ready as much as you can, and hopefully you can fate grabs the wheel and you go from there on.
A little thought just in relation to the quality, the calibre of competition here this year, how stiff that opposition is going to be, and then just the stocks of the sport, the juniors coming through and aspiring to be the next Daniel Milner.
Yeah, I mean, this sport's getting bigger and bigger here with this, the Hattah thing. All these desert races, it seems to be such a big thing here in the country. And them younger guys, I'm looking forward to going out there tomorrow early on and watching them, because, my younger generation, we didn't seem to rip it as much as what these guys do. They just drop that elbow and swing off the back of it. So, I'm looking forward to watching them, and it's just such a good atmosphere, and being able to come here and get signatures off the boys, the young kids that want to eventually be in the position that they're in is, I think it's a really cool thing, and how this is ran on the Friday night and the kids being able to get up close with the riders is, it's very cool.
Well, Daniel, thank you so much for your time today and a big chat to sort of what's prepped for you for the next 2 days. Wish all the guys in the DM31 crew all the best this weekend. Looking forward to, I know Rusty and I are looking forward to handing out chocolates at the end of the day and making sure that you guys are in that step, mate. So all the very best to you, your team, and everything in front of you for 2 days. Eh?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Friday night was spectacular, and we should say thank you as well to the footy clubs from Redcliffs, where we were there on Friday night, and Irimple as well, who are hugely supportive of this event, so much so they have buys from their footy over this weekend so that their team of people can come and assist us. And it is a great story. On that note, it is worth welcoming Jade Benham, our member for Mildura, who is here not just proudly in that capacity, but you are here as proper fan as well, aren't you? Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Rusty. And it's so good to have you here too. So thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's been such an eye-opening thing for me. I knew Jade coming in that, I mean, it was, it has this stature as one of the biggest sporting events in regional Victoria. It's been kind of 30 years in the making. The organisers just do not sit still. They keep raising the bar every year. But importantly for you, in your capacity, in your portfolio, if you will,
volunteers is a big and very important thing for you.
It really is, yeah. Being the Shadow Minister for Volunteers, it's one of the biggest volunteer events, that we have. I would dare to say statewide, like over 300 volunteers come here, and it's not just 2 days, like it's a 2-day event, but it's a whole 6 months. They'll have a rest for a week, and then they'll get into next year. As soon as the dust settles, really. Although there's not much dust because it's a bit wet, but over 300 volunteers. And they just put so much work in, like to finish up on Saturday and then move the entire event across the road.
Remarkable.
It's remarkable, and that's just not ferries that pick it up and lift it over. It's those 300 plus volunteers. You can't even really put a number on it.
No, absolutely, and they've worked into the wee hours overnight to ensure that we can have this spectacle today. It is something else. It brings millions of dollars into the region from not just hotel nights, it's restaurants, it's all of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is, and you know as well as anyone, Rusty, that the motorsport crowd spend money.
Yes.
They travel and they spend money, and we love that. You've got the events at the Gateway that puts money into the hospitality economy and the tourism economy, but it's also things like petrol, diesel, accommodation, supermarkets, it's all of that stuff.
Food vendors that are here
today.
Food
vendors, exactly. And, there's a lot of events, and thankfully we have a lot of food vendors in this area to be able to accommodate them all. But, it's everything. The flow-on effects are remarkable, and they're felt for months. And then when you have a couple of rains, and you see yesterday around the prologue track, you go past the crops, and the crops are looking good too. So it's actually it's everything that this region is about, all wrapped up into a 2-day event, which is remarkable.
What is in the water in Mildura? Rick Kelly, Bathurst winner, his brother Todd Kelly, a great success story. Cameron Waters doing great things, winning races in Darwin very recently. That's just on the supercar side. There is a rich history in speedway in this part of the world, both in sprint cars and motorcycles for that matter as well. And then we talk about this. This is like a jewel in the crown event, something that has this really unique stature. We've got people that are watching our live stream coverage here at the moment that are tuning in from all around the world. It is something else, isn't it?
It really is. And don't forget Josh Waters, who is right now
in Misano in Italy.
Misano in Italy. Mind you, I spoke to him and I interviewed him the day before he left, and he was literally, because he had to go to the ASBK races first, he was literally washing windows because he also runs a small business as a family man.
So good.
The fact of the matter is nothing's in the water. It comes out of the Murray River. We've got sunshine and we've got wide open spaces.
We love that. We love that. He messaged me last night. I said, mate, your ears must have been burning. We've been talking to Brodie Waters and all these people around the event. It's been tremendous. We've got some live pictures coming in, so we'll get back to that very shortly. Can we just, on behalf of all of the team here, say thank you to you and to more broadly the community of Mildura and beyond, all these wonderful places that are around us here that have warmly welcomed us again in 2026. I know you're proud. I think you walked in with a helmet yesterday.
I did. I got to go for a couple of look laps with Ken Reid, although I didn't get to go in the Segway Super Villain, which I was bitterly disappointed about.
I did.
Oh, did you?
And I got to do it at the start for one of the junior races, and I will never forget that.
Yeah,
it's just
hashtag jealous.
Yeah.
And I did accuse Ken of breaking it. He maintains it wasn't him. But anyway, I'll have to get that back. But yeah, and I am a motorsport fan and I ride dirt bikes too, have done all my life. But it's one of those events that is not exclusive to just the motorsport crowd. It's an event for everyone. And as I came in this morning, the lineup to get in is still there. It's hard to get a car park. There's people that come out and camp for the whole weekend, so it's unbelievable. And we really thank you for coming too, because this is something that I'm incredibly proud of this region that I represent, and incredibly proud when we attract the best people in the business. Rusty,
we can tell how much you enjoy it. The smile says it all. Thank you for stopping by and chatting with us today. Enjoy the rest of the event. And I know from the motorsport side, not just the organising committee here, you have some great ambassadors for Mildura and the wider region. The final message I had from Cam Waters, who had to go back, unfortunately, for television commitments around supercars, he said to me, hey, Rusty, there's some great restaurants in Mildura. Enjoy.
We are so spoilt for restaurants in this region, yes.
Good on you. They're inbound. Thanks for stopping by and chatting with us today. Jade Benham there, member for Mildura, and very, very proud of this event. We have got the number one inbound. What a story. Hoping to go back-to-back in 2026, and we're at the conclusion of the first lap. What have we amassed in terms of time there? We'll give you a number.
First lap, 25 minutes and 55 seconds, 0.903. And we're looking at the gap now to second, and who will be the first of that next bracket to emerge. That is a mighty start. Trying to keep a little bit of a lid on the enthusiasm here because we have a long way to go. But he looks good, doesn't he? Sammy P on the approach now on the number 4. Front page of the Sunraysia Daily today. So much local support here. We'll give you a sense of the number, the time. Awesome sound as they come into this part of the course, and already, I mean, people have come from all across the country to be here. They're chalking up the Ks on the pedometer already. Sammy Brashira at 26.5.262, so 26 minutes, 50 seconds, 0.262. The gap is a, what are we talking there? 54 seconds between Corey McMahon and Sammy Brashira. Callum Norton clocks a 27-minute 0.5. Ooh, some cool stories, and that is an impressive start to this race. Remember, the lap is around about 35 kilometres. Jeremy talked yesterday about riders getting peppered. You can see that some of those further down the order, and already the mud covering the plate at the front there, it will take its toll. Maximus Purvis third at the moment, or the next of them to come through on the 400, then Jacob Sweet. They're in pretty close company, those two. Only about, what are we talking there, 6 seconds apart. Jai Dixon through now. Lyndon Snodgrass. Snodgrass is up to 6th. Now Cody Stevens, Riley Graham's through. Good job by Riley Graham. Now, we can see there that the number 4 is in, and that seems to be worrying for Sammy Brashira. There is more to that story. Jeremy Cowley rejoins us here. Honda crew go to work. These guys know what to do in these circumstances. There's an air of calm about it, but this doesn't seem like, or doesn't feel like it's scheduled.
Look, it was really interesting. We heard him go past. There was a little bit of a miss in the bike. I don't know if that was something that was they're going in for, but you could definitely hear it go past. But the gap at the moment is huge. I mean, Corey McMahon with a 54-second gap on the rest of the field. Now, it is hard because the first lap, we don't want to kind of speculate too much. But then the big one is Snodgrass. Snoddy, he's moved up far. Like, that is absolutely phenomenal. For him to go up that far is just so crazy. And I think it's really showing that kind of pace that he's going to put in early. I mean, looking at Corey Hammond now coming in 10th. They're coming in so fast. We are talking about them getting peppered. Look at the front of their bikes. They've been absolutely covered in it. And I guess that's a sign for what's going to happen later on down the track. There's a couple little river spots where they may have to cross over. So it is interesting to see. But Callum Norton, very close in 3rd as well.
Now, back in action was that. Just we were watching a little bit of the timing. So
yeah, right. Because we just had the notes there that Corey McMahon was at 27 minutes on his first lap compared to a 25-minute now. That's moving.
That's moving.
That's a lot of the bike.
Just so you know, you're comparing 2025 to 2026 there, aren't you? So,
yep, sorry.
That's, man, that is hustling.
And a lot of times it's the second lap that they will pit. So it's interesting to see Sammy going in now. Hopefully it's nothing too wrong. Maybe it's the little things here and there. He hasn't had that much time on the bike too, so I know he felt comfortable in it through the last couple of weeks he's been here. So hopefully it's just a little couple of tweaks here and there to kind of get him set.
A couple of people have been asking different questions on the live stream. Iron Vor asking how many riders this year. Well, we can tell you it's nearly 500. There were 5 rows basically of competitors that they set off. Those first 4, obviously, they let them go in waves of about 100 competitors. 800 across the juniors if you consider. I think it's 877 if you add the junior contingent from yesterday's 2 races.
Absolutely. The other big one is that it looks like between the 1st and 10th, it's a 2-minute gap, a 2.5-minute gap, 2:23, which is a big kind of gap when we talking about them all starting at the same time. To be able to Corey make that gap is incredible.
Great story starting to emerge here at the moment. I mean, Purvis to be what are we talking there in the order? 4th in the order when they cross the beam. Lyndon Snodgrass, you highlighted that before. That just reminds us to keep a little lid on. We enjoyed the excitement of the shootout there yesterday, but he is tenacious, and he's showing that already on that first lap. Good work.
So much experience being overseas for Snoddy to come back here and really lay it down. He knows how to kind of hold the bike with so much aggression over that long period. I mean, that's what he does overseas, so it's great to have him here and kind of pick his way slowly through. They're going to find a rhythm maybe in the next couple of laps, and once that rhythm sets in, we're going to see some really good racing, and we're going to see some really cool times. We're also going to see the fatigue kick in as well, so it's kind of a great balance between the skills of the riders but also how they manage that fatigue.
Talked about the veterans yesterday and the great performance by Riley Graham. He's still in the 10 at the moment, running in 9th outright. What other stories have we got for you? Will Price kind of knocking on the door of the 10. He's 13th. Jackson Verstegen 14th at present. Waters need to keep an eye on where he is as well, because the Honda rider has both kind of team boss cap on but competitor cap on Sunday too, doesn't he?
Absolutely. It's a lot that goes on for old Brody, and I know that really hampered him at Fink trying to manage everything, so hopefully this time he's able just to keep his racer hat on and really keep pushing. We also have a lot of other riders coming through. We've got Kogan Locke, the young fella, he's come through. Absolute stonking time, a 29 minute, that's fantastic from him.
We'll do some class updates for you as well. We can do that via the graphic. We would encourage you, if you're watching on from home too, or if you're out and about, often people dual screen. So we would, why don't you do that? You can go to the Speed Hive, the MyLaps app or the website, and you can jump on board the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026, and you can follow the live timing. Maybe keep an eye on your family or friend or favourite rider and see where they are in their respective classes, and even in an outright sense there too.
I'm looking at the times at the moment. If we were to look at just outside the top 10, we've got Corey Hammond, who's kind of on that tip of the top 10.
Yep.
Yeah, and Luke Chellis, Levi Stevens, Will Price. I mean, those names are huge as well. I mean, it's so good to see that they're all going to battle. And Will Price came off the couch this year to race it again. So awesome to see him really put that on-point team on the leaderboard. Hopefully he can get it all the way up to the top. But it's just crazy. The times for that first lap, we talk about it being quite smooth out there. It's not going to rough up, but these guys have really had to put on their absolute skating shoes. I can't wait to see the rest of the field come through.
If memory serves, recent guest for you on the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast, Kogan Locke as well, I think in the top 20 there too.
That's
so
correct.
Nice
That
job.
young fella's going to be doing really well so far. Oscar Harris, another one of the under-19s, who's come a long way, so I'm excited to see what he's going to do. I'm excited to see what the first girls come through as well. I mean, Rachel Archer is definitely one to watching. Maddie Healy, she did so great.
That was a brilliant performance yesterday.
She absolutely stonked it. She's done amazing in the desert scene this year, so I'm excited to see where she's going to end up, and hopefully we're going to see some good results from them. That sound though, isn't it? There's something.
They literally come right beside our door here. They're within safely, but within feet of us here. The organisers have placed us in a terrific spot to be able to tell the story for you as we go. For those of you that are listening around the venue, many of you are tuning in as you wander. Plenty of people have got the pedometer going, and you're going to chalk up some serious Ks as you walk around parts of the track today to take in different vantage points and so on. We just ask, please, that at all times you stay safely back from the racetrack, at least 6 metres in the designated areas, and at all times follow the direction of our event staff. Thank you.
Absolutely, that's what we need. We want this race to go on forever, and that's unfortunately one of the things we need to do. I'm also seeing that we've got Brock Grabham. He's come through fantastic at 45. It's so cool to see him here doing. We got Maddie Healy. There we go. She's just come through 75th at a. What was the time? But no, she's 7 minutes from the lead, so that's good timing. That's great from her to be able to keep it up the high.
32 minutes for 35 Ks.
That's
nice start.
Phenomenal. And then, as I said, we just get into that groove. She'll find that rhythm and keep pushing that way.
Just do a little reset there for you. There you go. Your drone pictures are back. You can see the volume of water off to the right-hand side, and one of the track team, Ken Reid, who works enormously hard, he has been at every Hattah Desert race and helped us with the track works and so on. He's been able to, which we're chuffed about,
to don the helmet and the gear and go riding today, which is great. So we'll do a little change in the co-commentary sense here. Shannon Moyler is about to join us. He's heavily involved from an organising perspective and has done so for the past decade, mate. Good morning. Welcome to you.
Thanks, Rusty.
I mean, great vibe. It doesn't get much better than this, does it?
It doesn't. It feels like every year we just step it up as an organisation committee, and yeah, we just keep putting on this event that is just amazing. It's absolute credit to have you and for Jezza to be here too and to experience it from this area. And yeah, it's just I love it.
Johnny Contrek is with us as a part of the broadcast team, and he'll be wandering around the venue, and we'll give you some updates and kind of take you behind the scenes on a few things as well.
Yeah, definitely. This is probably the busiest part of the day. Everyone's sort of trying to find their feet out on the track, and they're rolling through the whole 467 of them, 69. So,
unbelievable. That is, and the entries sell out pretty damn quick, don't they?
They do. Our seniors, it's as everyone says, it's a race in itself just to get an entry into Hattah. That if you don't finish the top 40 or you don't top 3 in your class, you've got to battle it out with everyone else on the laptop to get a ticket. So it's a privilege to be out here for any of the riders, and that's why they keep coming back. That's why it's so hard to get into it. We love putting it on. We love putting it on.
Every year. I mean, this is the first time for me, but I know from some people that have experienced, we've got a rider down here. Hopefully they're okay. Looks that bike on top of his leg there, I think perhaps so, but they'll go to work. They do have a very, very good team here for these moments, but we can see the rider moving, so that's at least encouraging, isn't it? So. That's
right. And look, we've got a full medic team here. It's a full MASH tent, which is incredible. We've got the best of the doctors and nurses in our region are here. So, yeah, any of our riders that unfortunately become injured, they can be over there and triage very, very quickly and with the best in the business. Looking forward to actually meeting and chatting with Dr. Trav during the course of the day. I mean, you in a very general way, use the term MASH tent because of the fact that it is mobile, it is for this event, but really there are some world-class people and lots of really good equipment there, and importantly, strategy in the event that we need to do something. Most definitely, and it helps take the pressure off our local ambulance service and our local ED service as well. So our doctors and nurses in there will obviously triage and see what they can actually do here to help that injured rider. If it's urgent, they will be transported to Mildura off their own services, but otherwise we try and free up the local area as much as we can by using these guys, and they triage. They'll bandage, if they have to plaster, they'll do what they need to do. Importantly, I mean, that brings us to communication, right, among the entire group running the event. And you have some really good systems for some of our riders that are operating around the course to keep an eye on things, to keep an eye on competitors. And we fundamentally know where those riders are at any given time. We can identify what sort of section they are in quite quickly, can't we? Yeah, most definitely. We've got a comms team, and every year, like our event, they step up and they do something bigger and better every year. So at the moment, our outriders that are out there riding the edge of the track, making sure everyone's safe, they're all GPS'd in each group, so they can actually see if there's an emergency and we need assistance. They know exactly where they are by that GPS system, which takes a lot of the issues away from paper and having to go, I'm at grid X, Y, Z. We can go, it's okay, you manage a situation, we know where you are, we'll get someone out there as soon as we can. A decade. What brought you into it in the first place? Your young bloke rode and still loves his motorcycles, doesn't he? He does. 10 years. I started as Vice President of the Northwest Motorcycle Club and got brought into the Hattah side of it, and young fella raced, and he had an injury about 5 years ago, broke his back and just out getting some riding in with some mates, and so he's been off it. So 10 years, it's been good. It's been good. You're welling up a little bit there, mate. Yeah, thank you for all you've done. You've done an amazing job, and continuing right throughout this race week to give 11 tenths. All right, as they continue to work away here, we will explain a bit more of that process of what's involved in working on the motorcycles during the day. We'll take you right in there as our drone swings by some of the teams, their easy ups, and we'll show you
what happens when they go to work on the motorcycles. For now, though, why don't we check in with the local hope? We caught up with him prior to race weekend. That's Sammy Brashira.
Rightio, down here with the Honda team once again. Great opportunity to talk to one of our local guys here from the region in Sam Brashira. Sam, great to have you here this weekend.
Yeah, it's always good to be back. I always make sure I come back here every year. I've been in the States for the last 2 years, and every time I always come back, it's it's one of those races that around sort of January you start thinking about it, and it's here before you know it. It's a big deal, and especially being local here, like it's one of the things I always think about. So it's it's great. This year we've got I've got a really solid program with Brody. I actually raced for a Honda team in the States, and it just worked out well. Brody's got this program going, and it's every bit factory. So it's amazing, to be out here and having Brody's support, and I'm really excited. The bike's great. I'm healthy. We're good to go.
Tell me about the time away in America and how that shaped you as a rider, and maybe how that helps coming back. I mean, it lures you back, this event, how much that has helped the growth for this event for you.
I mean, it's one of those things, like you kind of grow up. I mean, growing up in Mildura, obviously, it's like the biggest race. It's all you look forward to, and it's one of those races that you can't get out of your head, It's you don't stop thinking about it. It's one of those races, and growing up here especially and going back to the States, every time, sometimes you'll even get better and you'll think like, when you get better and you get the results, you're like, now I want to go back to Hattah and see where I stack up. And it's been good. And I think that's just the best thing about it is, it's the biggest race of the year. It's 4 hours, and it's different every year. And it's a good way to showcase, your progression in the sport and how you're moving forward.
Sam, 2 years you haven't been here. Mate, what was it like to sit that out?
So 2018 I actually got hurt, and then 2020 was it? COVID. So those are the only 2 years I've missed. I've been here. I've raced every year since 2011 apart from that, and then I've pretty well been watching it since I was a baby. So yeah, it was tough. That 1 year in 2018 where I was sitting there, I didn't like it one bit. I was still juniors, and I hated that. So it's one of those races, like I said, I don't think people realise how big of a deal it is in a rider's mind. Like, it's a massive deal, and you always think about it, and that's the coolest part about it, I think.
I think, Rusty, for this guy here, even if he becomes a top-level pro at the highest end, I mean, good luck telling him he ain't coming back to here to race locally and ride Hattah, huh?
I love the fact that it keeps drawing you back, not just the fact that you're a local, you know what it stands for. Just to finish here, if we can, this is the sum of many parts. Bikes are good, you're healthy and well. What do you reckon is the one key to try and win this thing come Sunday afternoon?
I think it just comes down to a lot of on the mental side too. I think you're going to be pretty strong. It's a 4 hour race. There's not many races you can go for 4 hours, and we do races in the States that are longer, but it's nowhere near as intense. We're on the bike for a couple hours at a time, but you don't know the track, you don't know what's ahead. You've got another group of riders there waiting for you to give the bike to them. It's a lot more of a less intense, but this is an all-out sprint for 4 hours, and there's no race in the world, I believe, that you can achieve that. And it's like that last hour you learn a lot about yourself, that's for sure. Like if you're, if you nail your strategy and you're going right, you should be pushing that last hour. And when you come across that finish line, you usually have nothing left.
We are out of a job here because you've got to focus on your racing. But if ever you don't want to, mate, commentary for sure. Well done, well played, nicely done.
Very good. Sammy Brashira, we wish him all the very best this weekend as he goes into the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert races this weekend. Should be an outstanding race. Keep your eye on this guy. He's one of the fast ones.
The quality of riders in the 2026 race is next level, and some have literally come back to play as well with Lyndon Snodgrass. Now we're talking about this year's event and how much you're looking forward to it, and just generally how's preparation been?
Yeah, it's awesome to be back. I came back 2 years ago and unfortunately had a DNF while in fourth. So just really looking forward to being back on a KTM here with DM 3-1 KTM Racing, and just really looking forward to getting out there. Obviously we've had some rain. The track conditions are going to be awesome, and there might be a little bit of water here and there, but I think overall it's going to be a really great event.
Lyndon, it's been a big campaign for you offshore. I think it's about 6 years that you've been riding in the US now. But this place has its own magnetic pull, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. You know, even when I was over there for a few years straight and didn't really come back, I was always watching the results and watching the live stream and tuning in because it's just a great event to watch. And you know, every time I can get a chance to come back and race, it's just awesome.
Physically, how demanding is it relative to other things? And do you do something unique in that regard to cope with the rigours of that and be there at the end?
I mean, it's definitely a grueling race, being 4 hours long, and then you know you factor in all the bikes and how rough it gets towards the end. So you know, it's just you just got to take it lap by lap and you know see where. You know, there's no telling what position you're going to start in. We've got a prologue tomorrow, so you can't really have a game plan until after then. So we'll just try and get a good prologue. That's the game plan for now, and then yeah, we'll go from there.
Mate, finishing it alone is a big thing, okay? So there's a lot of guys that have ridden this event and never finished it. You've managed to do that on a number of occasions. Really hope you do well tomorrow and you get to finish it as well, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it. You know, I've had a couple of podiums here, and you know, if I can be up the front battling with the top guys, I'm going to be happy. So, goal is to try and get a good prologue, and then you know, start up there somewhere up front and give it all.
This has been a little bit of a walk down memory lane for me personally. We did some media training together a long time ago at headquarters, and you nailed it like a pro. Thank you, mate. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you very much.
Couple of really good interviews there with riders that at the completion of the first lap were running both in the top 7. Snoddy's done an amazing job there, really, to on that first pass to move up the order. And we know that there was a potential issue for Sammy Prashira.
Oh, we just had someone come down in the pits. This is getting really bogged down. I was just watching and saying, look how muddy that is. And then we're having a few laydowns just in this area now, right in front of us.
So this is in this stadium area where they set off basically before, right in front of us here in the commentary. And there's some of them are slowing to a real tricky pace through there. So this will be an ongoing story as that potentially cuts up further.
Just outside our window here, you can really see, and I'm going to kind of break this down, exactly how those bikes are settling into these whoops. You can see how there's a couple of lines forming, and this is a kind of a good little insight for a lot of people who might want to see what the track's forming like out here. If you come to where the kind of the overarch of the track is, you can see the inside corners really starting to whoop out, whereas people on the far side of the line, it seems a bit smoother. We're seeing different lines change, and that's because the sand's a lot different too. A lot of times that bike transitioning through is definitely pushing. You can hear the power come through, and you can really see how these whoops get formed in the corners. It's a great kind of visualization for us to see what's going to be like later on down the field.
That is Jeremy Cowley, who is back with us in the commentary box. You have wandered while we've had a couple of guests in here, mate. Is there an update on Sammy Prashira? What can you tell us there?
So Sammy Prashira, it looks like he had cracked his header pipe, and the Honda team have replaced that out.
Also, they're good. They're in great form, those guose.
You wouldn't want to be touching that header pipe, though. That's something you wouldn't want to be doing. And unfortunately, I thought I didn't know if it was a sound when we were listening to all the bikes come through. It definitely seemed like he wanted to go back in. And all the reports as well from the pit seem that the KTM guys are currently pitting as well every lap. So that's a bit of an interesting fact. I think they're having some issues.
Like a splash kind of thing. What are they doing there?
I think they're just, because it's so fast, these bikes are absolutely going to be flying, holding it pinned. They're not going to have that fuel to go for the full 2 laps. When it gets a bit rougher, it's going to slow them down and help a lot. But at the moment, I think they're just using too much fuel in that first lap to then be able to be guaranteed to come back. So it seems like KTM are doing that.
Let's add a layer to that discussion. That gives the rider just a little bit of brief respite when they stop for that moment too. Not a lot, but just a little moment. And we're just talking of the riders. We're trying to track for them now, our cameraman, because I think based on the numbers, we should be seeing McMahon anytime soon now with the completion of that second lap, now-ish or within the coming minutes?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the great thing about Hattah, though. There's so many people out there. A big shout-out to Joel Stafford, who's kind of helping me kind of relay all this information.
Nice.
He should have been here, but he's decided to be lazy this weekend. He's currently laying in a cabin.
He's not being lazy.
He's
feeding you information. Come on.
No, that's where the information now stops, mate. But it has been interesting to see. And I guess once we go back to what I said yesterday, pit stops are strategic here in Hattah, really how the bikes are going to run, how they're going to kind of progress them through the day. Yes, you're right, it can be a bit of a help to kind of reset, but also it can also hinder them a little bit because it is a bit of a reset. Sometimes they're in that flow. They really want to stay on the bike and try and bust another lap to then really kind of debrief after that. So it can work.
You've raised something that in our snapshot of the event that we spoke about at the start and over the first lap and so on that we haven't really got into, and that is strategy here, right? I mean, that is a significant part of, I've talked about the brutality, the physicality of it and so on, but this is a big thing today, isn't it?
Absolutely. It comes down to it. Last night you were part of the STE crew. You got to see what they do in regards to fuel stops, even just the way they prep their goggles for every lap. It is really kind of hard. And I mean, we look to say like Cody and Levi Stevens, they specialize in their goggles, how they set it up, and then they know which goggles they want at certain pits as well. And then they may start with the roll-offs, you know, for the first 3 or 4 laps. By the time they get to the end, they just want regular goggles because the tear-offs, or the roll-offs, sorry, can be quite heavy and cumbersome on the helmet. So it's very strategic the way they do their fuel stop. Also what they want at certain times.
Now we believe from our high vantage point here, just incredible the transformation, is it? But in the middle of that shot should be our leader. We believe it's Corey McMahon. Is it? Doesn't look like it from a colour point of view, doesn't it? That looks like a red top, doesn't it? So we're going to wait here just because it's a high shot and just confirm who. So,
I mean, it looks great out there, doesn't it, though? It's always so cool to see kind of it all spread through the bush, like all the campers, everyone kind of sitting along the track. I mean, you would have seen this morning people kind of set up along the roads.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's you know, the sea of lights in the darkness all commuting down from Mildura and so on. And then when you turn off the kind of main highway that leads into Mildura and you start getting closer to the racetrack here, people camping in various places on the side of the road. It's an awesome, awesome sight.
Look at that track. I mean, we're only 1 lap in, and look at all the lines. Look how deep it is. Look how red it's kind of got as well. Hopefully we can get that clear image to see exactly who.
I think we picked up a different camera there before, so we were checking in with our director telling us we were.
Like Corey.
Yeah, we were checking in before with Sammy Prashira, but I think this is Corey McMahon. So the interesting thing for you, if you're watching on our live stream coverage on YouTube and so on, just to recap for you, his first lap, 25 minutes, 55 seconds, 0.903, with 54 the advantage over Sammy Prashira, who we've just heard about in relation to the header issue that the Honda team have tackled there. So what does McMahon do in terms of the second lap? Inbound now.
Yeah. So we are going to be looking at definitely a bit longer as well because they will have to all go through the pits now. The track gets deviated. I mean, how great's that shot, though? Look how green it looks. Absolutely awesome cutting through the countryside.
Can you record and feed it back? Okay, no worries. Johnny's saying he would like to do that if we can, please. Okay. Look at the number 1. There you go. Now our ground cameras are picking up our leader. Completion of the second lap. Check the lines he's using.
So wide, isn't it? Just trying to find every bit of smooth ground he can. Just standing on the pegs. Great bike control. Absolutely textbook perfect coming into these corners. Really just holding it on, stepping it out. It'll be interesting coming through this section here. We saw a few riders go down, so it'll be great to just see how he powers all the way through. Look at that, absolute no fear.
Just immediately shifts the body, having seen the state of the of the road at that point. We'll give you the number once he crosses the beam. The Beacon, as we said, did the first lap in 25 minutes, 55.903.
Absolutely textbook. That speed.
Sub 30. It's a sub 30. Last lap was a 29-minute, 0.37 seconds, 0.515. Sorry to come across you there.
No, that's perfect. That's even better. That's phenomenal. That pace that he had coming through here was, I guess, what he's been holding the whole way out there. Absolutely phenomenal.
Camera standing by there, so there is a process too, just in the way that you merge from the race lane and then ultimately come across into, here we go, you're going to see it live here now.
Yeah, he'll just jump straight off the back, pop it over. Dad's obviously straight on the front. Quick fuel, goggle wipe, a bit of a gel to go in there as well, kind of refuel him.
Milner, Daniel Milner to the right-hand side there.
That's it, fuel done, jump back on.
Wow.
Done.
And then that is textbook, isn't it? Just beautifully done. There is always in those moments a sense of urgency, but the relaxed demeanour of all of the people involved in that stop and the way they just all individually did their part, no drama.
Look, it's one of those things they actually do practice. A lot of the times these teams will go and do pit stop runs so they know exactly which way to go, which way the rider's got to come off as well.
Callum Norton on the 2. Now we know the issue around Sammy Prashira. We'll update you on that but we've seen him rejoin after some great work by the Honda squad.
Now listen to the Ducati coming through. There is something. Oh, the sound of the Ducati is something very special here. It's so unique compared to other bikes. It may sound the same to a lot, but if you can really start picking up the tunes, the way the Ducati runs and the way it goes through exhaust just makes a beautiful sound.
You have talked about the state of things just beyond our commentary box here, and one of the little changes that was subtle in the way that he soaked that up as he came through, wasn't it?
You could see the difference between the different level of riders, how they tackle even just this basic fast off camber corner, so really kind of the back of the pack guys where they kind of ride every single whoop. It's all about that speed to make sure you push straight through.
There he goes.
Run, cameraman, run. Look at him go. Whoa. We can see him on the screen there.
As we said, plenty of people will be chalking up some Ks walking around the venue
deal
today, including our team. Now, a little shake of the head there from Norton, was that?
Look, he is one dedicated dude, but incredibly hard on himself.
Purvis is up to 3rd, is that right? On the 400. Now, he's completed the lap in a 30.
There goes Sammy P too as well, just came soaring past when we were looking at the time screens.
So we'll see what the impact has been with that stop before to try and sort that issue.
Snotty.
He's charging too. He is up to
Lyndon
5th.
Snodgrass, absolute heater of a lap.
So you can see it for those of you watching the live stream and for the benefit of those around the venue that might be walking, Corey McMahon leads this race by a minute 31.098. What a start. Callum Norton is up to 2nd. Maximus Purvis is 3rd. Sammy Prashira 4th now, having dealt with that issue, and he'll be riding fiercely. And Lyndon Snodgrass has charged up the order. He is running 5th in the standings at the moment.
Riley as well. He's pushed really high. He's come all the way through now. 3:19 behind the leaders. Jai Dixon just came through as well.
Can we just underscore that for a moment for Riley in the veterans class as well? That's awesome. 6th outright at the moment.
Jai and Cody have come through. Great to see Cody absolutely swinging off at the moment.
There is actually, he starred in the way that he's tackled the defence of this race so far. We've got a long way to go. Very impressive from Corey McMahon. But when you look at that next group, it's actually quite close, mate, isn't it?
Very close. And that's kind of how we hope the whole race will play out as well. Really want to make sure we stay nice and tight all the way through. Find your comfort level, but also try and tag on to someone else. Really set in behind them.
Jai Dixon, they go to work there now. Quick gel. Is that change of goggles?
Yep. So they're not running the roll-offs. They're running just fixed goggles. That's a very big choice. It really does pay a lot of weight on the front of the helmet. Can feel very uncomfortable, but unfortunately some guys just need to run that. All right, well, Rusty's left us mid-chew, but Shannon, it's just me and you, mate. How exciting is this racing so far?
Mate, it's sensational. You look along the fence line, you look along the spectated area here and out on the sandhills, and the amount of people that's here to watch it, the amount of people that are at home watching it. And that would help if I turn the mic on.
Oh, there we go.
So,
professionals.
That's it. Oh, look, mate, you look at everyone along the fence line, you look at all the spectators in the spectator area here, everyone at home watching it live. Like, it's just sensational. It's the biggest race in Australia, I'll put it that way. And yesterday, my thing is, it's the biggest junior race in Australia, possibly in the world.
Look, it's great to see so many juniors come out, and now we're on the seniors train, and like the names here are just so incredible, and the times are just phenomenal. I mean, you and me, we definitely geek out on this kind of stuff, and it's great to see, but we're looking at, even just like so far with the results, phenomenal times.
Yeah, and like I look at a lot of these riders, and I remember them, some of these kids have ridden with my kids through juniors, and you look at them up there now, running top 15, top 20, and it blows you away, the speed they're carrying. And they're really pushing the guys with the experience and knowledge. They're really pushing hard.
Absolutely, and it seems to always get better and better. A lot of them are definitely pushing harder than they're probably comfortable with. I know a lot of them are riding way outside that kind of comfort zone. All the way through, though, it seems to be one of those races that just draws in everybody from all different walks of life. You being here for so long has really kind of highlighted that as well. You've got to see the development of so many riders. What about from the race perspective? What do you think developed the most just with Hattah itself?
Obviously, with regulations, we've got to be cautious of that. And with every year, we have our debriefing after the event, which will happen again this year. And we just tweak our event every year, just a little bit. And we try and make it as safe and as enjoyable for everyone. Everyone can watch it, everyone can go home safe. And yeah, it has developed so much. Like, I look at our overpass here we've got for the spectators to get out to the sandhills. That 4 years ago, we're trying to manage them across a racetrack, a live racetrack. So just those things that just make this event that little bit better and a bit safer. It's not like it used to be. Some people mightn't like it, but we've had to do it for safety reasons.
I guess it also gives the spectators a different perspective as well. Gets them over the track a lot easier. Gives them a bit of an advantage point as well. I think that's the great thing about the race. Now, if we're looking at the laps coming though, mate, the top 10 is absolutely crazy. We've got Corey McMahon, Callum Norton, Maximus. Oh, man, he's done such a good job. Sam Prashura, then Lyndon Snodgrass, we were looking at him coming through. Riley Graham, Jai Dixon, Cody Stevens, Chad Sparrows, Corey Hammond. That's your top 10.
Yeah, it's an amazing top 10, but you look at the names after that.
They're scarier.
And they're pushing. They are pushing it. Like young Lukey Chalice up into 11th. He started off 13th. He finished 30th last year as his best result coming out from the juniors. Just a little gun. I know his sister's in the 4-lapper. She won last year in the ladies. She's out to try and defend that. She's focused. She's ready to roll.
Absolutely. We've got Levi Stevens as well. Cody was not in that list now. We've got Kogan Locke, Cooper Sheeton as well. They're so close. It's going to be an amazing top 20, let alone top 30 of this race. And those names are just going to keep pushing through.
Oh, and we say it every year. If you can put in the top 40, that guarantees you a spot next year. That gives you a number on the plate. And you can do that, you're doing really well, especially with the amount of riders we get, but the quality of riders. Like, to have Lyndon come back from overseas, he's put it on the podium in the past, so he's got that knowledge of what this race really takes. Sammy, he's an international athlete, I think his passport says now. So, to have him come back, this is where he got his teeth into as a junior, and yeah, he loves it. I know talking to Sam on Friday night, and he's trying to talk his teammates from the States to come back, and that's what it's about. It's just getting it out there and getting as many riders as we can, and quality riders. But those quality riders are also bumping shoulders with the veterans and the masters and the people that may have never raced it before. So it's, as we can see, it's pretty loose through the pits there.
It's getting wild, isn't it?
Definitely is, and that's probably something for that pit lane is actually a full-on race lane. There's no slowing down. So we've got our race lane through the centre. We have a transitional lane where they slow off into their pits, and then we have the refuel lane. So 3 metre spaces between it all. Again for safety, but we've got that live pit. They're full noise through it. They don't need fuel. They're not hurt. They don't need parts or anything. They don't stop. They just through it.
I mean, look how beautiful the ground is. Every year we've seen it. It looks definitely a lot different to than what it does now. The colour in that dirt, the way it's forming up, it's phenomenal.
Exactly, and this is probably first time in 10 years I've seen it this wet at the start of the race, 2019.
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, we've been telling the commentators don't bring up about rain. But yeah, it's every year is a different condition. It's something, another challenge for the track crew to make the track as best they can and do what they can. I know talking to Ken, he was pretty devastated that we've got some wet patches and he's had to divert the track. But like I said to him, Ken, we can only do what we can do, mate. If it was only a 10k loop, all those 400 riders would still want to ride it because it's Hattah.
It is, and the way the track now is forming up has been a kind of discussion for a lot of people. We got to see it yesterday with the way Prologue kind of formed up, and it really showed that once that overcast came in, a lot of the top 10 guys were saying that it just looked flat. They couldn't see the holes because the dirt held so much colour. Once there was no sun to show the holes, it was really quite sketchy out there.
And I know when you had a chat with Corey, his first words were, that was scary. He said, but I had to go. I had to go for it.
Yeah.
Exactly that. He said the track just looked black. It was you couldn't define your lines, you couldn't define the holes. Everything just looked the same colour, and there was a few shadows over it. We were a bit later in the day, obviously with some track prep we had to get done to make it safe for everyone. But look, it is what it is. Everyone's out there. Everyone's having an absolute blast. And that's what it's all about. That's why we put on the event.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess, once again, the event does grow every year. It seems to always be that staple in the calendar. There seems to be, there's the Fink and then there's the Hattah. They run so close together that it kind of brings a massive month of riding and racing for everyone, or not only just for those single events, but also for everyone around them, because you can't run Fink and you can't run Hattah with all the small events to lead you up to it. I mean, we talk about Casterton, we talk about Trinidad, we talk about the 12-hour enduro up in Northern Territory, things like that. All those little events help feed the big ones, that is Hattah and Fink.
Oh, exactly right. And Trinidad, as you guys were saying yesterday, that's a great training ground for a lot of these teams. A lot of them don't go the Ironman, they'll go the pony. They'll team up with a mate and have a bit of fun, but it's also to learn their strategy, see what their fuel's doing, because it's as close to our track as it can be. It's probably 50 k's down the road, so everything is very, very similar, and they use that as a training ground just to see what it's all about for them.
Absolutely, we're learning about how the track kind of goes from that nice groomed flat track to the roughed out Hattah track that they love, and for them that's a great way, as you said before, test fuel, test the bike, see how the setup's going to go and handle overall, also how the riders are going to handle it too, and where that fatigue kicks in at certain points of the lap.
Yeah, exactly right. Here we look at another quick change with Simford team. He's obviously missed his hole.
Yeah, he did. Oh, little Oscar. He was on a run, wasn't he?
Yeah, and again, young Oscar, under 19s, come through from juniors. Another great young kid, great team. They just, he's out there just having a crack and loving life.
Look, Simford have been around forever as well. I think we all know at some point whether we've been involved or we've been touched somehow by the Simford team, and it's been always great to see Joel and everyone Brad now just absolutely pushing forward, not just the older riders and racers that they've supported, but the youth as well. The amount of riders. I mean, Sammy P was a Simford rider at one point.
Yeah, definitely. They've always been about juniors, and that's why I've sort of gone towards them guys. They can see where you need to start, and it is in the juniors. This is our future. It sits over that side on the Saturday to what we get here. And they're so easy to deal with, as we said, with Jolie, and then we were with Brad. He's good for a laugh.
Oh, once again, big shout out to Jolie. Gives me all the information, all the inside tips. Wherever you are, Joel, we love you,
There's
brother.
local Ethan Alderton. He's currently 65th, so he's doing really well. He's come off a good Fink result as well.
Absolutely, it was a great Fink for him as well. He had a really smooth run. I know there was a few little issues here and there, but I mean, for what he had done was phenomenal.
Yep, and again, another young junior that's come through in the under-19 class. So, yeah, I think we don't touch on it enough that Saturday is the breeding ground for what we're watching today.
Saturday's junior day, and that's the way we like to put it. I think the seniors just kind of round off the day, the top 10, it just kind of gives that spectacle, but all morning as juniors, and I think that's a great thing about the sport, and there's so much support for them. There's so many, I love the fact that all the social media stuff gets really heavy for the juniors as well. It gives them that kind of feel of being rock stars. There's been so much great stuff out there.
And when you look at it, those poor kids, especially the little ones on those 65s out there yesterday, like talking to some of the outriders in recovery, and they're saying like out in some of the holes, they're blowing their bike up, they're absolutely in tears, and that was on their first lap.
I mean, the 6 to 9 year olds. That's just a crazy thought that they're out there doing those kinds of things.
Yeah, and definitely. And for someone going, oh yeah, 6 to 9. As a parent who had a kid in that 6 to 9 class, you're just like, wow. And then you see track and you see the photos and footages of it, and you're like, you're riding that. That's amazing. Like,
yeah, we see the little ones when they fall over. They're trying to lift the bike up. The bike weighs more than them half the time as well. So it's great to see them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then on top of that, you've got the parents in the background stressing out because Jimmy's out the back and they haven't seen him for 35 minutes, and they're sort of asking officials, like, have you seen this bike number? What's happening? And next minute they ride through and they've got the biggest smile on their faces and mum's heart rate drops and they're ready to go again.
Oh, look, that's what keeps the sport going. That's why we need it to kind of help us be able to bring events like this, because it's not only the front guys that draw in the crowd, it's also the people behind it that fund it as well. And every number needs to have that kind of position to be able to help the event grow.
100%. From as we were talking earlier with Jade Benham, the member, it's the monetary that brings into not only our event but for the community. All of our volunteers, like, they're all from a community organisation that we then support to thank them for their times.
Well, look, not only that, obviously the riders fund it, but we also have sponsors as well, so let's throw some ads and let them do their thing.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path?
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it, and we'll see you out there.
Well, we're down here this afternoon, got an opportunity to have a chat with Brodie Waters, of course, in regards to the Honda team. Hey, bro, great to have you here. And, mate, as a team manager, how cool is that?
Yeah, this year it's been a little bit different to do the dual role and be the team manager and ride myself. But my main focus is obviously the team. I want Sam and Corey to be given the best opportunity they can to get right up the front. So, and then, yeah, I'll go and roll around and see what I can do and try. My goal is to be around that top 10, but yeah, we'll see what it is.
Some might say that's best of both worlds, right? But there's a lot in that, isn't there? From your own mindset, trying to be racer, but then also blinkers off and making sure everything here is running seamlessly and to put you in the kind of position that you've been in lately. You want to try and, have success here if you can, don't you?
Yeah, it's definitely... when I ride around, it's like mixed feelings because I don't know whether I'm always worried about making sure everything's running smooth back in the pits for the boys and everything for them is going to plan, but then also trying to focus on myself and put my best foot forwards because, as you know, at these events you need to be fully switched on, otherwise, it can bite you.
And Brodie, it's so good to see yet another manufacturer really pushing into the top echelons and trying to draw back and claw back. I mean, Honda have been around for a very, very long time. It's been a sea of orange out here for quite some time, and you guys have really starting to get a bit of success, especially with Fink and whatever else it's sort of cleaning up as well. So it's great to have that all happening at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely been good that after the last couple of years of Honda supporting me as just a semi-supported team, that I got to go to Yariv and Honda at the end of last year and put a team together and say, okay, I think we can be serious at this desert racing, and to obviously go to Fink and sort of break the KTM dominance up there and put the 450 to the front, as we were pretty dominant all weekend up there. We would like to try to bring the red back to the front of Hattah where it used to be.
Two to finish here. What would a win here this year mean to this outfit and the people behind the scenes helping to make it a success? I mean, you even, I think, if memory serves, you had Jeff Leesk on one of the fuel stops at Fink. I mean, mega, mate. That was huge.
If for myself, it would be a huge relief, and yeah, I wouldn't know what to do at the finish. I would be a ball of mess. I know the emotion would come out because I know the effort that I've put in and Reeves put into me behind the scenes with Honda. But yeah, I would love to get Honda back there and prove that this motorbike's not just your Jet Lawrence Honda Supercross or motocross bike, that it is an all-round motorbike, and we proved it at Fink, and hopefully we can do it this weekend again.
Well, Brody, in closing, I know that as an ex-competitor here, you've got a huge array of visions of what you require. You've got the right attitude to push it forward. The branding, you believe you've got right 100% as well, mate. I can't think of anything more than to see you at the other end and hopefully start handing chocolates out to you, buddy.
Yeah, for myself, I just want to get finished, and just hopefully when I come across the finish line that I see one of these boys right up the front.
Well, there you go, straight from Brody's mouth. He'd love to be able to see if he can put the red up the front a little bit further. And you know what? Let's just see what plays out at the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race here this weekend.
Right, we're back in the booth. Riley, mate, it's cool to have you here. You're actually now getting to sit here. You were supposed to race, mate. Unfortunately, that didn't come through this week. You're now sitting here. We're watching Corey on the screen come in, mate. What's that like for you?
It's heartbreaking, but at the same time, it's cool. Like, to watch it is really cool. But yeah, watching all the boys have a rip, the conditions look sick, the track is shaping up to be a rough one, which I like. And yeah, it's hard, but at the same time, it's cool to watch. So
look, being a Perth boy, it's a long trip to come over here. I know there's a lot that take into account. Can you kind of give the crowd a bit of a rundown of what actually happened this week and why you're not out there racing?
Yeah, so poor Dad, he drove all the way from Perth to Mildura last Saturday, raced at the Trinita Enduro last weekend, and then Tuesday I have had a cartwheel, knocked myself out, done some shoulder damage, which yet to be determined on how bad. So yeah, concussion, bruised lung, bits and pieces, and yeah, I think it's just a safe thing with a head knock to not line up.
Absolutely. I mean, even now you're kind of a little bit all over the place all day. Some of the conversations we've had for the last few days have been a bit wishy-washy. Now you get to sit here and watch the screen. We're watching Corey at the moment just absolutely flow through this kind of track. This really would have suited what you guys ride and kind of how you've been setting up through the week as well.
Definitely. The way I've set the bike up this year would have been perfect for how the track's formed up. Corey's absolutely ripping. I just went up to the dune then and seen him come through. He has pulled out a huge gap already. So from this point forward, it's his race to lose, I think. So,
Lex, from your perspective as well, because you were so ready to go, I mean, everything kind of was lining up. How are you going to then play out for Hattah? How is your Hattah going to be? We talk about some guys come in every lap to kind of refuel because they don't know if they're going to make it through. Yep. Were you kind of going through that same kind of process, or were you had a different one?
Yeah, so I knew it was going to be deep this year, kind of the lead up with the rain. I didn't know how deep. So last year I was going one, so I kind of coming with the mentality we're going to go one. Mm-hmm. So we trained some pit stops to get them down, as low as we could, and we just knew from the very start we're going every lap as fast as we can, and so no one's second guessing anything.
Yeah, I guess that's the big thing. You don't want to be pushing the fuel. The straights are long and your bikes get thirsty. I know you tune them quite heavily. I mean, your Yamaha has worked really well, I guess, to be able to suit these conditions. Those straights are just incredibly long. With the kind of the sand at the moment being so heavy, that would drain a lot of the power and use extra fuel.
100%. Yeah, the way the track is now, heavy, deep, it's going to get rough. Yeah, the bikes will be using a lot more fuel than last year.
And I guess you use a lot more energy as well. Racing this kind of condition, the bike does get a lot heavier. We're not talking in regards to the bike getting heavy with your dirt and mud, because it doesn't seem to form like that on the bikes. But just riding in heavy sand in those corners, the bike can really feel like a bit of a task to get up and around.
Yeah, the conditions are tricky, but I feel like the boys are out there having a rip, and yeah.
For the whole track though, so far that you've seen kind of both on the screen and out where you're kind of now to walk, has there been any parts that kind of got you really excited to come back and race? Oh no!
Oh, we've had a big look.
A little come together. Right on the camera too. It must be somewhere around. Oh, it's going to happen. We can see right here when the riders are coming into this first section, it's really muddy, really rutted out. I guess also from WA coming over, having this big experience, big show, it is pretty eye-opening. I mean, you've got the Gas Dash, you've got Kalgoorlie, things like that, but here it's just on another level.
Yeah, the desert racing over in the East Coast, well, I mean, Australia-wide is unreal, but I don't think anything compares to Hattah. I feel the way the track forms up, how many riders there are, it's definitely one of a kind.
And I guess it's also... Fink is another big one that we talk about, we kind of can put in comparison, but the races are just so different. One, there's corners here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of corners here, but it's also the depth of riders. I mean, we've got some amazing ones from the motocross background, enduro and desert riding, all coming to Hattah to try and kind of peg themselves against the rest.
Yeah, like you said, you got desert, motocross, enduro guys, and all the top guys, as we see. Corey coming in here.
Oh, he's absolutely flying. Now we're really in the depth of lappers as well. That's what's really going to start kind of growing your skills to be able to push through. He's coming through. Going to be coming right underneath here. What's his time? 20.
So that track is starting to get chopped out.
He's got the track getting chopped out, but he's also got a lot of lappers to come in as well. So it's a real balance between the two of them. I think it is interesting to see how he came in. You can see when he came into this section alone, there was 2 riders in front of him. So hopefully he's going to be able to hold that lead. But man, thank you so much for coming in,
Thank
brother.
you very much.
It's awesome. Hopefully we can see you back out here racing too, because I think it's what the people need.
Yeah. No, I'll be back next year for sure, and we'll give it another rip for sure.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
brother.
you. Cheers.
The Joe Rascal team go to work here on the number 2. We can update you on some times that are coming through now. We saw Corey McMahon complete his 3rd lap before. You can see that Callum Norton has done that. So the margin between McMahon to Norton now is 1 minute 55.089 at the conclusion of 3 laps. Sammy Prashira is up to 3rd. That's the story. Prashira has recovered to be 3rd at the moment. What are we talking there? I think a further 45 seconds shy of Norton. That's a nice recovery from the local rider. Good job. Keep an eye on some of those times as they keep coming through. Delighted to be joined in commentary now by Jesse Ryan as well, off the back of a pretty inspiring run at Fink. Congratulations. How are you feeling about all that, firstly?
Yeah, thank you, mate. It was a pretty good run up at Fink, and yeah, unfortunately, leading into Hattah, had a bit of an injury, fractured me back, so yeah, it sucks to be missing out this weekend. But
you've got a smile, which is pretty amazing, all things considered. Just give us a sense of how you feeling after that. You all okay?
Yeah, no, recovery's going good so far. Feeling good. Yeah, big case of FOMO this weekend. Just talking out there.
But it's always tough dealing with that. What do you make of it so far? Pretty impressive performance from McMahon, but there's a couple of other really cool stories here. Great resurgence from Prashira. Snodgrass has done an amazing job too.
Yeah, yep. McMahon's he's putting in a solid ride, but Norton's right there as well, so it's going to be good to see that play out for sure.
Most definitely. Only 3 laps down, and as you can see, we've got 5 to go. This is going to be hard, tough work for the remainder of this race, but the pace so far is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, the boys are into it. They're putting in some heaters, that's for sure.
Tell me about the kind of in the wake of the result at Fink and the reaction to that and how you felt generally. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Remind people about the result too.
Yeah, so up at Fink, won the 250 class and 11th outright, which pretty cool. And was feeling good, carrying some momentum into Hattah, but yeah, unfortunate.
what's next once you get kind of through the recovery? Has that adjusted the back into the year and plans for racing? And when will you done right, when will you be able to get back into it?
Yeah, so we'll just focus on the recovery for now, but the goal is to be back for either Yellow Mountain or, if not, Don River.
Nice. Just this race, my first time to come to this race and take it in. It is something else in the sphere of off-road racing that we have in this country, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty unique event. A lot of hype around this event, which is awesome. One of the bigger ones for the year.
Where is home for you? And tell me about how you kind of got into this great sport. What attracted you to you?
Yeah, so New South Wales. Just always loved riding on off the property, so hanging out and riding, and just ventured into off-roads, and obviously ended up at Hattah. Raced Hattah always as a junior, which it was always the highlight of the year, and that sort of put me into desert racing.
Yes, yesterday there was some quality stuff among the juniors too. It was really good across the road, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, there's some lot of talent coming up in the juniors, and this is a perfect breeding ground for it here at Hattah.
You're obviously got your eyes on a career like some of the front runners that we're seeing here. Is that what you're taking aim at? What's the future look like, and what ultimately would you like to do?
Yeah, definitely. I want to be out there banging bars with the big boys one day. So, hopefully next few years we can make that happen.
Cool. Just looking at some of the live stream pictures that are coming through here. This section now is cutting up. It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult navigating for them out there. Looks nice and wet in spots, but conditions in the deep sand look like they're unreal. So.
Pace has been super impressive. So just to recap the results for you, if you're joining our live stream coverage, wherever you are tuning in, maybe it's late at night in Europe or late in the afternoon in the United States, welcome to you. Thank you for being with us, and all of those around Australia. Corey McMahon at the completion of 3 laps. The defending winner leads this one by a minute 55.089 from Callum Norton. Sammy Brashira had an issue with a header on that motorcycle at the end of lap 1. Great work by the team. And then he has dug deep since then to recover to be in third. Lyndon Snodgrass has moved right up the order too. Excellent fourth at the moment. And they are sort of in relatively close company. You're talking Brashira to Norton, only 45 seconds. We're talking another minute back to Snodgrass. Riley Graham, great work there. 5th outright at the moment and leading our veterans class. And it's Cody Stevens. 3rd lap also completed for Corey Hammond. Levi Jet Stevens has ticked off 3 now as well. Jai Dixon, good job in the top 10. And Cooper Shoto is there too. He's, what are we talking there on the 408? He's 10th at the moment.
Yeah, and we got Kogan sniffing there at the top 10 also.
Yeah, well done. Good job. He was sort of hovering around about 19th. So he's continued to claw away and pick up some positions. That's actually, I'm glad you highlighted that. That's a really good ride so far. A couple of others. There's a Cam Hauler just outside the top 25, 27th there. So now one that we probably, and you boys might have picked up on this while I've been out and about doing a couple of stories. Purvis, who was running in the top 3, has dropped right down the order as well. So more to that story. Looking like at the moment he's about 20th in fact. So a question mark there, and we'll chase that story for you. Had a lot of rain in the lead up to this race. On balance, it's actually, the truck's actually recovered pretty well, but it's a physical day for them, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Usually the wetter it is, the rougher it gets. So yeah, it's definitely wet, so it's going to get pretty rough.
Here we go. Camera's taking you inside as Jeremy jumps off the bike. Change of goggles. What sort of things are you looking at when it comes to sort of this phase of the race as a rider? That need for hydration, team doing all the right stuff strategically?
Yeah, obviously it's a long race, so you've got to have your nutrition and stuff sorted out so you don't fade in the end. Goggles, making sure you got vision. Gloves if needed. Obviously blisters over a long race are a big thing. So
demands are so different to Fink. It stands unique in that regard in terms of what's required of you. Fink's got its great own stature, but this is something different, isn't it?
Yeah. Fink's a lot more high pace, sort of a sprint, whereas this is a long race. You got to be there at the end. So
the turnout of the atmosphere here today, the roll up of people around the venue, it's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible, the atmosphere. It's hard to beat.
Hard to beat, all right. So we continue to watch them in action. We'll tackle some of your questions there
too. What have we got? People enjoying the live stream, which is great. Some of them tuning in from the likes of South Australia. So welcome everybody. We hope you're enjoying the live stream coverage. If you've got a question or whatever, fire it in at in the right place in the comments there, and we'll tackle them as we go. More work going on. The teams do a remarkable job, don't they, when it comes to this stuff? I know you need to. There's a plan, obviously, but the best laid plans, Hattah kind of throws a bit of that stuff out the window sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, anything can happen race day. So you got to be prepared for pretty much anything.
Absolutely. Drone racing through. And that'll give you a sense of where the live kind of racetrack is. And they blend off here once they find their crew, they're easy up. More work going on. What we might do is take a little commercial break here. I think it's been great to chat with you. Thank you very much for stopping by in commentary. Good luck with the recovery. Most importantly, we're pleased to know that you're well. But off the back of that Fink result, trade on that and go well for the rest of the season.
No worries. Thanks for having me, mate.
Great stuff. Really cool there. All right, a break in our live stream coverage of the Millewa Hattah Desert Race for 2026. More in a moment.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path.
Build bigger?
Go off-road.
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Well, we're down here in the pit area for the Hattah Desert Race for the Millewa Quarries guys for 2026. Rusty, this race just develops into something incredible, doesn't it?
This is a whole new perspective for me, and from a broader motor racing sense, I've been used to pit lanes in different places all around the world, but this is something else. AJ, you've been very kind to sort of show us around the setup here, and a lot of thought goes into this from a strategic standpoint, but also a regulation standpoint, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've got a few rules here for safety. Obviously, as you can see, Rusty, it gets pretty hectic in here. There's 400 riders, so you're kind of dodging missiles every now and then, but at the end of the day, the committee's doing a pretty good job keeping us safe. But, you know, we have our procedures, and as you can see, there's a trench over here on your left, and it's got enviromats in it for fuel spillage and things like that. We do the trench to make it lower, so we don't have to lift the fuel jug too high. So little things like that help us. And then, you know, we've got obviously our tools, pit boarding, goggles, refuel areas, spare wheels, everything ready to go.
We'll keep talking to you, but how about we get the cameraman just to show that, just sort of venture in there. So that's what you were talking about. You've spent the time to, and you can even tell from the line that you've chosen for the rider, for you know, to allow for easier integration back into the track, basically.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a bit of a process where you're just trying to make it as simple as possible. You know, there's rules there where we can only have 3 helping. So it gets a bit hectic, but one will hold the bike, one will refuel the bike, and then the other one will assist the rider. The rider can come in, obviously, but they can't stay out there. If we have issues, we will come under the tent, because then it can be all hands on deck.
So what we might do is we might have a quick walk through the tent area here now so the guys understand what's going on. So in this area here, this is the fuel dump or the refuel point that they start all their work in. So holding materials, then each of these jugs, these refuel jugs are loaded up for each of the bikes. They have an amount that they put in. They know what their strategy is, what they've got to drop in, what that distance ends up being. We walk back down the tables now. We'll have a look at the rest of the way it's laid out. Obviously, as AJ was pointing out, this is the mat they'll pull under the table if they need to make sure they do an additional amount of work if that's required. That's already happened in some of the camps already. I mean, with the Pashira bike, they had a header they changed. That was done in an area like this before they dropped it out there and sent it on its way. On the tables, everything's laid out strategically. Spanners in size, incrementally going up. Pliers, screwdrivers, rattle guns, all of the spares. Spare levers. These things are easily broken in any of the events out there. Sometimes the guys will actually ride disadvantaged to a point with no front brake or whatever because this is an item that's broken. They'll then come back to do a change here. Spare nuts and bolts. All of the factors. The pit boards. Pit boards are important so that they know what they've got to do and send the message. Goggles loaded, ready to go. Drinks to refuel the rider with. This is just an incredible layout. And Rusty, you know, as much as we can do all this, things just don't go to plan sometimes.
Well, and Johnny, that's kind of what I wanted to finish on with AJ, and that is, like you beautifully detailed, the things that are at people's fingertips here when they might need them in that quick moment that you have. But it is actually made about people, isn't it? You know, the people that you have here doing the job and trying to do it seamlessly and calmly.
Look, it's one of those things. It's very intense, and when you get the odd curveball, it's easy to panic. So we try and have everything spaced out and laid out. So we're not rummaging for parts or tools or things like that. So we're just trying to keep it simple.
And then the kind of final element is relying on those years of experience that you all have here, because if you need to pivot on the run, because it's the kind of race that demands that, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the year before we had a punctured radiator. It's so hard to know that until they stop and refuel, and so there's things that you've got to react to that sometimes are quite difficult to fix in that heat of the moment. But that's why we try and be as ready as we can.
I think the other thing too, AJ, is it was paramount that your team gels so well, and most of your guys have been together for a long time. You know one another very well, and of course the guy that rides the bike, he knows that he's got a good bunch of guys behind him. So, while he's focused on that race, the moment he pulls up and he steps off, he knows he's in good hands, and he just lets them do what they need to do because his focus is driven to riding and racing, okay? And collectively, that team delivers the best they can on the day.
Yeah, look, the crew I got here at the moment have been more than 10 years at Hattah with me, so it's, half the time we don't even talk to each other. It's a bit routine, so it's one of those things that they're very well established themselves, and I have a lot of confidence in them, and they know what they need to do, and it just works quite well.
We are grateful for you showing us around in the heat of battle while the race proper is on. And the little piece here collectively with Johnny tells you a number of things. Firstly, the organisers want to respect the environment that we are in and return it in the right way. We look after it with different things in the event that, there's a fuel spillage or whatever, we've got that covered. But also, too, these guys, not just the riders, are playing a really critical role in the outcome of today's Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race.
We go back to the drone shot, and that is because our producer, our director, and the team are hunting for the leader. And we think, Jeremy, it should be, I don't know, kind of in the order of about 5 minutes before they arrive. Probably a good time to talk about some observations that you have made so far. Are a couple of them at the pointy end, maybe starting to get into a pattern or a groove now with an eye on the last lap or two?
Absolutely, I've got to turn that on.
That's all good.
It's one of those things now we're kind of in the middle of the race, not in the middle of the race, but we're in this race where they're going to start finding their groove. They're going to find lines. We're really starting to see that they're holding those lines a lot better nowadays, especially this part of the race. We're going to see them start to relax, try and get into kind of that safe space, we like to say, where the riders can preserve themselves all the way through to the end, because it's all good to come out swinging those first couple of laps, and they absolutely have come out for the fences. But it's still a long race, and we've got a long way to go. We're seeing some of the names move a little bit back. We're seeing Carpentier, we're seeing Will Price, things like that kind of slip back. But I'm sure those boys are going to kind of preserve themselves, and then last two laps, they're going to go hell for leather.
What naturally starts to hurt? I mean, I immediately think at the end of the day of blisters. I mean, there's way more things than that. And I guess you venture into the day endeavouring to minimise that as much as you possibly can. But what starts as we look at this here now, and I think you picked up on this a little moment ago, didn't you? Was that the bike that came past us?
It's been a long walk.
It's been a long walk for Luke.
Lukey, he's had a long walk. We've seen him go past.
It looks
us.
like, has it got fuel in it? Can you?
Well,
I think it has.
It had fuel. I'm not too sure, but I don't want to spectate.
No,
but
fair
it's,
enough. Yeah,
it's hard, but yeah,
Oh,
he's had
man,
a very
I
long
feel
walk.
for him.
This is also part of that grit to be able to push. But we've seen him non-stop push it from kind of that corner back at just before our booth, all the way through. Now all the way to the pits. It's absolutely phenomenal.
So to come back to the, I mean, he is going to be feeling it. There's no doubt about that, having that big
walking in
walk
boots.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not fun. He'll have knee braces on. It's where we were talking about what kind of hurts first. It depends on the riders as well. Sometimes it's your lower back. Of all things, that really hurts, kind of holding yourself if you're standing a lot. Obviously, yes, your hands can go out, and you get a lot of taping kind of stuff. Outback Jesus is one of the big influencers out there that we love him very much. He does a lot of tutorials on wrapping hands. I'm not just talking about his holiness, but no, he does a lot of tutorials on wrapping hands, and I think that's a little great insight to what it takes to kind of prepare yourself. And then we laugh about T-Rex arms, because what it is, when you start riding, your arms blow up, you end up getting arm pump, and your arms kind of seize up, you get little T-Rex arms, and you're kind of crossing around. It's a big thing. So for a lot of riders, it really depends on also what they kind of emphasize when they ride. Are they a sit-down rider? Are they a stand-up rider? It all can kind of vary on what's going to hurt first, but it all kind of comes down to everybody hurts differently.
How different is the race this year, just in terms of what we talked about yesterday around the weather conditions that we've had and what it has done to the track, and how the riders have to cope and deal with that this year?
Well, I mean, you once again, you were very lucky last night. You got to see kind of behind the scenes, and we went to one of the compounds where the boys were prepping. We got to see the Stevens brothers, and I mean, they've got such a long history racing. I think they've done like 20 finks, I think, so far altogether. They actually end up putting extensions on their helmets. I don't know if you saw that part, but on their visor, they end up putting what it essentially is just another goggle lens. They put that lens on top of their helmet, and that just gives that peak a little bit extra. So when they're tucked in, going down the straights, the sand doesn't come through the visor and hit them. And it's all these kind of things, because you have to imagine at those speeds, they're tucked in, but they're still getting the roost from the other riders in front of them. And some of the riders can hit like 150, 160 in some sections of this track. So what they do is they just put little extensions on their visors just so they can tuck in and the sand doesn't come in. They also do tape across the top of their goggles so the sand doesn't come down the top of the goggles, because we're talking about just high injection sand, really. We're talking about getting sand blasted.
It's blasting,
Actually, I think on the screen,
this is Corey,
it's Corey McMahon.
So this will be the completion. Man, I'm trying to do the numbers here roughly in my head, and hopefully he can sustain it in the back end of the race. This first part of the race has been super impressive from the reigning champion. Really good ride.
Look, to be honest, Corey has done so much work with Milner, who's just an absolute legend here. We haven't talked about how many wins he's had here. It's just been phenomenal. So to be under his wing, and really, Daniel was great to pull Corey away from all the other desert racing, everything else, all of the other distractions, and get him focused on this, and really has trained him to become not just an enduro sand rider, but a flat track specialist as well. I know they did a lot of time training the last few years just on hard packed ground, a lot of flat corners, to really help in this style of racing, and that's what it is. I mean, it does look quite flat. We don't have those berms, we don't have those corners a lot of enduro and motocross guys do, so you have to be able to specialize in really fast, flat corners that have a lot of kind of ruts and grooves that can really mess you up.
Daniel Milner, part of the folklore of winners, and when you look back through the roll call of them, way back to 1998, there are some absolute stars of Australian motorcycle racing that have come here and conquered, and that's not an easy thing to do when you're talking about Hattah Desert Race. I mean, from Milner's perspective, 2021, 2019, 2017, just to give you a little snapshot there. To do that on multiple occasions, to do it once is enormously difficult. To do it more than once, that's pretty special.
I mean, I think it's both Warren Smart, Toby Price and Daniel Milner. They hold the records. I think that's the way it goes. And, I mean, it's just an incredible history. I mean, especially to see where those riders have gone to after that. We've also had riders like Daniel Sanders win it. And, obviously, in my opinion, the best of all, Ben Grabham, he's won it as well. He's kind of won everything. I don't think there's a race in Australia that he hasn't run, but they're the caliber of rider that has moved on to then develop the next load of riders. You had Jesse Ryan in here. He is under Grabbo's wing, wholly and solely, and he managed to put a 250 in the top 10 at Fink, which is crazy. I mean, no one would ever thought a 250 could make it. So it's so great to see these riders who have had such a big history here come back now and give so much to the sport.
G'day to Grabbo, winner in 2009 and 2007, and again, just in that, I mean, it is a star-studded roll call of winners that have been able to put their name on that very special trophy. To be considered a winner of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race is a huge, huge thing. We'll update you on the numbers. Corey McMahon is your race leader, coming into the end of lap 4 here now. 8-lap race. The track distance is 35 kilometres, and he has looked sublime so far, the way that he's ridden this motorcycle.
Just looking deep, you can see all the lines. Now we can see the really kind of Dora the Explorer lines going right outside the track, really trying to find anything. Maybe it could have been an overtake. You never know what these kind of tracks lead to, but it really does show how much of the track they're trying to use. We can keep saying here, even just in that section here, we're just seeing so many different lines form up, but also how rough it's getting. It's getting big, and the whoops are getting a lot further apart than I was expecting. I thought they'd be quite close because we had such a thick pack of riders that are kind of a little slow, and that usually does form the whoops up quite close, but it definitely seems
Look at the line he took there,
yeah,
far right of the track,
far right.
looking for what you're talking about. I nearly had a moment here in the commentary box falling over, but looking for, because it's so rich, the earth, as you can see there from our drone pictures, with its moisture, what it's holding there at the moment. He was looking for some drier ground, was he? How much speed is he carrying there? Beautifully done from McMahon.
That's those braking bumps we talk about. When you're coming into a corner, especially at that speed, once you start hitting the brakes, a lot of guys will start sliding the rear. They just start making these big kind of indents in the ground, big whooped out sections. Trying to brake and then can be really hard. It really unsettles the bike. So Corey's going to try and find the smoothest line as he can.
How's the mix of the storytelling then? Our race leader coming through, and a couple of camera positions ago there, you could see the lonely rider walking his motorcycle back, having some dramas. Race leader comes through, and then at the other end of it, I mean, we haven't talked enough about that at this stage. Our field of, call it nearly 500 riders today, 877 of them across the race weekend. I mean, it is made up of proper privateers. They are the backbone of this whole deal. McMahon on the back wheel as he comes past us here, charging through. We'll give you the update. 4 laps down. He's amassed a total time at the moment, I think, of an hour 58 and 27 seconds, 0.24. His lap time then, a 31-minute, 0.33.697. The consistency of McMahon on balance over those 4 laps, that is superb.
That's a great time. It's really showing that he's in that now pace. He's having to take over lappers now. The track is getting so incredibly rough. It's really seemed that he's found his groove.
Here we go.
Watch him go.
Just a reminder.
Off the back. Oh, the team's a lot going on.
They get regulation, don't they? They've got to wait until the rider's off the bike there, then they can cross over and commence the work. They've got those churns ready to go. Refuel is done. Milner offering some support and advice in the background. done nicely. They yet
Beautiful.
again execute it nicely.
That was a really calm one. You got to see him. He kind of just took a breath. He said no to some gel or some food. He just said no. You'll see he's got 2 straws over his back as well. He may have 2 separate, maybe one with water, one with some electrolyte. That's how they kind of mix it up. Very calm. You can see him.
So you can see there the split of the track, can't you? So he's on the main part of the track now.
That's right.
He's wide open. We have a kind of merge lane, don't we? And then effectively into the pits.
So they go all to the pit lane, so you can kind of cross off. That's kind of quite strategic as well. And a lot of teams will try and fight for a certain place because they'll be known to the right, a perfect place for them to come off. So sometimes they want it quite close to the entries. Other times they like it behind corners, and that way the rider can just go straight out to them. It's, once again, pits can be very strategic.
Great work by our team of volunteers. We have around about 300 of them making this event tick and to make it run on time, but importantly from a safe perspective as well, ensuring that that racetrack is guarded closely, just so that we can let the competitors do what they want to do. Here we go, inbound, second place, Callum Norton. What is the gap? Now, we've had a couple of minutes elapse there, so just to recap for you, 4 laps down. McMahon has chalked up those 4 laps in under 2 hours. An hour 58.27.245. Here's second place, and we'll be able to give you the gap once he crosses the line and an indication of what that last lap was like for Callum Norton as well. How's he looking?
Looking great, looking so smooth. He looks like he's really kind of dwelling with the bike, but at the same time, he would be very disappointed in himself. He's so hard. He's going to try and get him. Oh, he's going in hard. Oh, absolutely beautiful.
Dive down the inside, didn't he?
Absolutely, textbook that one.
There was a little moment of hesitation there. Okay, the margin is 2 minutes 38.32. 2 minutes 38 in the pocket for Corey McMahon.
Corey McMahon, what is going on there?
Unreal.
Holy, these boys are absolutely sending it.
We are, we're excited here in commentary by what that means, but we have to put a little caveat in there, right? We've got 4 grueling laps to come. What he's done so far, the way it has unfolded, is brilliant. Here's third now, Sammy Prashira. Great story. The bike bucks on him as it comes past. He is trying so hard.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that quick braking bump in here. They're trying to get that outside line because they're coming in so fast. We're seeing how it unsettles. Callum's back in for another absolute stonker of a pit coming in.
Looks like, what are they talking there about when they might...
I think those hand gestures were telling him to maybe go for a second lap. Also, he'll have to calm down. A lot of times, and Callum is a great one for it, he can get really caught up in the moment, sometimes get a little bit overwhelmed. So hopefully they're telling him to relax, because when Callum gets locked in, he is one dangerous dude.
All right, elapsed time, total race time so far for Sammy Prashira, 2 hours, 1 minute, 0.47.609. The gap between Prashira and Norton in second place, it's only 41.5 seconds. That is a really good recovery from Sammy Prashira.
That's it, and we've got Snotty as well behind that, Riley. I mean, it's getting thick really fast behind him. Corey's just gapping them, unfortunately. He's just putting the absolute legs on it, and it's really starting to show. Hopefully that means we're going to see him just now settle down, get into a good pace, recover a lot, and then in the last 2, we're going to see him hopefully even set something faster.
That is a cool story. Lyndon Snodgrass, 4th outright at the moment. We'll give you his 4th lap time, and we'll give you an indication of where he is relative to Sammy Prashira shortly. But that's a climb up the order.
Even if we look a little bit further, like we always do, even to the top, outside the 10, we're talking about Cooper, Kogan. I mean, these numbers are getting really close. We're excited to see exactly what they're going to come now through, because now the track is so full of riders. Every lap is going to get harder and harder to get your overpasses, and it's going to be riskier. A lot of these overtakes are going to be in the big straight runs, and that's where a lot of times they can be caught out.
In the old days of radio, they would do the music countdown, the top songs of the week, and who had rocketed up the charts and so on. Kogan Locke is up with a bullet, isn't he? He is up to position 12 last time by. Cool yarn.
Absolutely, and another one is Jack Mender. He's come a long way, coming off the couch as well. So to see him really pushing into the top 30, hopefully we can get him into the top 20 really soon. We're going to use a lot of his race knowledge to keep pushing him ahead.
What have we got? So Lyndon Snodgrass completes his 4th lap. His 4th lap, he chalked it up in 33 minutes, 3 seconds, .329. 4th in the order at the moment. His total time for the race, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 43 seconds, 0.52. He's a minute 56 behind Sammy Brashira as he eyes up a top 3 result in this race.
He was seeing just every pit where they're stopping, they're putting their fuel in, getting it enough. And I think that's kind of how they're going to keep playing it. It must be a good little reset.
So we'll update some class results for you as we go here. But leading our veterans, the 35 to 44 bracket, Riley Graham, and he is due to complete his lap any moment here now and was running 5th outright. So crosses now, comes past us. This is a really good ride from Riley, and we'll update the time. That's a good story, isn't it? 4th lap down. He does it in 33 minutes, 59 seconds, 0.633. He's a minute 31 shy of Snodgrass, but leading that class. He is riding remarkably well.
Especially for a man who was playing golf last year. He's just come off the couch and now he's absolutely killing it here. So it's great to see him on the STE crew.
Hey, a couple of little messages coming through too from different people watching our live stream coverage. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. And we, quite rightly at the commencement today with Johnny, pause for a moment to remember a rider and to shine a bit of a light respectfully on that. There are other stories like that, aren't there, in our sport in relation, for example, I think, we've got some people talking about Jamison Hines. Friends are riding here. We want to say good day to Matt, Chloe, Toby and Joe and say that we're kind of thinking of you too.
It's a hard sport and it's a very hard kind of moment when these kind of things happen. So hopefully everyone out there is riding safe. We want to make sure everyone's there, and also we just want to obviously pay our respects to him as well.
The back of the shipping container, we're ready to go off and do the next piece, mate. So just if you can let me know when the cameraman is there. We'll do some more updates for you from around the grounds. Here we go. Back in now. This is Corey Hammond, the 10. The crack team from that Honda squad. What a year it's been for that organisation, for that brand. What a year they've had.
For the 450s as well, it's been a great year for them to come back. I mean, we've had 450s out here for a long time, but the 450s have really started pushing into the desert, and Honda have been great behind it, same as all the boys at Ducati. It's great to see them coming back. We've had so many years with Kawasaki bringing 450s out here and doing well, so I'm really hoping that this is the start of a trend, that we're going to have a lot of more 450s from different manufacturers out here.
Little comment from Maya Industries. G'day and welcome to you. Thank you for watching on the live stream coverage. Says, it feels like I'm listening to Bathurst with the bikes in the background. We love that. They are literally coming past our door here. So I'm glad you can pick up a little of that sound as it happens. We haven't talked under 19s. Levi Jet Stevens doing a really good job in that category or that division at the moment too.
Levi is an absolute weapon when it comes to riding. He's really dedicated a lot of time to it. We got to see him a lot over the last few days, kind of develop his bike, develop what he was going to kind of put into the race, and it's kind of paying off for him at the moment. I'm hoping that he can now buckle down and kind of do what he talked about last night, especially really start focusing on that longevity of the race.
Running in the top 10, Cooper Shido in the 10 as well. I'm going to wander out and try and capture a bit more of this. I think we're going to have a look at a grassroots setup for one of the teams. I mean, we showed
the one
you.
we all start on, mate.
We talked with AJ there before and kind of looked at it from a factory capacity. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you, mate. Keep going.
Look forward to it. Right, so that is our top 10 through. It's absolutely crazy at the moment. We've got Corey McMahon, Callum Norton, Sam Brashira, Lyndon Snodgrass, Riley Graham, Cody Stevens, Corey Hammond, Jai Dixon. It's just a fantastic top 10. We will go to some ads and then we'll get straight back into it.
Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
Rightio, we're down here with Dan Pollock and the team from, of course, Diesel Repair Professionals. Dan, thank you so much for being involved with the event here this weekend.
Thank you very much. No, it should be a good event. So
Dan, Greg Rust's with me this weekend, giving us an opportunity to promote what is the region of Mildura here to the world with this fantastic 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Mate, great to have him on board.
Well, I mean, I think this is a wonderful, in addition to the race, a showcase of industry. So Segway here, you are proudly from a distribution standpoint, you know, we get to see this vehicle over the weekend, mate, don't we? It's going to be good.
yeah, certainly you'll see it go around the track. Hopefully do the look lap for the juniors. It should be a good thing.
Dan, there's a wealth of knowledge that you bring within the group that you have with the Diesel Repairs Professional Group. You know, you're servicing and looking after quite an array of equipment that's across the region here in Mildura, and that's the reason why your business survives and does what it does.
Yeah, certainly from a small engine like your little Hondas through to your big 30-tonne excavators, we do the work. So, yeah, cover a bit of a range.
And of course, having that Segway thing is just so cool, Greg, yeah?
Most definitely, and I was just going to talk generally, kind of like the what you are bringing in a side-by-side sense here is magic. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, so this is the new Super Villain. It's a 2000cc turbo unit, 235 horsepower straight out of the crate, well-performing suspension system on it, ready to hit the ground and go.
And they're probably as much fun, Greg, on the dirt and running around as a bit of a toy as much as they are a workhorse too, because that's primarily what a lot of this stuff is designed to do, is to get you around the property and help out with what you need to do around the property, right?
Well, and the best thing is that you're putting it in an environment. I kind of used the word showcase there before. I mean, to put it out on the track, great way to do exactly that.
Yeah, certainly. Yep, so this is a race buggy. We do the side-by-sides and four-wheelers now as well. Yeah, Segway's a great product, and it's a new product and another choice for everyone out there, whether you're a grower, racer, or just a hobbyist.
Well, Dan, I'm sure they'll fly the flag proudly for Segway and also for yourself on the weekend, mate. Thank you again for getting on board, being involved with this event this weekend. Can't thank all of those people that deliver things to us one after the other and help us out, mate. On behalf of the team and everybody here, Dan, thank you so much to your business and Segway for being involved here this weekend.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad to be a part of it.
Rightio, we're down here with the team at Cassins to have a chat to them about the rebirth of what is an iconic brand that hasn't been around for a while, but more importantly, now we're starting to lift profile on it. So, Nath, first things first, welcome to the Hattah Desert Race.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been awesome.
So give us a chat about Cassins. Who are Cassins?
Cassins are a Australian distributor for a whole lot of different products, from Arai and Scott, Gayern. Massive big company and have affiliation with, a lot of bike shops throughout Australia.
You can't miss it, the Scott logo on your shirt, the cap and so on. How good to have, those iconic goggles back in the Aussie landscape, so to speak.
Yeah, it's been fantastic and the response this weekend's been really, really good. And we're glad to have it back and, be distributing through Cassins. So can't wait to, move forward.
But Nath, of course, you're aware that this event is a very grueling event. Visual is really important as part of a number of things that the riders have to be aware of, and protecting that vision with a brand like Scott is really important. They've been doing that forever and a day. It's their bread and butter is what they have been doing, and this would be a great event to test them out then.
Yeah, definitely, and this is why we're at this event. You don't get this many people here looking at the brand, talking about it, and getting everybody behind it. So, and yes, eye protection is one of the, the best things that you need, and Scott goggles are great.
A little look ahead to the weekend. Firstly, the reception here tonight for, for scrutineering, the roll-up of the riders. I mean, great vibe, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. It's fantastic. We've been doing it for a very, very long time, and, it gets bigger and better every year that we're attending. So, keep bringing it on. So.
No, thank you so much for your involvement here this weekend. Looking forward to associating with you guys over the weekend as well.
No, thank you for having me, and enjoy and have fun.
What a cool guy, eh?
Absolutely, and great to see them supporting the event. Thank you very much.
Rightio, down here with one of the STE racing riders here this weekend, and hopefully he's going to have a great crack at it at the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race, and that's Cody Stevens. Hey, Cody, great to be here with you this weekend.
Yeah, it's good. Good to be back.
What's the lead-up been like for you, and what's the confidence levels like going into this one, knowing just the kind of the quality of riders that we have for the 26 race?
Oh, the confidence levels are pretty high. We've come off a good think this year. We ended up 4th outright, and yeah, just keen to get out there and give it everything we got.
Cody, the guys here, Stewie and all of the boys at the STE Racing Camp and the KTM, of course, have been doing a lot of work with you. I mean, in the lead-up to Fink, it was probably not what you'd really want as a really good lead-up, because you would have been a lot more time you could have used. But in the lead-up to this one, a lot different, right?
Yeah, I've been down here riding. I've done all the local enduros the last couple of weeks, and yeah, it's been good.
I know a lot of people have been saying, like, going to be a big test of machine, but certainly a big test of rider this weekend as well. How physical, how taxing, how brutal are you anticipating it's going to be?
Oh, I think by that lap 6, 7, 8 mark, you're going to have to dig deep. I think it's really just going to come down to who wants it the most by that time in the race. Like, there's a lot of good riders here, and there's probably 10 riders that can be in that top, 5. And there's probably 20 riders that can be in that top 10, so it's just going to come down to who wants it the most.
Cody, this is a long way removed from what Newcastle is from where you hail back at home. You've adapted to it quite well. Obviously, it's a good campaign going in, but can't wish enough for you to find success on the weekend. Tomorrow's the prologue day. Get it done nice and early, and then it's line up for Sunday.
Yes, thanks heaps. Appreciate it.
Down with Cody Stevens here with the STE Racing Group, and I think Rusty, he'll be one of the guys that'll be well worth watching over the weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to it. He's got the hunger. Definitely have a great ride.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right back in the commentary box, we've got Jenny in here with me, kind of taking over Greg's role. I think a lot better than Greg. How's your weekend been so far?
It's been a busy weekend. From the start of the rain last week to now, I don't think any of us have really taken a breath.
It doesn't do that. What's your role with the Hattah committee?
I'm the coordinator, so I look after all the individual gears of this event that come together and make what is the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race.
That sounds very complex. There seems to be so many moving parts here. I guess what we were talking to before, it does have a lot of moving parts, but it seems to be a team that you're really proud of and works well.
I'm so lucky. I just work with the best bunch of people ever. I don't have a bad word to say about them. What they have achieved year after year after year. And when I started back in 2008, 2009, I started with merchandise, just helping them out with a little bit of that, to now where this event has grown, how big it's got. And many of the people that started when I started, they're still here.
Yeah, right.
They're still the same volunteers doing it year after year after year.
Well, and that's what we were saying. I mean, the volunteers seem to be more committed than the racers, and it's a bit of a joke that they come here and put so much time and effort for. I was asking you how and why you see them as the great bunch of people they are and what they do, and you were explaining how much dedication they put in just to get this track sorted out for us to be able to race on.
It wasn't too many days ago, Jeremy, that we were really wondering how we were going to get these bikes around this sodden track. We've come up with lots of different design options, and it was a group of people that have been camped out here in the rain for the previous week prior to the event that come up with a brainstorm and said, well, what about we do this? And it was calling our sponsors with Millewa Quarries and GBM Consulting. It was a phone call to Jason. The heavy machinery came in and we've presented a track.
Absolutely. I mean, it is great to see there has been a section that kind of all blocked off because it looks like a swamp out there, and I don't think anyone's going to get through it. I guess for you, leading up to it, it would have been non-stop. And I mean, I was lucky to catch up with you a couple of days before, and you were just kind of in the wind. It was very hard. This is obviously like Christmas for all of you. When does it kind of prep start, or does it never just stop?
It'll start tomorrow morning at about 6 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't stop.
I mean, from our perspective, you work the merchandise. What is it like to organise that much merchandise? We see the trucks absolutely full, but we also see hundreds or even thousands of people wearing it. How does that kind of come about? And you must have to kind of get that started now.
That comes about from one of our members who's so dedicated with band Jen Halls. She's also one of the local class sponsors as well with Pedal Addiction. What Jen does, like she'll start working on this design, she'll already be debriefing herself about what worked this year, what our numbers were like, what we need to change, what had been asked for. Then we start working with the graphics designers. Once we've secured sponsors, then we start working on the design. We'd like to have that done well and truly by Christmas.
Wow, yeah, right.
Most of our workings out of everything that's going to happen will happen before November.
There's so much that goes into even just that small part of merchandise. Because, as you said before, there seems to be everything here, beanies and shirts and things like that. It always seems to be enough, but sometimes, unfortunately, they'll sell out. You must just go through volumes and volumes of them.
We do, and it's getting bigger and bigger and more every year. And Jen's now... Our model here, we work with a lot of the local sporting groups and community groups. They're our core volunteers. So we actually pay them as a donation back to their club. So it's not an individual thing where we work with those clubs. Back in COVID times, we were the only event here that actually managed to catch that window that we could run an event.
Right. Yeah.
Everybody else, we only had the 1 year out of the 2-year shutdown. We only had 1 year that we had to park it. But other than that, if it wasn't for Hattah that year, all of these sporting clubs wouldn't have survived. They wouldn't have pulled through through COVID.
It's great that you have it as well at a sporting club. It's a beautiful venue. It's nice and big. It kind of brings everyone together. I do remember the time where I was on the street partying. That was still great, but it seemed a lot more chaos here. It seems a bit more controlled chaos, and you're able to have it in that kind of position. But then it's also just great exposure for these sporting clubs. It's great to be there and be a part of it. We also hear about the police and their presence here as well, because they had to shut down the streets for 45 minutes to kind of get everyone out. And I suppose that's you as well, really kind of making all those logistics work.
Yeah, it's from traffic control to spectator control to racing control to self-control. It's all of that, Jeremy, but it's just working with it's a fantastic bunch of people. And in every group, there's so many groups that make up the big group of Hattah. Every group just knows what they have to do, and they go and do it with guidance from the main committee. And there's 10 of us who forms the main committee, and we meet every month for all year, every year.
So much.
Bring it all together. And as I've said to you before, I don't even like motorbikes.
Well, this is crazy. That's it. You're a drag racing chick, not how you were described to me previously. So a drag racing chick. So to have that in motorcycling, that your love for the community must be deep.
It is, and I love seeing the kids, the junior component. I love seeing those kids. I was handing out medals to them yesterday as they were coming across the line, and some of them were crying, some were just in awe, and one kid said to me, "I never want to do that again."
You're going to hear a lot of adults say that today as well, so don't worry, it's not just kids.
Yeah, well, I think one of the best things I've ever seen here was 2018, I think. I was at the back of the merch van over in the food area, and I seen this guy come into the pits, and he literally fell off his bike. His wife walked over, and she was into him. She said, "You have not come all this way. You are going to get back on that bike." I was so gutted for him. I thought, "Well, you poor thing, you're going to have to get back up and get back out there." So I actually caught up with him at the end of the race, and he literally had no skin left on his hands. But he was so happy that he finished it. He said it's just been something that he's dreamed of his whole life. And I'll never forget that. I just thought that's what Hattah is. It's a determination that you're not going to let that track beat you, and you're going to finish it.
And that's the best thing about Hattah. I think we can be here in awe of the top runners. You've seen a lot of them through your time here, but it's that back of the pack riders, the real salt of the earth, those kind of grassroots riders that are really struggling. Even by now, we're like flat 4 in there, starting to really hurt. And I guess for you, you've had the eyes over so many years to be able to witness that and kind of watch them come in so confident and just be broken over the day.
Yeah, and a lot of these top riders, we've watched them come through our juniors. So we've seen them develop. When we call them ourselves, their own, we sort of take them on as ours. We hope to think that we've contributed somehow to their future in the sport of motorbike riding.
You've definitely contributed to the family's growing debt, because obviously this is not a very cheap thing, and it's always one of those things that I think it's great to see how the families evolve with the racing and how far they go. I think it's amazing what you do, and I think from everyone here, we can't thank you enough, and the committee as well, because you just run an absolutely amazing event. Plus, you put your faith in some ding dong that does as a podcast to come and talk to you. So thank you so much for that, and also thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, thanks for being here, Jeremy. It's been a blast.
Awesome. We'll keep going with some more ads and catch up with Russ somewhere in the paddock.
Greg Russ back live with you as our coverage on the live stream of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026 continues. I've been out and about recording a couple of pieces which will roll into the coverage around some of the activity, the stops happening. And while I've been on the return here, you will have seen from the live stream picks a couple of key things. So we're 5 laps down for our front runners now. McMahon leads the way by 2 minutes 54 seconds, but crucially there's been a change for second place. So if you're wandering around the venue and listening to us, and it's good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be for those of you around the world watching on the live stream, Sammy Pashira, the local rider, has now moved into second outright. Good comeback after that header issue on the motorbike earlier in the race. He's up to second. Callum Norton is third. Those three have completed 5 laps of the race. So to recap, the defending winner, Corey McMahon, leads the way. Lap 5 done. He has completed his total elapsed time for the race so far. It's been ultra consistent for him. 2 hours, 31 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.299. He has 2 minutes 54.793 seconds over Sammy Pashira, who moves into second now. And then it's 51.1 seconds back to Callum Norton. They're your top three. 5th lap now complete for Lyndon Snodgrass, who Snoddy holds down 4th outright. That is a remarkable charge up the order. And what are we talking there? His total race time, 2 hours, 37 minutes, 0.31 seconds, 0.727. He's 2 minutes 43 shy of a podium result here. So it's McMahon from Pashira, Norton and Snodgrass. Now we have Johnny Contract standing by, and that is because some of our competitors that are doing the ladies division, and there are 2 different kind of divisions there. Some are doing 8 laps, some are doing 4 laps. The 4-lap competitors due in very shortly, and we'll celebrate our winner of that class. A couple of other updates for you. As of the last lap, really good performance from Levi Jet Stevens, leading the under-19s. The veterans, 35 to 44. Riley Graham, and just to remind you, he's yet to complete that 5th lap. He's got to be inbound, I think, Riley, so we'll keep an eye out for him on the 6:04. But he is running 5th outright on that motorcycle at the moment. Some amazing stories in the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. So far, we've got a ways to go, obviously, but so far, he's been doing it in the order of about 30 minutes, give or take. So, you know, some incredible consistency from Corey McMahon. 5 laps, and the last one, I think, was even quicker than the previous lap. So good job by our race leader. Here's the 6:04. We'll give you the number for McMahon. What's he looking like on the motorcycle? Is it taking its toll? Is he using that kind of wily veteran strength? They know he looks over the shoulder to get an idea of where Cody Stevens, who should be the next competitor, is. So Graham is still 5th outright. He's 2 minutes 8 seconds, 0.533 behind Lyndon Snodgrass. How far behind is Stevens? Now, Hammond rather. Hammond is 8.1 seconds. That's why Riley Graham looked over his shoulder. Corey Hammond, 8.1 behind in 6th outright. Our camera's bringing you the live pictures as the stop unfolds for the 408 of Kupashido, who is 10th outright in this race. To recap the 10, you can see them if you're watching the live stream. Left of your screen for those listening around the venue as they walk. Corey McMahon leading by 2 minutes, 54 seconds, .793 over Sammy Prashira. Then it's Callum Norton, Lyndon Snodgrass, Riley Graham, 5th outright, and leading the veterans 35 to 44 class. Then it's Corey Hammond, quite close company there. Corey is only 8.1 seconds shy of Graham, and keep an eye on Cody Stevens too. He crossed the line right on the tail of Hammond, 0.1 off Hammond, so that's a good fight for 5th and 6th place at the moment. Jai Dixon is 8th, Levi Jet Stevens 9th, Kupashido rounds out your top 10. .429 there is Liam Mason. So he heads back out. Liam at the moment is moving up the order too, chasing Kogan Lock. He's 13th outright. What are we talking? 5 laps down there, and he's only 6 seconds shy of Kogan Lock. So that's another interesting little storyline as those guys chase maybe a spot in the top 10 at the end of this race. A couple of people diving in via the comments on our YouTube channel and the live stream coverage, and you're asking about some information. I've been out and about wandering the grounds, and we will try and chase that for you. So people have been asking firstly about Jacob Sweet and an update there. We'll try and track that down for you as well. I know that my commentary buddy from the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast in Jeremy Cowley is out and wandering around, so we'll try and find out what's happened there. And obviously in relation to Purvis as well, who we detailed earlier had dropped down the order. We'll find out more on that. And then the most recent piece of news, of course, is that Sammy Prashira has managed to sneak by Callum Norton and take that second spot. So we'll try and find out what's happening in relation to those stories and come back and relay that for you.
Well, here we are at Hattah again in the pit area, and Rusty, mate, this place is full of so many stories. I don't know whether we're going to get as many as what we'd like out, but you know what? We'll do our hardest, right?
Well, the thing for me is, you know, we had that nice kind of juxtaposition, or whatever you want to call it, right, where we have seen a factory level involvement and what that is like when we bring some of the best teams in the country together.
but the heart and soul of this race is about the true kind of weekend warrior, the privateer, isn't it, if you will?
And Greg, if you want a really good example of this, we'll just get our camera to pan over here. So this is what it looks like, right, for these guys. Let's just jot over here. Check this out.
Unbelievable. So basically, they don't even have, at the moment, maybe there's some friends that are here, it doesn't look like it. They are, I think, going to fundamentally service themselves. So we have a very simple setup here with like an outdoor fold-out camping table with some key things that they might need. But basically, when they come in, it's up to them.
So you know what, Greg, I'll give you a quick pit walk with this one. It's going to be wrapped up real fast, right? So compliant, 100% compliant. They got an Enviromat. Tick, all right? You're going to have to somewhere to park your bike. You can't have anyone hold it because, mate, you ain't got anyone, so guess what? That's that. Fuel. We got to fuel the bike, right? And this is how in the order they do it. Stop, drop, pick the fuel up, dump it in. Not a lot going on there.
And a couple of little things that they might need from simple tools, tyre pressure gear. Obviously, replenishment for the human engine is very important as well. So we've got apples and bananas and some shapes there, fluid in the background as well, and I guess some stuff in around, you know, for tyres and tubes and things in the event that they need it.
100%. We'll quickly walk through it, right? Pretty simple. And, of course, they've got literally everything here. I don't think they're expecting much at this end of the table, Rusty. We get up to the back end of the table, and if you have a look with me here, you know, this is kind of looking serious down here. We actually got some sockets and stuff, right?
Absolutely. So there you go. I mean, just spare a thought as you watch the coverage here today. There might be times where we're telling the story of what's happening at the pointy end, and it is a fascinating story in so many ways. But beyond that, there are literally, here we go. So let's talk to you about this. Jumps off the bike, nice and calm here, cap off, getting the cheers from some people here locally as well, which I love. The fact that we're getting supported, this is awesome. Our cameraman can literally see on the other side of the track, and that's great, right? Because when you're 3-4 laps into this, as we record it, you're exhausted, you're tired. That little bit of support can mean the world or make the world a difference.
Greg, you've got to remember, we were talking about the factory guys, you know, they're at the front end of the field. They're going to finish early in the piece. This guy's possibly going to be going for another hour or whatever, or half hour at least behind it, based upon the last lap. And this is pretty low key, right?
Well, how about why don't we see if we can just jump in there? G'day, what's your name firstly?
My name's Cougar.
Cougar, hey mate, well done. I know we're disturbing you here. Firstly, you got the trusty Husserberg, great stuff. Little bit of replenishment going on here. How are you feeling at this stage of the race?
Yeah, she's getting pretty hard to ride now.
Everything okay?
For my level, anyway.
Everything okay from a bike perspective?
Yeah, beautiful ride. Well,
finally, I know we want to let you go here. Are you enjoying it?
I was. It's getting real hard now.
Thank you, mate. We'll leave you to it. Go. He's going to get back into race mode.
How cool is that, right? So, and you know, this place, Greg, is seriously full of so many stories as we wave goodbye to this guy, and he goes back out for yet another lot of torture punishment. But look, it is what it is. How cool is this place, though, Greg? Seriously,
we could not have planned that any better. That has literally happened on the fly. We hope you've enjoyed it, and that shows you just an example of the literally hundreds of riders that come here to the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race in 2026. They are the true spirit of this event.
Mate, grassroots. You couldn't get it any plainer than that.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path.
Build bigger?
Go off-road.
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6 seat option. all backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Very shortly, we'll be taking you to Johnny Contrek, who has our finishers. We're going to celebrate the success of the ladies who've contested the 4-lap division of this race. The live pictures you can see on the stream here happening is a clutch rebuild happening here, isn't it?
Yeah, clutch rebuild. It happens. I mean, we had it yesterday. There was a few clutches that got completely burnt out. We're looking at another one. It's unfortunate, and poor Mitch there, he's going to have to rebuild the whole thing, and it'd be hot too, so it's a good time to be doing it on the side of the racetrack.
There is all kinds of, typically over the years, you'll know this better than me, some amazing stories of people around the track that lend assistance at times, and if that happens, we ask you to please always do the right thing around safe distances from the racetrack and always at the direction of our volunteer officials. But, I mean, you hear yarns of zip ties and all kinds of things to get people back here, don't you? I love that stuff.
Absolutely. I think it's a big part of the race, and it's a community. We keep talking about how that is, especially at these events where everyone knows it's worked so hard to get to this point, to get to this race. When you get here, everybody understands that pain. We watch riders get pushing their bikes across. We all feel for them. We all want to help them. Same as in the pits. We see a rider down, I think everybody's going to grab their toolbox and run over and give them a hand.
Now, you've been patrolling, having a little look. We don't have all the answers. I know lots of people are asking questions on the live stream. Thank you for that, and we'll endeavour to track down some of those stories around the likes of Purvis and others that you've flagged there. Just quickly, we have been super impressed today with the ride by Snodgrass, and I sort of, I don't know whether that's, what are we talking? The gap to Callum Norton in third there is in the order of 3 minutes.
Just over, yeah.
But I mean, the rise up the order here, we know how good he is in this style of racing, right? And in the moment here at Hattah, but he's kind of gradually moving himself into the mix here, is he not?
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. To have Snoddy behind you is something you don't want. And I guess you don't also want him in front of you because you know you're going to lose him. He is one of those very, very smart riders, and he will be waiting for his time to attack. I guess same as, once again, we go there to Sheedens and Stevens brothers. These riders are very smart in how they cope with it and how they push forward. We're looking at a very, very, very full class. I mean, Riley and Corey as well. I mean, they're only split by mere seconds.
Absolutely. Another of the comments on the live stream there, just I think it's BQX 2122 saying the Stevens brothers got to be the fastest enduro riders in the country at the moment. Well, you know what? It's nice that you highlight that. We have a great depth of talent in the field here this year, but the Stevens brothers are, what are we talking, 7th and 9th in the standings at the moment. That's pretty damn impressive at this phase.
And they've had so much time now to hone that racecraft that I love to talk about, because it is something that when you get to this higher pace, once you get through the top 20, you really start developing it. It's your style, how you ride, how you kind of develop your way through the race, and how you manage that fatigue. The Stephen brothers have had a long history on bikes, a long history out in the desert. So this year, I guess it's with their rear push, and they had STE behind them, and we got to kind of once again see that kind of team and how it was built and how they grow and how they support their riders. And those boys have got a long way ahead of them.
We will endeavour to venture over to Honda at some point too, and possibly show you a little more in relation to that header issue that Sami Brashira suffered at the end of the first lap of this race. Can we just spend a moment? I don't know if there's more detail in it, in that battle with Norton. Maybe something hasn't happened to Callum Norton. It could well just be that Sami Brashira has got the bit between the teeth and is going for it here.
Look, there's got to be something out there that's been left behind or has been gained. That's the way this race works. And to say that Callum may have had a moment, I'm not too sure yet, but the time definitely does show that there has been that overtake and a gap's been formed. If there's an overtake, usually, especially at this level, it's not that big. And I'm hoping that Callum's all right. He can pull it back in and really can push Sam, because Sammy P is obviously pushing really hard to try and catch up to Corey, who's made a massive gap. Hopefully we're going to see him on the live feed too.
I think we are trying to track him down there from the drone shot. Well, now we think, is that him there in the middle of shot? It is.
That's it, that beautiful one. It's easy to
timing. Good timing. So on the last lap, he'd amassed a lead of 2 minutes and 54 seconds over Brashira. His elapsed time for the race at that point was 2 hours and 31 minutes, 2 seconds, 0.299. If you look at his early lap form and then the most recent one, the early laps were sub 30 minutes. He's been hovering around the kind of 32, 33 minute mark. On balance, he keeps just delivering that kind of consistency here, doesn't he?
And that's key. That's key to be able to keep those times all the way through the end, and hopefully that means he's reserved enough. I know that he could be getting in his helmet a little bit, really starting to push a bit harder, maybe going outside his comfort zone to try and catch up, but hopefully his team is really helping him manage that so he doesn't blow up. We really need to get him through the next at least 2 to 3 laps calm so he can push as hard as he can for that last one.
When you get to this point of the race, when you're kind of effectively 2/3 of the way through it, how hard is it to do that from a mental standpoint? We've talked about how tough it is physically. What about mentally?
Look, you got to see that firsthand with kind of the grassroots out there and to see how defeated they can get. We're only halfway through the race. I mean, the pros, they do it all. I guess they're still pushing hard, but they also ride a little bit easier. Their bikes are set up for this. They've been training a lot more on this. And also, when it gets rougher, that's kind of where they thrive. That's where the bikes thrive. A lot of these bikes are set up for the 80% of the time that it's going to be rough. And I suppose when it comes to it, they're pushing hard and there's not going to be anything left in the tank, as Sammy P said, but it's still a lot to get to that point, and they've got a lot in the tank.
Okay, we will relay a little bit of information to you that our TV crew around the venue have gleaned. We probably need to talk to the crew on that bike, but the suggestion is that Callum Norton might be chasing a little something suspension-wise. Yeah,
definitely it can be a thing out here. We play a lot with the forks, and there's a lot of different systems depending on what you're running. So if he's having a front-end issue, I hope that's not going to slow him down, but it seems to be maybe playing with him as well. So hopefully they get the bike dialed in, because they've worked so hard on the Ducati and they've got it so dialed in for other like Fink tracks. Here, it's a lot more brutal in regards to turning, and hopefully they can figure it out. Whether they may need to, I'm not too sure. I'm not going to get into it, but it looks like that he's having front-end issues.
Yeah, so just to confirm there, that is the suggestion. We probably need to just get some clarity around that with the team, but our guys around the ground have been in a bit of communique with him, and that's certainly what appears to be happening at the moment. So we know what a fighter Callum Norton is. There's no doubt about that. So just pressing on at the moment. What a tremendous shot, as you see McMahon inbound. Last time by, he completed the lap. Remember, it's 35 kilometres, 32 minutes, 35 seconds,
32.054. So just keep that in the back of your mind, and we'll have a little look at what the time is this time around.
He definitely looks, from, I know it's from afar, but he looks like he's keeping a great pace. He doesn't look like he's kind of slowing down anywhere. He looks like he's holding his lines. He's going past these lappers pretty easily, managed to finding, and then he's able to turn it on when we get to these. I mean, just how glorious is that shot?
Amazing.
How great are those colours, and really gets to show off what Hattah's all about.
He's used typically the far right of the track at this point.
Again.
He does it again.
Yeah, you can really see those little dark kind of humps all the way going into it. They're your braking bumps. You see on the outside of this corner as you're just going past, they're the accelerating bumps, or the whoops coming out when the bike starts to dig in. So you can see they're really trying to use all the track to kind of make it work.
I love the presence of mind of the athlete. I mean, got it tapped wide open there at the moment. Tricky conditions. You can see how compliant he is on the motorcycle in the absorption of that. But eyes up, head up, looking for options on the road and the best way, the quickest way through.
Looking as far forward, keeping those, see how his feet, they're very planted. He's got his knees nice and tight, so he'd be leaning back into those steggies as well when he's really on the power, trying to get all that weight into the back tyre, driving it through the ground.
Haven't talked much about steg pegs. That is a thing that is sort of unique, if you will, to this style of competition. What are they? How do they help for those that are, newer to this kind of game?
Well, that's a great conversation to have. Steg pegs have been around for a very long time. They've had so many different kind of names and changes as well. We can look on the bike. It's kind of right just above, I say, the rear wheel, right behind the boot of the rider, and all it is a small little rubber that sits out of the bike that you can lock your legs in. Oh, there's something special about him going past like that. Oh, that was good.
Time through a 32.40. Man, that is, well, what are we talking there? Probably within like 10 seconds of the previous lap. This is a remarkable ride from Corey McMahon.
Oh, that's phenomenal. That is great. I mean, he's lost his front peak. So we look at his helmet, he's got no peak on his helmet.
There you go. They'll tackle that. They'll tackle that, won't they, when he's... Can they throw a little... maybe change helmets or throw a little... Here we go.
Oh, he's going to change. There it is. He is going to change the peak. Maybe a tree, maybe he's clipped something. He'd be running really wide. So it could be a lot of things. Watch him on the go. Oh, those helmets are great lead helmets. They're phenomenal things.
Jams a gel in at the same time. Quick little word of advice. Look at the cheers from the team. Little bit of motivation as he heads back out. Keep doing, rinse and repeat. Keep doing the same thing. He sets off again.
Absolutely phenomenal. It's great to see him at this pace and at this speed. He's looking really comfortable. He's had a long road to get to this position with his career. So it's great to see him being so confident and absolutely putting these amazing heaters out, just being so constant, which is what you need to be out here.
That is a word that we often use in this game, heaters, right? But to think you can keep doing that after this many laps of the race, that just underscores the impressive nature of this ride so far.
Absolutely, and to see him, even just in this footage, we're watching him still kind of working the track, working the lines, finding every bit of space he can to make sure that he gets all the power through that rear wheel, which is the most important part of racing, is to make sure we just have that contact, we don't get that slip, and we don't hear the bike really revving upon itself.
The margin at the end of the previous lap was 2 minutes 54. We're waiting for Sami Prashira. Has Prashira, through that kind of sheer determination, been able to reduce the margin? We know that McMahon has completed the stop, fixed that peak, is back out, back in competition. We're waiting for Prashira to arrive, and then Callum Norton.
We're just seeing all the riders go past now. Some have a little bit of bunting on their helmets. That's a bit of remnants from a bit of an expedition outside. So it's good to see them still riding, but unfortunately, it's not always on the track.
That snapshot, if you will, over our shoulder is because you can tell how different it's become, even in the series of laps while you and I have been parked here in commentary. That's a little reminder of what's going on all the way around the track in places,
and
isn't
to be
it?
honest, I'm showing the young fella exactly what the bike is going to be doing through these sections too, because here is a great example of how suspension works. And if we had guys like Stell from one point here, he'd be able to tell me exactly what the bike's doing, but it's a really good example of how well the bike's settled, but also how far the rider's eyes are up to be able to see the track as well, if they're really able to scan it, because if they can scan it, they'll be able to tell that the section inside the corner is a lot more rutted out than the far side, which is a lot smarter smarter and faster.
He was front page of the Sunraysia Daily today. There is all sorts of support for this guy. He's heading to our commentary position here now. You can tell the way that he's grabbed this thing. He is hustling the motorcycle, Prashira. But what is the margin? What is the gap? We'll update the time for you. He did a 32-minute, 10-second lap last time by. We think he's trimmed about... He's
33.06. The gap is a 3:20.
So he's found, what are we talking there? Found maybe 4 seconds, maybe trimmed 4 seconds. It's not enough at this stage, but it is a subtle game.
It's constant too, as you said before. It's not enough. It's not enough to get him close enough for Corey to start worrying, but it's a great constant reminder for Corey that he is being constant, and at some point he may really start pushing.
They go to work here now. Just having a little...
We're
so
at that,
gels...
with that half point of the race too, where they're really going to start fueling him up. He's going to start feeling it. He's also got that fitness, that Baja fitness too, which is just another level. The San Felipe 250 is an absolutely incredibly hard race with so many death traps. So to come over here and race something like this, we don't have what they have. They have rocks, they have trees, they have, everything else on the track. We don't have that. So for him to come over here, he gets to kind of enjoy riding back in the sand, what he kind of grew up in.
So just to recap, sorry, the gap was 2 minutes 54 on the previous lap. It's now 3 minutes 20. But the key thing, okay, it's a drop, let's call it, of 26 seconds, but he's staying right there, and it's the consistency that you're referring to. And just to wrap up your point there, in the Friday night conversations at Redcliffs, you're reminded when you look at an athlete like that, right, like his kind of his skin, his features. I mean, he just looks so fit at the moment, Sammy Prashira, doesn't he? He oozes
one
that.
good-looking roaster. Absolutely. That's what we're trying to get to. Super good-looking. He's come a long way, and he's really developed his own kind of personality and style. Yep. And I think that's being a part of a great team. But I would say we can go back not that long ago where he was kind of living out of the back of his van and doing it tough, living off the bare bones to make it. And I remember having an interview with him where he was panicked about his visa, whereas now he's got an athlete visa in America. So he's come such a long way and has had so much support to be able to do it. And I think that just shows not only how great he is at riding a bike, but how much people love him as well.
I think we've got a request here from Michelle Nesbitt, who's asking, can we have an update on different sections, please? So we can probably dive into the numbers and give you a few different things. So from Just on that request, what we can actually do is talk to our ladies that have contested the 4-lap of this race, and we're going to celebrate those stories in a moment. So that'll get to a little bit of what you're asking about there. So thank you very much for the request and the reminder. Riley Graham leading the veterans, 35 to 44. Under 19s being led by Levi Jet Stevens. Over 454 stroke, Corey McMahon.
And then we've just got Cal Norton coming in now. So, I mean, if he's having front end issues, it's definitely not showing at this point because he is coming in absolutely hot. And he's still holding his line. He still seems to be able to pushing through. So it'd be interesting to know if it is a front end issue, what seems to be the rumour, exactly what it is, and kind of if he's able to overcome it.
I wonder, just, and I think a viewer has picked this up on the live stream as well. Remember we saw a bit of the kind of questioning body language when he came through the pit. I wonder if that was relaying a bit of the frustration around what we're question marking here.
Look, there's a lot of things at this level that they could be questioning. He could also just be upset at himself for not being in that position. He had dropped a few places back. He's now moved forward. So there's a lot of things, and it's hard to know. But yeah, definitely if he's having issues, it's something. And once again, we have to also remember this Ducati is still in its R&D phase. They've had a lot of time to get it ready for Fink, but Hattah is definitely hard. And hopefully we can just see them all put together and make the bike really work.
Joe Rascal crew here. Win is the goal, naturally. But, I mean, if they can get a top 3 today, if they can get a podium result here at the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026, we'll complete this stop for you, and then we'll go to Johnny. He heads off. Just to recap the time for you, 35 minutes, 32 seconds, 0.682, the last lap for Callum Norton. And he's holding down third, but he trails Sammy Prashira by 3 minutes, 16 seconds. Let's go to Johnny now.
We're down here with our girls for the Tenacious Women in Hattah class who have completed 4 laps here today. And of course, for those that are on stream wanted to know a little bit about some of the classes, boy, have I got some stories for you in amongst this one. And we saw the initial plate when we started this interview with Nellie Fox. Nellie's the winner, believe it or not, in this class. And Greg, I've got something for you shortly. Nellie, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Nellie, you hail from?
Inverloch down in Victoria, South Gippsland.
And Nellie, the other thing we'll quickly talk to is that you've been here a number of times, right?
Yeah, since juniors.
And let me explain this to you. 3 years in a row, she's ridden this event. 3 years in a row, she's led the event in this class. And 3 years in a row, she's had a bike failure. First lot of seniors get grabbed the win. Good on you.
Thank you.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank my mum and dad, the Townsends for everything they do for me, all my sponsors who help out, and everyone who cheered me on.
Good work, well done. Rightio, we'll move on to second and we'll have a chat to, of course, Jade Chellis. Come over here, Jade, let's have a quick chat. Jade, well done, second in class today.
Yes, it was good out there. It was a bit rough, but got it done, I guess.
Jade, obviously, I think last year as a senior, this is your second year as a senior. Last year you won this one, right?
Yeah, a bit bummed not to back it up, but oh well.
You get that. And, of course, you hail out of Parks in New South Wales, so that means you're a Condo Autosports girl.
Yeah, the crew's always cheering. They're all good supporters, so it's good being out there.
Happy days. Great ride, mate. Well done. And I'm really proud of what you've done here today. So good on you, and thanks for coming back and supporting us. 9 Hattahs.
Yeah, it's been good. Love coming back every year. It's favourite event. So.
Good on you. Rightio, we'll move across to third in class, and I'll just put back under here. Or I might actually have to get you to come over, Matty. Sorry. They parked us under a speaker in and it's trying to blow our heads off. It's all good. Hey, Matty Bird, third in class today. What about it for Matty? Well done.
Thank you.
Matty, great story here for you because you're not only a competitor here today, but you're a mum, right? Mum to...
Three kids.
3 of them, which means you've been out of action here for a number of years. How many years have you had your hiatus for?
I had 7 years off the bike and 9 years since I've got a home.
And that is unbelievable. 9 years missing from here, you turn up, you run third. That is incredible.
Yeah, pretty good. I can't complain. I was doing Denver out there, pretty sketchy up on strengths, but it was a bit of fun.
Where do you hail from, Matt?
Just Melbourne.
Yeah, right, so a bit of a travel up. You've been here obviously a couple of days in front to sort of set yourselves ready to go.
Oh, not quite all the kids, but late on Friday and just made it in time for scrutineering and here we are.
Well done. Well, Matty Bird, of course, third in class running the Scrivo CRF and indeed all the girls that have done an amazing job. Matty Bird, of course, third. Second to Jade Chellis. And the winner today, Nellie Fox. How cool are those stories, Rusty and Jeremy? Just so good.
Well done, Johnny. Thank you for that. Yeah, tremendous stories, and it's nice just to stop and celebrate that for a moment because their riding is world class. So in comes the 8. Now the interesting thing here, this is Jai Dixon. We have not seen Riley Graham come through, and Graham should ordinarily have been ahead here. So whether Dixon and some of those guys who've been clawing away here have been able to get ahead on that lap, or what's happened. So Graham is there now, I beg your pardon. So 6 laps chalked up, completed it in 35 minutes, 14 seconds, .499. So a couple of position changes. We know that McMahon is leading from Sammy Prashira and Callum Norton, Lyndon Snodgrass holding down that 4th. Then it's Corey Hammond. Now Jai Dixon, Cody Stevens, then Riley Graham. And they've all completed their latest laps, and they've done it in the order of sort of 34, 35 minutes or thereabouts.
Once again, we're seeing that great consistency from these riders. They're really set into their ways now. They kind of figured the track out. They've figured out where they're going to push. I'd really love to watch them down the back end of the track, kind of see how it's forming up, seeing if that moisture is putting big ruts in the ground. But for them, this is a great race.
This is where it's going to start to get interesting in many respects, because it's what's in the tank from a human perspective as well, and that ability to grit and bear it, I should say, and get it to the line.
Where we're looking down, the further down you keep looking at Kogan Lock. He's just sitting 12th, still waiting for it to come through. We're looking at Will Price, 18th. I mean, these guys are really pushing. Campbell Hall, second at Fink, and running 20th at the moment. So these guys are still in the fight, still able to keep pushing and making those times up. We've got 3 laps for them and 2 laps for the other boys. So we are getting close to the end.
When we see this bit of vision on screen at the moment, the thing that intrigues me about all that is that you're at the end of the lap. I know you can't really afford to relax anyway here at Hattah, but you're coming into this section where the crowd is and so on, and yet it's like it throws one final really tricky thing at you with the conditions, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We're looking right out here. We're looking at a lot of slop, a lot of that slipperiness that if you're not on it, you're not holding it and comfortable, you are going to have a good time. And I think we've seen a couple of falls which is not a good time at all for them.
Not at all. Not at all. All right, we'll keep updating you in our coverage. What have we got? 2 laps to go. And the 26th edition looks like being a classic, but we're not done yet. Lots can happen in the final part of this race. We hope you're enjoying it. Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026. But we'd get back to that question from one of our viewers there before, just in relation to, and Johnny gave us very kindly some great interviews there with the ladies 4-lappers. So just to recap for you, Nellie Fox from Jade Chellis and Madison Bird there. Nice to hear from them. The ladies 8-lap, that we have got a real standout performance happening here from Maddie Healy at the moment, don't we?
Absolutely. Maddie Healy is doing great. She's done the last lap she just did was a 41.17, which is an amazing time. Mia just behind that at a 42.41, and then Rachel coming through 42.53 with Courtney at a 48. I mean, their times are pretty crazy. I mean, Courtney's still only 1 lap behind, but at the same time, the gap between first, second, third for those ladies is large.
Yep. The job that Maddie has done, just to explain
expand on the point. It's an 8-minute and 7-second gap between Maddie and Mia. That's really a very, very impressive ride. Let's go to Masters 45 years and over. Warren Carroll on top there by 1 minute and 50 seconds, 0.878. They've chalked up 5 laps so far. Nathan Brocktrup, I think, is second there, isn't he, on the 700? Danny Lucas in the top 3.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, those boys are pushing really hard. We're looking at great times of 39.57 for Warren's last lap and 39.25 for Nathan. So,
yeah.
I mean, his lap was faster. So does that mean he's catching him? Let's hope so.
Yeah, there's a couple of laps to go to sort of eat into that lead. So what are we talking here? What are we
That's
talking?
a
Two-stroke,
250 and over in the two-stroke.
Two-strokes. So
yeah, we got Liam Dinich.
Liam Dinich, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. 37-minute lap. That's crazy.
That is impressive. Let's check out a couple of other things for you. What have we got here? This might be just doing a recap of the outright top 10 for you now for our seniors.
That's
Indeed,
the
it is.
4-strokes. Yeah, there's that big 4-stroke. So in that category, the 250 to 450 4-stroke category, we've got Sam Frashura, Callum Norton, and Lyndon Snodgrass. That's we kind of see that already on the overalls, but it's interesting to see what behind them in that class, because the 450 class is very stacked.
Have we covered all of them for our very loyal viewers there? We've done...
Well, this is our 450 and over on the 4-strokes. This is where we're looking at Corey McMahon, Cody Stevens, and Campbell Hall. He's really been pushing Campbell. He's pushed above Taylor Adams, which is great. I mean, obviously we know Corey's on a 32.40 lap. Cody Stevens on a 35.04 and Campbell Hall on a 34.36. So Campbell is definitely coming back, and that's what we're talking about. We look at his gaps previously, but then that last lap, he's starting to slowly creep up. And that's what we look at over the entirety of the race. It's not always just a single lap race. We're seeing that he's getting faster and he's catching up to guys quickly.
Under 19s, you've highlighted the performance of Kogan Locke, and just to illustrate that for you, he has the best lap of anyone in this class. His best lap, a 31 minute 18 seconds, 0.98. His last lap was a 36, but that is a super job by Kogan Locke. It is a minute 24 to the leader of this class in Levi Jet Stevens, but that will be worth watching toward the end of this race, won't it?
Look, we just watched it just move just then. It was Levi Stevens coming through. His last lap was a 37.19, but we just had then Jackson and Will just have a little position change. So it's still going to be a live kind of thing all the way through. We're looking through from now with Jackson Rossi, Archer Colwell, Harry McDonald, Oscar Harris. I mean, these guys are pushing really hard, and it's good to see their times as well, because those times aren't that different to other guys who are on the same bike but older. So these under 19s are just absolutely killing it out there.
Just to recap, Will McInnes up to third, Jackson Verstegen is fourth. In that under 19s. Let's go up to 252 stroke. Mitch Ford on top there. Best lap of the race. What are we talking? Crazy, that 35 minute, 35.05.
I know, on a 252 stroke as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild.
Jacob Deegan second there, and Boris and Dylan, aren't they? So I think we've just about updated all of them. Up to 254 stroke. Marcus Nowland on top there from Kai Austin. Kai Austin has the best lap for this section or division. Did it in a 33 minute 56 seconds, 0.4. Was a 39 the last time by, but Marcus did a 34 minute, and there is a 4 minute gap between those guys at the top of the class. So I think we've updated just about all of them for you, though, with the exception veterans 35 to 44. We've mentioned about Riley Graham there, but just to go through some of the others for you. Daniel Allen, second in class. Tim Sherman third, Bailey Davies and Brad Mickelson. They're your top 5 in veterans 35 to 44. A commercial break and back with more. This is the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
Cooper Shido's Yamaha looks beautiful right now. It will be a very different story come the end of the weekend, but this is what you love about this race, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. She looks unreal. The Shop Yamaha boys have done an awesome job as normal, but yeah, after 4 hours on Sunday, it's probably going to look a little bit second-hand.
Cooper, this race, I mean, in the past, you've sort of seen what it's about, understood what it's about. This place will probably throw yet another curveball to you on the weekend. It's how you best prep and put your best foot forward for this one. It's hard to look to try and win it, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I was, well, I wouldn't say lucky enough, but did the 2019 one that was completely underwater. Done one before that, which was the opposite end of the scale, pure dust. So I've missed the last two, and we're coming back. It looks, I think, almost the best we're going to get it as a racetrack-wise. Bit of mud, but yeah, it's going to be throw everything at us on Sunday, and I think the moisture's definitely going to bring out the men because it's going to be rough and it's going to be a long race, but we're ready, so we'll see how we go.
I love the fact that you kind of unmask the track come Sunday in some respects. What is the process like? Do you ramp up over the laps? You get used to things and anticipating what the track will do over the course of that as well?
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on the conditions we got the track. Obviously, prologue tomorrow is really important, especially if you want to run in that front group, because lap one, if you got a clear track, you're gone, and makes a big difference. I wouldn't say being right at the pointy end, but definitely top 10's where I'd like to be, just so you can tag on to the real quick guys. And yeah, it's really hard to say what the track's going to be like just because it is so wet. It's going to be rough this year, but I think the pace will probably be quick to start with, but the track's going to slow down being so rough. So I think we'll definitely be putting in that first lap, trying to stick onto that front group and not let them get away.
Cooper, final question for you today. Obviously, across all the different events you've ridden and had to be involved with, how tough is this one, and is it the toughest that you've had to do?
Yeah, definitely to run at the front and run the pace the boys do. Just the duration, like I haven't done one for 2 years because I've been injured and had some other commitments, but 24, 23 was the last one I did. I was 6 outright and I was on the bike for 4 hours and 18 something minutes. So no matter, they say it's 4 hours, it's 4 hours for the first bloke or the last bloke. And I know the guys that get the full lap in, full 8 laps in without being lapped are on almost for 5 hours. So it's a long time on the bike, and I think no matter what stage you're at, she's pretty brutal.
The roll up here at Red Cliffs tonight, it's amazing. It turns into a city out there. Do you get a chance to soak up a little of the atmosphere and actually enjoy that?
Yeah, well, we've been here all week testing and setting bikes up, so it's good to have Friday night. You know, we haven't done not much today. It's pretty much just been a relaxing day. We had a look at Prologue track and yeah, just sit back and enjoy it, and then tomorrow put our game face on and see how we go.
Cooper Shido, give it full gas and enjoy. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you.
Commentary continues at the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Greg Rust and Jeremy Cowley, host of the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. And the reason that we've switched the mics back on, and that is because Corey McMahon is inbound. Right of your screen, bottom right, I draw your attention to the graphic. That shows you the lap-by-lap performance of our race leader at the moment. And check out the last 2 laps within 5 seconds of each other at the end of 35 Ks. That's unreal.
We talk about how the laps are going to get slower because it's getting rougher, fatigue kicks in, but you can also see that realistically he's only, maybe 6 minutes from his originally first lap that he went out to do. I mean, that's crazy, seeing as like the gap between him and Sammy P is 3:20. So realistically, he's able to keep that consistency. And yes, it is slowing down, but it's still only 7 minutes from his first lap where that track was clean. He was fresh, ready to go. Everything was nice and kind of tight. He was all G'd up to really put his best lap out there. So for lap 6 and only to be 7 minutes behind is phenomenal.
We're watching now because our cameras have lap by lap had a good look at this exact corner. He's taken a different line through this one, but that's because there's lappers in there and he's had to adjust for that. But there's no slowing down from this competitor at all. Look at it, wide open there at the moment. Brilliant to watch.
Now he's standing up, getting on the pegs, ready to then drive that bike through the corner. These are those flat corners that can really catch a lot of riders out. He's using absolutely all of the track, but all of the bike. See how he's really attacking it, really aggressive, holding those lines, really driving through the legs. You can really see that skill from him in those high speeds, how he's making that bike move. Really pay attention to kind of his head as well, because his body and bike are moving so much. He's able, even in those corners, just to keep his head absolutely square on, eyes as far forward as he can. So he's just doing a phenomenal job.
Coming into the section where we're based very shortly, we can see him through the window, just looking at the body position. Look at the way he tackles that. Jeremy's talked to you about the way that has cut up and perhaps deteriorated. That's just natural because of the volume of competitors that we've got, the conditions we've had during the week. Look at the way, holding it wide open there now. We'll come underneath the overpass bridge. It's got a little bit of a kind of Clipsal Adelaide vibe about it, that overpass bridge. We'll update the time for you. It's a 33-minute .735.
Just, wow. He is moving. That is a lap. That is an amazing lap to be this deep. We're at lap 7 now for him, and that's crazy. I mean, we're almost there. We've almost got to the end of this race, and he is still doing absolutely everything.
Do you see that? The message was enjoy it. So no stop there. Was that Daniel Milner holding that board out? I think it may have been. It recapped the time for him, what the time was for that last lap, and the simple bit of writing on that whiteboard underneath, enjoy it! Exclamation mark. Go for it.
And this is what we're saying. Those first couple of laps are really hard on the bike because it's so fast, because it's so wide open. They're just drinking all the fuel they can. Now we're a little bit further down. The bike isn't going to be sitting at those high speeds as fast. The throttle's not going to be opened as much for as long. So they're not going to have to need the fuel to then hopefully get them through the end. Saying that, we've seen some riders now come through with empty tanks, and there's going to be a lot of sore heads and sore people tomorrow because they know that if they just put that fuel in a little bit, they would have got through.
When you talk to other forms of endurance racing, right, I'm going extreme here, a Le Mans 24 hours, something very different to what we're looking at
like
here
a
today.
6 days, something like that, yeah.
But where I'm leading to is sometimes people talk about in the final part of the race, if you've got margin like Corey McMahon has got, do you kind of roll off and manage a little bit? But there is risk in that, right? If you're in a groove, you're doing it at a certain pace, you actually don't want to venture too far from that space, do you?
Absolutely not. And as we keep saying, these bikes are set for high speed. They're set to be able to go and take these rough bumps and whoops at full noise, and that's where they are most comfortable. In fact, a lot of these bikes, especially at this level, if you ride them slower, they can be a bit more of a handful. The rebound can be a lot worse. Some things like that, it just won't settle. So, yep, he will enjoy it, but at the same time, he may just dial it back a little bit. He may put it back to about 75% and just kind of coast it safely home, but still utilize the bike and what it's kind of set up for.
Our cameras take you into Waters Racing there, take you into the Honda camp, who wait anxiously. They're looking at times and so on. They're waiting to see where their rider is, Sammy Prashira, and we want to get a sense of the gap when he comes past. We're keeping an eye on the clock for you, for our race leader, and as you can see, on the final lap,
He's amassed 3 hours, 37 minutes, 22 seconds, 0.843 of race time so far. And the numbers are incredibly consistent. Pretty good performance there for Prashira too, isn't it? With the exception of that first lap. Some of you asking via the stream as well. Oh.
Yeah, that's just a risk with lappers. Lappers have those kind of tendencies to a bit more squirrely. We call them like squids because they kind of go everywhere. And unfortunately, what they can do is when they get into that kind of muddy section, you never know which way they're going to dart. So Samuel did really good to kind of stop. And we actually just almost see an end-to-end in that kind of section as well, because it is a very dangerous spot. And Sammy P's going to have to really slow down coming underneath the bridge alone because there's so many riders in front of him. And that's just all a part of racing, but that can also slow those times down.
One of our 300 strong officials here at the event this weekend, holding up that all-important last lap board. Some will be not frustrated but exhausted looking at that. Others will be all eyes on that final lap. Lappers to kind of contend with. He's holding it wide open at the moment in the 4. Now we can give you the number. His lap was a 33 minute, 0.43 seconds, 0.075. The margin, just comparing the laps alone between McMahon and Prashira at the end of that last one, at the end of that 35 Ks, the penultimate lap, the difference was 4 seconds. That's all it was. McMahon versus Prashira, it's 3 minutes and 24 seconds, the gap to our race leader. That's a huge chunk to try and claw back over this final lap. McMahon seems like he's in rarefied air, but we've got a lot of Ks still to cover.
We do, and it has been down to the last lap that we've either had bike failure or some big come off. Definitely out in the back section and somewhere, even over to, I guess, to the right of where we are, there have been tree roots that have kind of come out of nowhere that can spike tyres, and that's why a lot of these guys will run mooses instead of the tubes, because we have had it where tyres get spiked, holes get formed and tyres get ripped apart. So it is at this part of the racetrack that it can be very dangerous for what gets brought up to the surface. You never know if there's a dinosaur bone out there, mate, because it can be so deep.
For those of you that are around the venue and you're watching, maybe you're listening to our live stream or on the public address system, make sure you show your appreciation for these riders. Give them the kind of support and motivation for this final lap. And I know there'll be a wave of support locally here for Sammy Prashira. We're waiting for Callum Norton to complete his lap now. Can he hold on to that third place? We've question marked whether he's maybe having to contend with maybe a little deficiency of some kind or something not ideally to his liking suspension-wise. The last time he came by, it did not look like that in the way that he attacked it.
No, absolutely not. And this is now a big break. This is a lot of fresh air between Sam and Callum. I mean, Callum's a local boy too, so he knows this track. He knows how to make it work. So this isn't looking good for him. I really hope that he can pick it up and pick up the pace. But we're now looking at such a large gap. We're coming into the last couple of laps, or last lap itself.
Nice point that you make there too, just in relation to kind of the rider bio, the rider profile. He's from Golgol from memory, isn't he?
That's right, yep.
Basically outer suburbs of Mildura, if you like. So yes, you're absolutely right.
And there's a connection between him and Sammy P as well, because of the sister. Callum and his sister are together as well. A great couple, an awesome couple, because obviously she does a lot of triathlon things and super fit, and I think that's really helped Callum as well kind of grow and become a really fit rider as well.
That athleticism we have seen at its absolute peak here today, and all of the training in the lead up. And much of that is in situ on the motorcycle, but we are about to have one final lap, one final test of that. Couple of lappers gingerly making their way past us. They've got that point of exhaustion happening.
Well, look, we also want to talk about sometimes they may stay in the pits a little bit longer to see exactly who's finished, so they know if they have to push another lap, and they may go a little slower out there to make sure that when someone goes across the line, they can then finish, because if that's what they're kind of waiting for as well. The real kind of diehard ones at the back. Once we have Corey go across, that's it. That's the end of the race. No matter if you're only on lap 2, lap 3, as soon as you cross the line after him, your race is done. So, I mean, I may know a few people who like to kind of gingerly kind of take that lap just to make sure that Corey goes past them.
Can I assist you there? Let's call that strategy.
That's right. Strategy. That's a good one. Absolutely, that is strategy.
All right, let's focus back on this. The number 2 is Callum Norton. They too, you could see the faces there a moment ago. They're waiting anxiously for their rider, the Joe Rascal squad.
And they've got the whiteboard ready as well to let Callum know the gaps. Now, the one that we want to keep a little watching brief on is Callum Norton v Lyndon Snodgrass. Can Norton hold on to that third? He's got it at the moment. Wanting a podium result here on that cool bike. The Italians will still love that. I know he would have loved a higher result today, but if you can finish in the top 3 at Hattah, that is still a huge thing.
A massive thing for Joe Rascal Racing. They've done so much overseas, and it's so great that they're here, and I'm so happy that they've kind of got behind Callum too, because tell you what, he is absolutely devastating when he puts it. He's the big red wolf. That's what he kind of is. Just absolutely hunts everything down, and hopefully we can see him do the same thing now.
Spectacular as he came past our position here in commentary. We'll give you the number. It's a 35-minute, 0.13 second, 0.244 lap for Callum Norton. The margin, Norton to Brashira, is 4 minutes 47 seconds, but we need to keep an eye on what it is relative to Snodgrass. Can Snodgrass sneak a podium, or has Norton got it safely in his grasp?
Oh, and we're also waiting for Hamo, who's behind him as well. Corey Hammond is a very dangerous rider, incredibly focused and determined rider. So let's just hope that this kind of battle will go on. At the moment, we don't see Snoddy come into it. We see on the screen, we're watching Callum go in very relaxed almost. Hopefully he's still looking and feeling good as well, because he really needs to put this last one down.
Kind of calming look in the conversation there. 1 to go. Just bring it home. They've told him the margin, the gap. And off he goes.
Just looks great. I mean, that's just a part of racing, though, unfortunately. We don't always get our favourites to win. And I mean, Corey is definitely one of them as well. And Sammy P, look, it's always one of those things with racing. You just never know how it's going to go. And we keep talking about this Ducati just having all this development done. I know it's got a long history here in the future of racing. I just hope that they can pull it together and get it ready for a couple more events after this one.
Here's Lyndon. What do we make of his riding at the moment? He has dug deep in this race. I admire that relaxed grit. Then we've got a rider down here, so just negotiates that carefully. That's so tricky, that section there for them. Really admire what he's been able to achieve as he's clawed up the leaderboard here. The margin, I think they were advising Norton, was in the order of 2.5 minutes. I think it must feel roughly about that at the moment. Here he comes to the line. We'll give you the time. It's a 35-minute, 0.07 lap, 35 minutes, 7 seconds, 0.313 for Lyndon Snodgrass last time by. The gap to Callum Norton is 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Close.
He's got to find 2 minutes on this lap.
That's very close. I mean, we can do that. He can definitely kind of step it up. I know it'll be interesting to see what they're going to be doing in the pits. If he does pits, what's going to be on the board, because that's going to determine how he's going to attack the rest of this race.
In we go. The DM squad, the KTM crew continue on. And again, I think it was a reminder of the gap. I couldn't see from Daniel Milner's board there whether it was about the gap relative to Callum, and I would imagine it was, in order to kind of motivate in some respects. Chase it, get after it if you can.
Yeah, they also had a Camelback out or some hydration pack to maybe swap out, but it looks like he was in his own flow. He didn't want to go. I think, was that Chris Reed in as well? Hamo's coming through as well.
Corey, yep, 5th at the moment, and we'll give you the lap time when he comes past our position here. What are we talking, a 34-minute, 53-second lap. The lap is actually faster than Lyndon Snodgrass that time by. The margin, Hammond to Snodgrass, I'm really pleased that you flagged that for consideration. 1 minute 11.17, the gap Hammond to Snodgrass. So while Snoddy's thinking about Norton, he's also got to keep an eye over the shoulder in some ways here.
And that's always a massive head kind of game that you've got to play with yourself, because you know these guys now are really turning it on. And if they've got anything left in the tank, they're coming after you. So now it's your turn to turn it on. So we had Jai Dixon go across, and he's 33. Super strong. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's these last 2 laps. That's what they're really going to push. And Hamo is got all the fitness in the world to really push forward. So hopefully he can do something with it now and just absolutely get after it.
Those two should be really pleased. They've lapped in the 34-minute bracket there, both Hammond and Jai Dixon. It's a 34-minute, 53-second lap for Hammond. For Dixon, a 34-minute, 59-second lap. The thing for Jai, he's only got to find 33 seconds, and he'll be on the heels of Corey Hammond.
That's it. And that's
Awesome.
all it
This is
takes.
going to be an awesome final lap in that group, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're kind of seeing. We're really seeing these battles take up. And we just had Cody Stevens go through just then as well. So
he's 38 seconds. He's only 38 seconds to
very,
Jai.
very close. Then we've got Riley as well now coming through, really pushing. It's absolutely close, and that's what we want to race. This is what I'm talking about in regards to these last 2 laps. They can really be changed up so much in regards to the positions.
We had that interview rolled in a little while ago there with Cooper Shido, which we recorded on Friday night. And in that conversation at Redcliffs there, he talked about, if I could get a top 10 result here on Sunday, I'd be really pleased. Well, you know what? He's running in the 10 based on the last lap. We've yet to see him chalk up the time for lap 7, the second last lap of the race for him, but he's running in the 10. Good job. And we probably haven't shouted from the rooftops enough. Chandler Burns is 9th outright at the moment.
He's done so well. Really been watching his time slowly tick away, and to be able to put himself up there, and you kind of see him battling with some amazing riders ahead of him like Riley. It's just great to see that kind of that level of now where we are, and also their fitness is really relying on all that time, all those months of 4 a.m. starts, 4 a.m. gym sessions, working long days and trail riding and racing on every weekend. This really pays off now.
You get up at those hours for the podcast, don't you?
In the afternoon, my friend. It's an afternoon kind of thing.
Riley Graham, that's the view. We were just talking about some of the performances. Graham only needs to find 15 seconds to catch Cody.
He had no visor either, so it definitely has been a few little ventures off into the tree.
Gotcha. So we're waiting for the numbers for you, which will bring before a commercial break for both Chandler Burns and Cooper Shido to give you their latest position. So here's Chandler Burns we were talking about, and it's the gap we need relative to Riley. There are some really close contenders here. We could see some real shifts in this back end of the top 10 on the final lap. You could see some really decent movers here.
I think even just if we're just trying to look through the top 20 now, there is a lot of places to move. There's a lot of kind of areas that we can kind of make up some time. I mean, Kogan Locke and Liam Mason are definitely in that mix. I mean, Kogan's gone back to 13th. He was 12. Levi's pushed him obviously down as well. So it's definitely an interesting kind of push now. We've got Jeremy Carpentier, absolutely. I mean, his times are phenomenal. He's done really well being on the 450. So hopefully he can keep it steady, because putting it in the top 20, we talk about the top 10, but the top 20 is still bragging rights as well.
Most definitely. We're on our final lap. We hope you've enjoyed things so far. Whatever you do, don't leave us. And if you've got mates that are into their dirt bikes and like this style of competition, share the live stream link with them. We'd love them to join us for the final hour of the race, the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Okay, some numbers now for Burns and for Shido for you. So Chandler Burns' lap was a 35 minute, 0.6 seconds, 0.553. He's 2 minutes 19 shy of Riley Graham, but Cooper Shido is only 10.6 seconds shy of Burns. So they're in their own battle, their own squabble as well for 9th.
Oh, absolutely. It's so close. It definitely is showing that these two it'd be awesome to watch them out the back, battling it through. We're looking at now at this fuel stop, how relaxed he looks, just kind of having a bit of a chat. I guess that's the great thing now. He knows what he's got to do. Keeping relaxed is the most important thing to really push through that last lap.
Got a bit of water going into, was that the radiator they were topping up there? Is that coolant or something? We did see a fraction of steam there. Hope that bike's okay. It's got one final test. 135 minutes or so. We know Shido is in the 10. He was targeting that. He rejoins now. He's back underway. Hopefully everything's okay there. We have got an exciting final segment of this race to come. We're going to we'll sneak a quick commercial break, come back with more in the live stream in just a few moments.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path?
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible
possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
Well, down here this evening with, of course, the guys from all of the scrutineering that's going on for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. And the Millewa Quarries part would not have happened if it hadn't been for this guy. Jason Marks, great to catch up with you.
Thanks, Johnny. How are you, mate?
Mate, you know me. It's Hattah weekend. I'm living the dream, aren't I?
Yeah, you're up and about. You'll probably wear a couple of microphones out, no doubt.
Jace, this guy here, obviously, with me this weekend is giving us a chance to, Rusty, of course, bring this fantastic event to the live stream and out to the world, proudly wearing the Millewa Quarries badging this weekend. Rusty, how cool is it so far for you to come down for the first time and actually see this?
Just unbelievable. The roll up here on Friday night, the calibre of riders and machines and so on. But I like all the aspects that we bring to the party here tonight, and I'm immediately intrigued by this amazing machine over your shoulder here. Tell us a bit more about it. How often do you get out on it? And we are going to see it, I think, over the weekend, are we not?
Oh, maybe. Not sure yet. But look, it's a few years in the making. We've sort of got it going this year. We're just doing a few smaller races. We've had some issues, but I think we're getting on top of them now. We've got a big race coming up in Loveday in a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's what we do when we get off two wheels.
Jace, I want to touch now on the whole piece about the Millewa Quarries bit. You know, obviously with our event now being the naming rights sponsor with Millewa Quarries, so good to have a local business that's linked up and now part of this event for us. I mean, it's almost for me kind of almost like a bit of a dream come true to a degree.
Yeah, look, I definitely can't afford to sponsor Hattah, but I want to, because it's a breeding ground for riders that are world class. You know, look at Brashira, Reardon, Norton. These guys are next level. So if we can promote these guys here in Sunraysia and get what I think is the premier event in Australia, how can you not get on board?
I mean, you must have an immense sense of pride knowing the kind of roll-up we've got here this weekend and to be a part of that, to be driving or supporting that.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm chuffed. I think it's awesome. It's one of the best weekends of the year. And I'm just so proud and happy to be here, be part of it. And our guys that we sponsor as well on their bikes, just to be part of the whole event is unreal.
And Jason, just to put it into perspective, there is no event, and I kid you not, Greg, there is no event in the region here in Mildura that brings anything like the volume in the middle of winter. I mean, we're well known for all of our summer activities and all of the ski racing and all the bits that happen over those warmer months. Dead set, smack bang in the middle of winter is this event, and it just draws people to the place, you know, so it must make you immensely proud to be part of that.
Yeah, it does, and I'd like to be part of it for years to come as well. You don't want to be a wash bay in Mildura this week because they're all full of motorbikes and mud, which is awesome.
Can we finish, just I think on behalf of everybody, to you and all of the team at Millewa Quarries, thank you very much for getting behind this event. We know it's a huge event for regional Victoria, generally not just the Mildura Shire, it's bigger than that, and to see you guys kind of leading the charge is excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Rusty, appreciate it, yeah, and have a good weekend.
Exactly right. I think the best advice I can give everybody, as I've been telling you all along, Rusty, it's all about point it, pin it, and play it safe. That's what I reckon. So let's have a great weekend, boys.
Cheers.
Rightio, down here again, scrutineering for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Great to talk to this guy who's one of the team owners here this weekend. Jason Stewart, of course, from STE Racing. Jace, so good to have you here this weekend.
Thanks, Johnny. Obviously, Hattah been our local event. We're not really going to miss it. This year we're pumped for it. We've got a couple of different riders. We've got young Cody Stevens and Riley Graham. Riley's an experienced campaigner, multiple South Australian off-road champion, and Cody's one of the new blood, for the desert scene, and we're pretty pumped for it.
You have been busy in the lead up to this, and I probably sense that you want to keep a little lid on the enthusiasm, but we feel like you're a genuine top 3 shot here. Do you feel like the ingredients are good coming in?
Honestly, yeah. We obviously the last couple of years we've had a particular rider that is, the favourite year in and year out with the race, and Kel obviously gone on the Ducati, but Cody in particular, Cody is sort of like a bit of a hidden gem, I think. He's only young, goes hard, he sort of puts everything on the line. And if he's got the 4 hours in him, I'd be pretty surprised if he wasn't on the box.
And just for both of us to talk to this one too, Cody's very hungry to try and make a real name for himself. And what he's doing and the way he's chiselling into this sport right now, he's on the cusp of probably some real notoriety, I feel, as well. So I think you're right, Stewie. I think this guy just needs the opportunity to get out there and go for it. And you guys are giving him everything that's required this weekend, right?
Yeah, definitely. And at Fink this year, Cody come on late with us, jumped on our bike, our product. It's probably been developed, leading bike in the last few years, and, the results showed, and he went from, running that 7th, 8th position up to probably, would have nearly been on the podium, and, I think he's one to watch out for sure.
There's been lots of talk here tonight about the weather that we've had in the lead up and what that may or may not mean for competitors and as the race unfolds and so on. Do you leave? Is the chat with the riders leave a good thing alone, or you've thought about ways to perhaps adjust to allow for that?
Well, it never rains in Mildura, does it? But this week, crikeys. I guess suspension-wise, it's, I can give away plenty because everyone's in the same boat, but suspension probably a little bit harder, a little bit, firmer. Gearing, it's probably the same as we ran last year. Mud's mud, I guess. The crappy salt pan areas, they're going to be slime, but the deep wet sand, but our 500s, they've got plenty of horsepower and they're not going to be labouring, that's for sure.
Well, Jace, we do wish you all the very best, and for Cody and the team as well. Great to have you here this weekend under the STE Racing KTM banner, and looking forward to talking with you all at the other end of it, hey?
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, well, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Thanks, guys.
Down here with Stewie from STE, of course. Hopefully that's a great campaign from this year.
It was a delight.
Down here again, scrutineering for the 2026.
It was a delight to catch up with him last night, on the eve of the race, and the kind of calm but very thorough prep, the final checks, if you will, from the team. And the great thing about Stewie and that crew is that they're broadly so passionate about the game. Motor racing can be a thing of rivalries at times, but he's the sort of guy who is always willing to kind of help the opposition in some respects too, isn't he? So,
open doors. You got to really see that last night. I think there were some gas riders in there. There's a whole bunch of riders. There was guys from Northern Territory that have been coming in to kind of take parts off him. He's just one of those guys who literally opens up the biggest doors in a shed you could find and lets everybody in and kind of helps them along, because I guess that's what brings us all together to race, and he really understands that. And the amount of people he supports, not just directly with STE, but in general, is amazing.
Very good speedway background in his own right, and is deeply immersed in that sport in addition to this. And
he's had a long overseas career with that as well. He raced a lot. So for him to bring it over, he raced obviously Fink and Hattah. He's really had a big history and understands bikes as well, which really makes him such a great kind of team owner, team manager as well.
Okay, we've got time while we're waiting for McMahon to pick him up on our
our live stream coverage here. Why don't we quickly just smash through some class updates for you on this final lap. For the ladies 8-lap class, now you talked about Maddie Healy before. Last time by, she had an advantage over Mia of 10 minutes and 39 seconds. Her last lap was a 41-minute, 0.34 seconds. That is, I mean, we're not done yet, but what she's executed so far in this race is just superb. Nellie Fox, we heard from earlier, winner of the ladies 4-lap, and we can talk to you about the other podium finishers in that class if you like. Well done to Jade Chellis and Madison Bird. What are we talking there? Over 250cc two-stroke, I think that is, isn't it? So Liam Dinage from Tom DeVries and Reese Mickelson.
Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Look at the times. I mean, second to third, very, very good kind of constant lap. So it's great to see.
That's actually a great point you make. 12 seconds is all that Mickelson needs to challenge DeVries for second in class there. Let's go a little further up the order. I'm jumping all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm not doing too flash with the mouse here. Sorry, just hang on for 1 second, everybody. Apologies.
So we may be seeing, while you're looking through that, we can potentially see the white helmet of Corey McMahon now on the live feed. Slowly picking his way again through the pack.
What a ride it's been today from a point of consistency. We saw he lost the peak at one point. That was very calmly changed by Daniel Milner and the crew. But it's the lap after lap, by and large, very consistent times that he's been able to bang out here. It's been a real a joy to watch.
Look, he's done an amazing job, but losing peak seems to be quite common. We saw Riley come in as well. He didn't have the peak on his helmet, so you want to ride this track to the most it can. Sometimes that means little ventures into the trees and hitting branches, and unfortunately, that peak is the first thing to come off.
Just the difference in the speed now because of the exhaustion for some of our lappers. How tricky is that for the likes of McMahon to negotiate at this time?
Well, we just saw that. I was about to comment. We could see coming into those corners, he really had to take it really close while a lapper went around him. But there's always that worry that lapper is going to cut the corner, cut you off, and then you're going to have to dive in that kind of situation where you don't want that sand now to be very heavy, be very churned up, really deep. So we can see him coming in here. There's a multitude of options that he's going to choose and try and ride it out, and then obviously get on the power and really kind of put it as far away. Now that lapper kind of got a little bit of G'd up. He kind of saw it going, you know what, I'm going to stay with Corey and kind of have my moment. But Corey is just absolutely sending it to the moon, and it's so great to see.
Shall we give a little quick shout out to Angus Reardon, who finished in the top 3 of this event last year. I don't know if he's watching on with the live stream coverage, but if you are, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm probably missing it in the same breath. Callum Norton was second last year, and you are watching the rider on your screen who won the 2025 race. We're reluctant to get too excited yet because he's not over the line, but he is on course to go back-to-back in the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Past all the campers. They've been here for days, found their favourite spot in the middle of the bush. They're everywhere. They've transformed this whole space, haven't they?
We talked about it this morning, how great it was to come in first light, to see little campfires along the track. And that's the great thing about Hattah, is that you kind of get to be a part of it. You get amongst it. You see people absolutely everywhere. This morning, when all the bikes were lined up, it's such a spectacle to watch everyone on both sides. All the fans who are here just to enjoy the race, but then also all the support for the riders. There just seems to be people everywhere, and that's what keeps Hattah exciting. That's what gives that environment and that kind of amazing atmosphere.
Whenever you and I have walked out of the commentary box here to venture around and maybe see some of the teams or whatever we've been doing around the whole precinct, the atmosphere, the volume of people that are here today, young and old, so good to see some youngsters here and spectating and watching this. And I mean, from your own perspective, we have some aspiring racers in the commentary box here watching the last lap with us. Good luck with that, my friend.
Absolutely, yes.
So McMahon is inbound now. You can just see the kind of gentle roller coaster nature of this
phase of the track.
But it also shows how tight and technical these corners can be. These are great views. It really does show that it's not just all wide open straight. These corners, it does twist a lot of turns, and those corners get deeper and deeper. He's been able to just keep that speed, that pace, all the way through, that aggression. I mean, I'd love to see what he's going to look like as soon as he takes that helmet off, because he's such a calm and relaxed dude all the other times. So hopefully he's going to carry this all the way through.
A lot of people wondered what sort of total race time we would have today, and compared to last year, we thought it would blow out significantly given the track conditions, given the challenge of the weather and so on. He's on course here to do, I don't know, like a 4 hour 10 minutes, 4 hour 12 minutes, something along those lines. We'll give you the final number. With that in mind, that actually makes this ride even more impressive, doesn't it?
Absolutely. He has managed to not only take a track that we all were expecting to be a lot worse than it is and turn it into something special for his second. He has had a bit of an up and down year this year in the off-road, so it's so great that he's kind of now really honed it in, brought it all together and managed to pull off an absolutely awesome performance here.
How good if it's been that sort of a year, a few backstories like that, and then what a shot of, you know, an injection of confidence for the back end of 2026. It's been brilliant here. Waiting for him to come towards us now, looks over the shoulder. You know what? You've got 3 minutes, 24 seconds plus.
Absolutely.
Safely.
He's scanning the horizon. He wants to know if he's going to enjoy it. He did a very iconic thing last year. Came in, jumped off the bike. Ladies and gentlemen,
listen to the cheers.
Oh, let's get up.
Listen to the cheers. For those of you in the stadium section here, make some noise. He's inbound. He can sit over the back of the bike. It is a little tricky section to contend with. You know what? It has been a masterclass in 2026. Corey McMahon goes back-to-back in the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. He has done it. What a ride. Daniel Milner and the KTM squad, they're there. Bikes pinned.
Just sending those valves to the moon. Absolutely phenomenal. He deserves every moment of this. This is awesome.
That is how you do it. In sport, they talk about how tricky it is to go back-to-back. You win a grueling race like this one for the first time, then you got to kind of show you
got to back it up.
Your rivals that you can back it up. He has done that today. Yeah.
He's done it. Him there with the team, with his mechanic, the whole amazing crew behind him is phenomenal, and he deserves every part of love for this, because he had just shown his dominance here. It seems to be no question that it was his race. Obviously, it's such a long one, but he has done a phenomenal job.
What a ride. And here's the final part of the story for those of you that are cheering and are watching on. His last lap, 34 minutes, 17 seconds, .003. He has kept banging out laps in that sort of 30. Look at that. There's your right of screen there, which gives you an idea of how it built for him. Yes, that first lap when the track is green and clean and so on was a sprint, but look at it from there.
Just beautiful. I mean, and you can see it's in those 2 lap kind of groupings that we're looking at. We're in the 20s for lap 1, 2, 31s for lap 3, 4, 32s, 5, 6, and then to 33 to 34, lap 7, 8. He did slow it down in lap 8. Obviously, we probably got to look back and got to enjoy it a bit more, but this is just an absolutely amazing run for him.
This is what motorcycle racing, dirt bike racing is all about. It's the family, it's the friends who've been there over the years. The team.
So much commitment for him.
And a reminder of what Hattah means. The emotion, it's exhausting, and he looks like I know it's taken its toll, but he looks like he's in pretty good shape, doesn't he? That's a ride.
He's very ready for another one, mate. We'll line him up.
I'll let you put that to him.
I'll go straight out there and tell him he's still got 2 laps to
go. Some lucky person, maybe someone on the team's got those goggles, some gloves coming their way as well. Hope the fans enjoy that. Waiting for Sammy Prashira. Can he seal that second place? All of our crew in that stadium area waiting for him to come in. Our cameras, our Live It Live drone shots, picking it up.
A lot of riders now coming in. Kind of, they've seen that Corey's finished. They may have been hanging out there a little bit just to see him come through, but now they get to have the race and they've all finished. So an absolutely amazing effort for all those who finished the event.
I admire I've used it a couple of times today, the tenacity of this bloke. Had a setback at the end of the first lap. Understandably, the Honda team just wanted to focus on the fight back and didn't necessarily want to let us get too close to the diagnosis of it, but we would believe it was a header issue at the end of the opening lap. It put him on the back foot a little bit. He has not given up. That's the ultimate way of getting back in the zone when it comes to the Hattah Desert race. Sammy Prashira, the local, gets the checkered flag and will finish second in 2026.
Sammy P does it.
Wind might have escaped him. That's a great fight back.
And once again, we want to look at times. Look how he's grouped it. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely key to how these races are run.
There you go. Congratulations from the rivals. Cool. Will third go the way of Callum Norton, or has Lyndon Snodgrass found a little something on that final lap? Both will be asking a lot of themselves in that fight for third place.
I mean, this here is just a great image as well. Watching Milner obviously hold up the Honda bike, it really does show that community spirit. Everybody's here to help. It is so great to see, but it's also great to see that young one come through.
He's got the Hattah beard happening, doesn't he? Covered in mud there. He too looks in pretty good shape. Good on him. Well done. It's not the top spot of the podium, but it's a ride he can absolutely be proud of. On the back foot a little bit and fought back to grab second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, now we're watching all the finishes come through. Goggles off. Everyone just kind of just happy to be a part of it, happy to survive. It is absolutely awesome to see.
Now, the margin was 2 minutes. Just over, in fact, 2 minutes and 8 seconds, I think, or thereabouts, or 2 minutes 0.8, perhaps between Prashira and Callum Norton. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Norton to Snodgrass. We're waiting for Norton to come across the line, so let's just keep a little eye on that. Has Snodgrass been able to sneak it, or has Norton been able to keep that spot for that Joe Rascal squad for Ducati? And to talk about a top 3 result, back we go. Yeah, we're just sort of looking there. So we've gone quiet, I'm sorry everyone, just because we're checking the colours of the rider's jersey there, just to see if we picked up the right person there. As you can imagine, it's a massive job for our team, not only just to bring in the pictures, but then to sort of play spotter, live spotter in that regard as well. It's the final spot for the outrights that we are about to determine here for you. Norton v Snodgrass. Who is going to get that third place in 2026?
It's such a hard thing now, that weight, that kind of knowing that they're out there somewhere, and we know that they're all going to be battling each other, and we all know that this is the lap that they're all going to put as fast as they can to try and make our spot. So it's always we wait in bated breath to see exactly what's going to come around the corner and who's going to come into vision first.
If you're out there on the track and you can see them, the number you're looking for, and you'll recognise them, I have no doubt. 2 for Callum Norton, 4:10 for Lyndon Snodgrass. And you'll be able to tell by the way that they're attacking the course. You can see the difference, can't you, for those at the
pace. The pace
at
is
the
a bit
end.
different, isn't it?
Yeah, just get it to the finish now for our grassroots competitors. We love the fact that they've come here to tackle their motorcycle version of an Ironman or a triathlon. It's been a huge day for everyone involved. Nearly 500 competitors, 35,000 man-hours alone for our army of volunteers who have made it possible. A huge thank you to all of you. From us, you are the ones who make this possible, who literally make the cogs turn in this event. Celebrations continue at the stop area. I can see that Johnny is there, and we'll hear from them very shortly.
there's still so many battles just amongst these
Definitely.
little packs. You know, you would know at some point these 3-4 riders coming on the vision now, they would definitely have had some cool little battles going over dunes and down the main straights. That's the great thing about Hattah, is that you're not always going to win it, but it's always great to have it with your mates, and even just those bragging rights for this complete strangers you've just met on the track.
We want them to cross the line to confirm. We went through a couple of the little class scenarios there before. Corey McMahon on top of the over 454 stroke. Veteran still being led by, coming into this lap, by Riley Graham on the 604, who was still inside the top 10 in 8th outright. But there is some competitors rather in very close company within that group from an outright perspective.
I mean, this is a big gap, though. We're talking a big gap between...
It feels like, I'm trying to remember the margin, Brashear to Norton last time by. I'm hoping that hasn't blown out for some reason.
Yeah. It's definitely in maybe the 5 to 8 minute section. I think we're kind of getting through our headset. So hopefully it's still that. I mean, we'd love to see it move forward, but we're kind of just on that wait now, seeing which one it is. We're also just waiting to see if it's Snoddy or if it's Callum.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's I mean, it's going to be tight.
What a day. Been a fantastic, very memorable weekend, this one. Some great junior performances on the Saturday across the road, and an incredible amount of work last night to bring it to this other side of the competition arena, if you will. And the level of setup work has been something else to turn it into this world-class event. Has been a huge undertaking. And they've hit it out of the park here again in 2026. Brilliantly done.
Absolutely. I mean, we're now seeing all these bikes come through with a lot of missing parts. We have a missing front plate. I've seen some missing
facial expressions.
Yeah.
Like, thank goodness.
I was about to say missing front plates, missing shrouds, and missing soles. Because I mean, I tell you what, there's some very blank expressions on these poor warriors' faces. But it's just they definitely know they went through some form of battle out there.
Great summary.
And in a battle that we won't ever see or talk about again.
And warrior is a great word for it. You need to sort of channel that on an event like the Hattah Desert Race. Oh, Corey McMahon is just sitting down now and having a bit of fluids and relaxing and chatting about it. We're waiting to confirm whether it's Norton or Snodgrass there.
Corey,
there he is. There's Corey.
Well, he looks very relaxed. I don't know if Corey actually did any work by the looks of it. He looks pretty calm there, mate.
Back we go to... So you can see that bike going at decent pace. Is that Norton? I'm trying to...
It could be just somebody who wants to really get home. He's heard the final flags out. He's like, that's it, I'm getting there. And I'm going to do it under full steam. But he is looking quite smooth.
The number we're looking for Snodgrass is 410.
It is. That's him.
Is that Snodgrass?
That's Snoddy.
Snoddy looks like he's ahead of Norton. We'll confirm that for you just in case we've somehow missed Norton coming.
No, it is.
Coming into a Snoddy looks like he's ahead
Snodgrass
of Callum Norton. This is a change of position for the final spot on the podium.
Absolutely.
We'll confirm it when he gets
That's
to the checkered flag.
Snodgrass.
What a ride! What a ride by Snoddy. Final part of lap, trying to do a mono to celebrate already.
What a push.
It
what
was
an
2
absolute
minutes.
push.
2 minutes shy of Norton going into that final
Callum,
lap.
My soul breaks for you, brother.
Snoddy's going to do it. Checkered flags will wave here. He'll grab third at Hattah.
Lyndon Snodgrass, ladies and gentlemen.
Corey's... We're just confirming that is Norton inbound there. Something happened. That's Corey Hammond, is it? Something's happened to Norton.
Too.
Something has happened to Norton. Hammond is going to get fourth, is he? Unreal. This is the twist in the tail of the Hattah Desert Race in 2026.
I mean, that's just amazing for Hamo too. Massive, massive love for that guy. He's come so far with his Hattah riding and his kind of desert experience. Hamo, that is fantastic, mate. Well done.
What do we got? Is this Jai Dixon now? Something's happened to Norton. My heart
I mean, to use
that's
your
it.
words, your heart breaks. What's gone wrong there?
Absolutely. That's so disappointing for the big fella. He has been absolutely phenomenal. And we've got Jai Dixon coming now as well. This is a great thing for the KTM team, though. Milner's obviously got all his riders in.
And another good example of digging deep in 2026. Jai Dixon is going to finish in the top 5. Top 5 result in this year's race.
Yeah, Milner has managed to get 4 of them up. That's phenomenal. Absolutely amazing.
Here he comes now. Here he comes now. Great statistic that. Just recap that for people wandering around or listening to the live stream that may not have picked up on that. That's a great statistic for this squad.
4 riders. That's crazy to think that he's got
in
4 riders in the top 5. Corey McMahon, Lyndon Snodgrass, Jai Dixon. I mean, that's just a phenomenal effort. Sam Brashira coming in at 2nd. Corey Hammond in at 4th. Well done. I mean, that's so great for him to be able to do.
I know lots of you on the live stream have probably got questions happening. Well, what's going on with Norton? We have Shannon here with us in the commentary box. If we hear something that we can share with you, we will update you. He's not crossed the finish line yet, though.
No, we haven't even seen him. I don't think they've picked him up on the drones yet either. So hopefully he's doing all right. Oh, my heart breaks for the big fella. It's hard. I mean,
that's Hattah though, isn't it,
yeah,
mate?
You want to be excited. I mean, I'm so excited to see everyone up there in the top 5, and I'm really stoked for Corey to be able to do it. But at the same time, you know, Callum is another one of those local legends that we were really kind of seeing what the Ducati could do, and hopefully it hasn't faltered for him.
'20 is Cody Stevens, so we're going to get another one coming through, are we? Cody Stevens.
Cody, good work, mate.
That should be 6th place, unless somehow we have not picked up Norton on the cameras there. Stevens about to grab 6th place. Someone's fallen. You can see, there you go, on our screens here.
They're right in front of everyone right now.
So hard to negotiate that, and then when you're exhausted and you're depleted of energy and things like that. Here he comes to the line aboard the 20. That should be good enough for 6th place in the great race this year. Still, we wait for an update on Norton. Nothing filtering through yet for you. That Cooper Shido on the 4.0.
Yep.
So that's Cooper Shido, who finished the last lap in 10th. He may have picked up 2 or 3 spots here. Is he about to finish in position 8? Riley Graham has crossed the line, and in doing so will take the Veterans class. 7th outright for Riley Graham.
Fantastic effort. Absolutely awesome. We talked about how he was on the couch playing golf last year, and now he's not only stuck it into the top 10 for the top 10 shootout, but he made it to the top 10 of Hattah as well. An amazing run from him, and an awesome thing for the SDE team.
Put the sand wedge away. You're welcome back anytime. That's brilliant.
Swap
Good
the
job.
sand wedge for wedged in the sand, mate. That's how we're going to put it.
Oh. So Graham finishes in 7th outright. As I said, takes that Veterans 35 to 44 class. There he is on screen, 6.04. And that should be Cooper Shido. Is it crossing the line now for 8th place right beside us? I think the 4.08 coming in there. We'll just clarify that for you. The timing hasn't updated for us just yet, but we believe that's the case. You could see him on the pictures there a moment ago. That is another cool story.
Absolutely awesome effort from all of them. They've done so well to kind of keep that pace all the way through. They all look like they've definitely had a race, though. The eyes are a bit sad, but it's great to see them. They're all still kind of holding themselves up. We're seeing so many of the other riders now, back of the pack riders, come through. You can really see it. They've managed to accomplish something that they set out to do, which is the best thing about Hattah, that feeling of accomplishment.
Speaking of accomplishment, Chandler Burns on the 494. He's maybe about to grab, what are we talking here? Maybe 9th place? We haven't seen the update on the timing for Shido, have we? Has he crossed the line? I thought it was his number before 4.08, but it is tricky to see when they've been peppered by all that dirt and so on. In fact, Chandler Burns is
8th. So Riley is 7th. Chandler is 8th.
8th. So it wasn't Shido. I thought it was 4.08
Shido's
before.
potentially next. Obviously, Norton, Callum is just getting pushed further and further down on our timing boards as well. So that is quite hard to see, but we are still looking at it. And also that means now there could be a new top 10. I mean, with Shido now going to sneak into 9th.
Mason, maybe, yeah.
Levi or Kogan, even Campbell. I mean, depending on how they've rearranged themselves out there and if they've made up some times, we could be looking at a different top 10.
Look at Chander, the exhaustion. Whew. It was 4:06 before. We couldn't quite make out the number. There is Shido now. So there you go, 9th place. That's still something he targeted. He said in that interview a little earlier, he targeted a top 10. You have done it, Cooper Shido. Congratulations.
That's an amazing effort.
With that steam coming out. Remember we question marked in the stop before if there was something maybe with the cooling system or the radiator. He's clearly fought that the whole way to the line. Nice performance.
Well, apparently there was a hole in the radiator and they were filling it up every lap, which obviously just shows the level of what a Yamaha can go through and also just how strong those bikes are. So for him to do that, I guess also taking the cap off and doing those kind of things is not a fun job. So an amazing effort from the team to be able to keep him riding and also keep him in the top 10. Having those issues can sometimes push you back.
Most definitely. Who will get the last spot in the top 10? We've sort of talked about the potential now for that close group that are beyond Callum Norton if we don't for some reason see Norton come in at least for that 10th spot.
He's had an up and down love affair here at Hattah. He's had years where it just has worked, and then unfortunately there's years that haven't. It's
You're
breaking
talking
my
Callum
heart.
now? Callum runner-up last year. Runner-up last year.
Breaking my absolute heart to know where he is right now.
Just looking over our shoulder here in the commentary box with the mixture of grassroots riders coming through.
We're scanning everywhere. I think we're all trying to find exactly who's going to be coming in and rounding out this top 10.
Cool day here. Hope you've enjoyed it on the live stream. Stick around to the very end, though.
Well, we're looking
Johnny
for
Contract coming up to hear from the top 3 very soon.
That's it. We're looking for a 4:29 for Liam Mason, a 20 for Levi Stevens. I mean, even an 8:15 from Kogan Locke. I mean, those 3 riders are the ones that potentially will be rounding out the top 10. So that's what we're looking for right now.
Seeing the competitors kind of trickle their way through and what they're doing, they look absolutely knackered as they ride past us, but they've all got a little look over at who's made it into that prestigious podium finishing position in outright terms. Some real admiration and respect as they take that in.
What a great shot, though. We can see now on the live stream just an amazing kind of overview of the Hattah racetrack, the finish line, where we're all based, but also just get to see how great and how kind of wet it was as well. We were talking before with Jenny about how the track changed this morning. We look in the center of that image, you can really see where all the water is. So the committee did an amazing job to really move that track, but still make it as exciting and as long as it needs to be able to push these times out.
I won't mention all of them by name because there is a team of them, but can we just say thank you to the track, to the team that worked on the track, because it's been a bit of a movable feast with the weather that you've talked about. They've adapted on the run. Local landowners have been super supportive of us to ensure that we could run it not just to regulation, not just to the kind of requirements from Motorcycling Australia, but what this event is renowned for, right? The style of racing and riding that we love so much about Hattah.
Absolutely, it's all about making sure that the track stays as close as it can originally. I mean, obviously, we're very lucky to have this property for so long. I mean, we don't know what the future always holds for this event. You don't know, and every time the year comes around, Hattah just keeps proving that all the kind of doubt is wrong and wrong. This event is here to stay and here to stay for a long time.
I'll be talking about this one for a while. The performance of McMahon. He wins it in the end by 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
Within 11 minutes with 3rd place. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, Snoddy did an absolute awesome run, but
Mason's got 10th.
Oh, we just said, we talked too much.
Mason's got 10th.
Mason came in. Good job, mate. That's awesome. Absolutely phenomenal.
Is that Levi Stevens there? Is that 23?
No, that's Levi coming in now.
Yeah. So we still don't know what's happened to Callum Norton. If we hear, we'll pass that on. Here he comes, digging deep, trying to look for any sort of line that will work for him for the final time.
Levi Jet Stevens set to finish 11th in the race. Might miss out on the 10, but that's still one that you knowing the quality of the lineup here this year. When we talked yesterday at the end of Prologue, just how stacked the top 20 was. I mean, he's finished 11th. Well done.
It's crazy, and he's done such a good job. You see him kind of come in now. See Stewie, we can see them all catch up. He looks absolutely spent. It looks like he's used every ounce to get across that line.
You learn so much out of it, don't you? I mean, so how you're built as an athlete and as a human being mentally, what the race throws at you and what you need to kind of find from yourself and from the motorcycle. It teaches you so much every year.
Oh, it really does. It really kind of pushes you to kind of your limits as well. And also it kind of helps you develop yourself as a rider to know exactly what you can do.
Going to run through some class results for you. Is that Maddie's done it, the smile, and the last time by she'd led by 10 minutes over Mia. What's the final in the ladies 8-lap division? Maddie Healy wins it in 2026. Congratulations.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, she is one of the queens of the deserts. She's done an amazing job. Obviously, Tay Morai, she came in a few years and won the first one, but it's great to see Maddie really kind of stepping up and pushing that female spot. She managed to just sneak it outside the top 50 of Fink, and she's done an absolutely phenomenal job here. 7 laps as well. Like, that's a huge effort inside a male kind of the man kind of I suppose lap times. She has done better than a lot of the other guys. It's phenomenal.
2 vastly different races, 2 excellent results from her.
She's just proven herself to be an absolute dominant rider, and I think this is the great thing about where she's led everybody and also herself to make her such a name now in the desert as well.
Talked about Jess among others yesterday.
Absolutely,
and her position in the Australian Motorsport Hall of Fame. Great to think that we have that calibre of rider in here in Australia.
Absolutely. I mean, she's doing so much wonderful things for the sport. I mean, there's a lot of these amazing girls that are coming up, and we also see Mia and Rachel as well. They're still there doing it. Courtney is also in the mix in that 8 laps.
Oh,
no.
It's
boggy there. You can see that if you're just not on it, it's not going to work for you.
While you and I have been talking, I think Warren Carroll has crossed the line on the 719. That's enough to win the Masters class, 45 and over. Well done to Warren Carroll. And Nathan Brocktrip, I think, will get second in the end there. There's a decent gap between them, but Nathan chased pretty hard and got the quickest lap of the race for that class.
It's absolutely awesome to see. We really are pushing through now. I mean, we've also now had Levi Stevens come through, Kogan Locke and Campbell Hall to round out the top kind of 15. Hopefully we're going to see some more riders come through and hopefully see what the top 20 is going to look like soon.
What we're going to do is take a little commercial break here. The riders are rehydrating. They're spending a little moment chatting with their teams, but we will hear from them very shortly as we wrap up our coverage of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy, and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it, and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology, and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Top 10 guys, I'm about to go into the top 10 interviews. If you could be with your bike, please. We're about to go live with this one. Can you get to your bikes? We'll get ready for the top 10 interviews, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go to Johnny Contract for the top 10 interviews. Before we do, the heartbreak of Hattah for 2026. Callum Norton is pushing his motorcycle. Heartbreaking, trying to make it back to the finish. Running in the top 3 until this happened. We don't know what's gone wrong. We've got unbelievable camaraderie in this sport. Riders are asking here at the finish line if they can go and help him, and we don't want to do that because we don't want to breach any regulations here necessarily, but such is the respect in this sport. They're asking if they can do that. Spare a thought for this competitor for a moment. Determined, absolutely determined to make it to the finish. That's the grit of Hattah. Oh, I cannot believe this. We'll update you on that in a moment. In the meantime, I think what we're doing, I can see Johnny Contract is standing by. The top 10 riders are standing by. They are acutely aware of what is happening here for Callum Norton. He's exhausted, absolutely exhausted, but is not willing to give up. He wants to finish this race. We'll come back to this story. In the meantime, why don't we go to Johnny with those top 10 riders and celebrate the winners and place getters for the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race in 2026.
Ladies and gents, as we saw those incredible pictures of Cal Norton out there, I really would love to get these top 10 done so that we can welcome him in as well. Ladies and gents, I say nothing more than 2 in a row for this man here, Corey McMahon. Put your hands together for him, the winner of the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Let's hear it for him. We always say Hattah's a tough race. It's pretty tough out there, Corey, but only the riders really know how tough it is, right?
Yeah, that was one of the hardest races I've done in a little bit, and Yeah, can't fault my bike. It was unbelievable and made it as easy as possible for me. And yeah, got off to an awesome start this morning and yeah, dropped the hammer really early. And I knew it was going to get rough and I knew I needed to save energy. So yeah, got to that lap 3 mark and had a decent comfy lead and just conserved energy in case any of the boys wanted to battle towards the end. And yeah, didn't have to go too hard towards the end there, which was nice. Just rode my own race from about the midway stage and yeah, happy to end up on the box on the top again.
Corey, you know, we touched lightly on that, the fact that, you know, the boys gave you a good bike, but it's better than a good bike, right? There was a lot of time and effort spent in the background with this one, wasn't there?
Yeah, 100%. It's awesome to have people that work as hard as I do for the bike, as I do, you know what I mean? Cruise Tune, they were out in the middle of nowhere for 3 days with us boys testing, and they've made a big difference to my bike, and as well as our team manager has his head screwed on with these things and knows how to get them right. And us young blokes struggle a little bit with testing, but we definitely got the right guidance.
And of course, suspension-wise, you can't fault it, right? It really gave today, didn't it?
Yeah, it was super impressive. Like I said to Daniel when I finished, that bike was amazing, and you can't expect much more when you're so comfortable on the bike and get a result like that. There's no complaints from my end.
You kind of feel when you get a bike like that delivers so much, you almost feel like you kind of want to pick it up and put it somewhere and not sort of ride it again because it's just that good, right?
Yeah, this one, last year's one went to the trophy cabinet. Might have to keep this one too. But yeah, just a shout out to the whole team. They were unbelievable all day, and yeah, the KTM 500 XCFs are back on top, and it's 2 years in a row now. So I think it's time to get your hands on one.
You're well done, Corey McMahon, ladies and gentlemen, who put a sensational kick together for his win today. Second, as you see by the signage here, belongs to the Honda, and we need to talk to, of course, the local boy in San Pachira. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. Sammy, great to have you on the podium, boot.
Yeah, it's been a long time that I've wanted to be up here, so yeah, I'm pretty stoked I was able to get it done. It's taken a lot of years to get here, and I think over the last 2 years I've made a lot of progression. So.
Sam, you know, like some issues earlier on this morning, but you correct them, you get on with life and you do what you need to do. And, mate, you dug deep in that lap that you came back after the correction. Mate, you went for it. You just threw the hammer at it.
Yeah, we had a little issue in the pit, and the boys were real solid. You know, they're pros, and they got it done really quick, and I was out there, and my plan was to charge a little later on in the race. But as soon as that happened, I'm like, if I don't do it now, it's not going to happen. And I was just like, I hung it out, and I was, looking at the pit board every lap, and I'm like, oh, that was a heater. And I'd look at the pit board, and no damage. I'm like, So Corey was ripping, and hats off to him. He rode really well and put a flawless race together. So,
Brody and the Peter Kittle boys have done a great job this weekend.
Yeah, it's an amazing team to be a part of. Brody, Urive, everyone involved, Craig, all the mechanics involved, Nick, everyone. It's pretty awesome, and I'm pumped. I'm pumped to be a part of it.
See you back next year, hopefully, huh?
No, definitely, I'll be back.
Sammy Pachura, ladies and gentlemen, and that's your second place this weekend here. Let's move down to this guy who's been around for a long time, and I love talking to this guy because he's just a real gem to talk to. Lyndon Snodgrass, ladies and gentlemen, third today in the Hattah Desert Race for Millewa Quarries. Round of applause for him, come on. Lyndon, I would normally say it's a surprise. It doesn't surprise me, right?
Yeah, it was a good surprise for me. I didn't even know I was in third place until I come across the finish line, so that was good.
Tough out there, but very rewarding, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was definitely fighting a few demons towards the end there. I was in the hurt locker, but just kept pushing, and when you cross the finish line on the podium, you can't really complain with that.
And that's got to be a good feeling, you know, like with your campaign offshore and all the other bits of being with it, and, you know, the ups and downs of what happens in what goes on in your career and the like. But, you know, a podium here at Hattah is a good deal, right?
Yeah, I was a little bummed out after prologue yesterday. I wanted to be up the pointing end a little more, but it was tough just prologuing later in the day. But I knew I had to put my head down and hold it wide open. I knew I'd be there at the end, so just kind of had to believe in myself and dig deep, and we had a good day.
How cool is that start when you take off and all those people are just cheering you on, mate? It just makes you want to go like hell to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and got to thank KTM DM31 Racing for giving me a bike and giving me the green light to jump on this bike and do Hattah and a couple other races. So yeah, super pumped with that, and the bike was awesome all day. Held it wide open from start to finish, and it didn't hesitate once. So that's what we want.
Good on you, Lyndon. Well done. All the best for the rest of what's in front of you, both here and offshore, buddy.
Thank you.
Lyndon Snodgrass, ladies and gentlemen, and a nice effort from him for what he did. Let's move down the field here now. We'll talk to fourth place quickly because I want to try and wrap this up before we get Cal in, because he won't be that far away. I wouldn't think. Here he is. He won't be far away. 10th, number 10. This is the bike, of course, of Corey Hammond. Corey, good to have you here in fourth and finish the event.
Yeah, that was brutal. I know every year we say it, but by far that was the roughest and toughest Hattah I've done.
100%. And mate, for you, you know, it would be nice further up the field, but I think finish this one this year is just a big deal, right?
Yeah, I never seem to make it easy on myself the opening laps. I crashed and then I crashed again, and I just really struggled to get a flow early on. Probably wasn't until about lap 4 or 5 that I started finding some good lines and loosening up and picking them off. And I put in a really solid last 2 laps. I think I was pretty close to third at the end there. So body held up good. I mean, it's pretty hard to come from Fink 4 weeks ago. We put so much effort into Fink, and then to come here and do well at both. So this is by far my best outright result at Hattah, and yeah, for a bloke that still works full time, I'm pretty content with that.
And I've got a feeling there's a little bit of unfinished business for you at this joint.
Yeah, you always want to do better, so we'll back to the drawing board. And Honda have been really good to me, the whole Peter Kittle Honda Racing Australia team. Been nothing but amazing, giving us anything we need to succeed. So we'll sit down and work out what we can do better next year, and hopefully some more bike time. And a big congratulations to my teammate, Sam. That's his first outright podium, so he's riding really good. And Corey McMahon as well, we're going back to back. That's impressive.
Work. Well done. Corey Hammond, ladies and gents, on the number 10 Honda. And we can see Cal Norton heading down there very shortly. And I believe we'll bump into this one, Rusty.
What I want to try and do, if you don't mind, Johnny, is that Callum Norton, while you've been doing an excellent job there, has basically walked the motorcycle to the finish. And we should try and capture that if we can.
Are you aware that he'll be finishing the top 40?
Well, with the main thing, I mean, he's nearly out of breath. We can see him there. I don't know if we've got time here in the coverage, but if we can, let's try and go and have a word with him, hey?
100%, and I think he'll be out of breath, that's for sure. But my understanding is he'll be finishing in that top 40 because I think it was Corey that got him past him, and I reckon they were in that 40 group that went through. So if that's the case with a 3K push, that's pretty impressive.
Very, very impressive. Why don't we wander here if we can? Thank you, Johnny, for doing that, and see if we can't get up. What's been pretty amazing here is that the riders in this area have all wanted to do the right thing. Okay, we don't want to breach the regulations, so he's had to walk at that 3Ks himself. But the want from his rivals has been to try and assist Callum. We believe that he's finished in the top 40 there. He's made it to the finish of Hattah in 2026, albeit in heartbreaking circumstances. So if he's up for it, we'll try and grab a word with him here and understand what's gone wrong. If we get our cameraman to pan around, you can see Lyndon Snodgrass there, among others. That is the kind of true mark of dirt bike racing in this country, when your rivals come and see you. Man, I really feel for you. What happened, and kind of, if you can, step us through those last few Ks.
Yeah, I just made it to the last sand dune, and obviously you nearly feel like you're home, but you're never home at this race. So, honestly, I think it nipped up or something happened over there, unfortunately. The bike ran beautiful all race. I struggled a little bit today, but felt like, I was hanging in there at the podium. Obviously, the two out front were just killing me. I just couldn't get up on them, and was struggling. Had a crash with a lapper about halfway through. Not his fault, just, it happened. So, I was bloody sore, and just kept charging, and unfortunately, shit happens, but, not the team's fault, not my fault, just motorsport, I guess. So.
I mean, it is a reminder of how tough, how taxing Hattah can be, mate, and that bittersweet nature of this race sometimes. Just how have you felt, and what have you thought about over those final few Ks?
Yeah, honestly, I was looking Definitely was further than I thought. I thought that I'm on the hard pack now to be fine, but obviously with these conditions it was a tricky push, but found a bit of a line through the crop, but it was all right. But, Hamo had to do it at Fink, and I thought I better pull my finger out and, at least try and get it home and not give up. So, no, it was good.
Respect from within the motorcycle community here. Your rivals that you were fighting with for that podium spot, coming up to have a chat with you.
Yeah, no, I can't appreciate them enough coming all the way down there and supporting me. And, yeah, everyone, we're all mates. Stoked to see Sammy on the box. Obviously, Corey going back-to-back, super impressive. And I think Lindo there got a third and Hamo fourth, which is massive for him. He's great result this weekend. So, spewing we couldn't be up there with him, but I'm sure we'll be back. I love this event and can't wait.
I know that there'll be lots of people wishing you well on the live stream. And for those fans that have gathered here, how about a big round of applause? Hey, that is the true grit of this race. Hard luck, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Callum Norton, there you go. We'll wander back over to where the celebrations have been happening here. Thank you for allowing us to break away from some of those interviews to do that, because that kind of captures the human spirit of this race, doesn't it? He did not want to give it up. Walk the bike to the finish, and there's still, I think, in the heartbreak of all of that, there are still some things he can take away from today's race and for that crew as well. So we'll take you back to Johnny. Here's the race winner, in fact, even coming to do, I think, exactly what we were talking about. So that's what the camaraderie is like in this sport, and indeed for the Hattah Desert race. I'm going to come back to Johnny here because I've interrupted the interview process. But thank you, mate. I think we wanted to capture that.
You're aware you finished top 30.
Fantastic. I mean, it's not what ultimately he wanted, but it just shows you the spirit of this race.
And this is not the first time we've actually had something like this here, Rusty. I can remember going back a number of years ago where we actually had one of the riders who was struggling to get home. He needed to push his bike back. And I was doing interviews, this is dead set, I was doing interviews in this area here with a guy by the name of Toby Price. You aware of this story? Yeah. Right? What happened? Toby saw what had happened. He did his interview with us here, and all of a sudden he sort of spun around and he headed off out the back somewhere. And it's like, where the hell is he going? And he literally ran across, after riding this event and how grueling it was, he ran across the paddock here, grabbed that bike, and literally walked it with that guy all the way through to that corner and helped him across that line and then came back. True spirit.
Good on you. Continue on. We want to celebrate these great riders who, for over 4 hours, have achieved something pretty special here again this weekend.
100%, Greg. Let's head over here and we'll finish off where we were. In a minute. Rightio, we'll quickly move on with where we were. We were with Corey Hammond. I'll move on to Jai Dixon. Where are you, Jai? Jai's here somewhere. Here he is. Quick walk through, Jai. I don't want to keep you too long, mate. Another Hattah done for you.
Yeah, another one done. That was probably one of the toughest ones I've been a part of, I think.
Mate, in a good camp with these guys. They're looking after you, making sure you get done what you need to get done, and good prep in the lead up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the best in the business. You see 3 out of the top 10 all bikes in there. So really happy to be a part of the team. And yeah, they give me everything I need to get out there and to get a good result.
So mate, for you really it's about settling back a little bit now, take a little bit of time to relax over the next couple of days. And where's your next big one for you?
Yeah, take a few weeks off, probably rest the body up and back into the Aussie off-roads in a few weeks.
Well, mate, we wish you all the very best in that one. And again, thank you for coming along and supporting the 26 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert race here this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the whole DM31 racing team for everything they do for us.
Good on you, well done. We'll move on to the next rider in Cody Stevens. Cody, another big one for you, Hattah done and dusted, but you take away the pains of what comes from this place?
Yeah, that was a very hard day out there, and it was one of the biggest days on the bike I've ever had, that's for sure.
And of course, from digging deep like this in here and being in that midfield area, of this top 10, this top 10 changes so dramatically over the course of the event. You really kind of don't know until you get into the pit zones where the guys are letting you know where you are, because you're in your own world doing what you're doing out there, right?
Yeah, I think I was back in 10th there for a bit, and I worked my way up to like 5th or 6th, and then I was back in 8th, and then I ended up in 6th. So.
Yeah, and it is a tough game, right? 4 hours is a tough gig.
Yeah, it is hard.
Same for you, bit of time off, relax and get ready to go on to something bigger and better?
Yeah, we've got a few more desert races to do this year, so we'll go home and keep riding and get back out there.
Good on you. Cody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen, who grabbed the number 7 place today. Move on to Chandler Burns now in 8th. Where are you, Chandler? Here we go. Sorry, Riley Graham, 604. Vetty, check this out. Veteran in the top 10, mate. I was only talking to you yesterday about that, Riley.
Yeah, we had a chat. I probably surprised some people, and I don't know. Yeah, it's good to be back up here, and it's always a good feeling to finish the race and have to get stopped and held up for the top 10. So yeah.
And Riley, you're even though you're kind of in the Vetty class, that's kind of not sort of as much as what it would be. You've done very well here over the couple of years that you've been riding here too, right?
Yeah, I've had a couple of top 10s in the past, and I've had probably 3 years of not doing much motorbike riding and a fair bit of golf. So my older brother just pushed me to get back out here, and I called up Stu with STE, and he was, amazing support, and, stoked to get a good result for him and everyone that's put in effort for it.
100%. Well, mate, again, thank you for coming back and riding Hattah, and more importantly, thank you for putting the effort you put on today for the people and the teams here for the top 10, mate. It's great to have you here and great chatting to you, Riley.
No worries, thank you. Yeah, great event, awesome setup, and thanks to SCE and Belly for doing a lot of work on the bike. So thanks.
Rightio, see you back next year, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Good work. Rightio, we'll move down the field a little further. We work now to the 494 of Chandler Burns. Chandler, come forward, buddy. Hot day for you out there too.
Yeah, struggled a little bit at the start. Just took a little bit to get going, learn the track, but just sort of kept moving through towards the end. So yeah, happy to be up here.
Honda's done the job for you today to get you home. Obviously, it's no mean feat.
No, it's been solid. My dad and Sladek put a solid engine together, and made it through, no worries. We just snapped the steg peg off on the last or second last lap, but was able to bring it home.
That means you're coming back next year to probably push yourself a little further up the 10?
Yeah, it'll be nice to be able to go with a clean track for Prologue, that's for sure. Hopefully we can start a little bit closer to the front and then see where we can end up. But solid day, and couldn't do it without everyone that's helping me. Michelin, the tyres were hooking up awesome, on point for the suspension, had it all sorted. Gav from Gas Imports, they've sorted me out with whatever I need, goggles, camelbacks, gear, and personal sponsors, Tierney Coatings and Basco Fabs. They've sorted me out, and John, my physio, I had hip surgery and got that thing cleaned out in October, and it's been a slow process to get back, but happy to get through in one piece, and feel pretty good.
Good work, well done. We'll see you back next year. Move down the field a little further. We need to talk to now Cooper Shido. How are you, Coop, on the 408 Yamaha, mate? Good to see you home at this end.
Yeah, pretty stoked to bring it back. That was definitely an eventful 4 hours.
Nothing like going out there and getting yourself kicked around for 4 hours, mate. That's a pretty tough gig out there, right?
Yeah, made it hard yesterday. Started outside the top 20, so I think Liam and me went at it the first lap and we passed a fair few. Then Chandler and I were going at it for the last 3 laps. Just got to give it up to Shop Yamaha boys. They built a rocket ship, and I clobbered a rider on the first lap and pretty much did no race with the whole race with no coolant in it. So yeah, I'm topping it up in the pit stops, trying to keep the thing going, and yeah, tops to them for getting an awesome bike for me.
Mate, if it's any consolation, I'm standing here and I actually smell it. It reeks of it, mate. So it's probably pumped out more than it probably needed to have, but it is what it is. And to get it home, credit to you guys, and probably credit to Yamaha to do that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I knew something. I thought it was me, but just hit a down rider on the first lap. Just shit happens, and I think lap 4 we started pit stop. They started topping up coolant and just said get it home, and yeah, ran like a dream the whole time. Didn't miss a beat, so pretty stoked.
Good on you, well done. It means you're coming back next year then?
Yeah, we're in the top 10 now, so hopefully we can make life a bit easier.
Good work, rightio, Coop, well done. All right, and round out the top 10, we need to talk to, of course, Liam Mason. Where are you, Liam? Come forward. So, Liam, bit of a local connection for you here, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm 15 minutes down the road. Grown up watching this race, coming out watching. So this one means a lot. It's a tough day for me. I got flu on Thursday night, and had a really good prep up until then. And yesterday, I didn't even really think I was going to line up. So starting from 30th too was a pretty tough day. we had to go crazy, go hammer down on the first lap and try and make up some time, and hit a wall 5th lap. So it's just pretty tough from there.
Well, surely top 10 is going to help you for next year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, where we started prologue yesterday was terrible. And, I think I passed 10 people in my lap. So, taking off 10th will definitely be a massive thing. Give us a good chance to be up the pointy end again and maybe have a crack at the front.
Well, it's the old story. Rest, relax, and gear up and get ready, for whatever else you're going to race, and also the focus on Hattah for next year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I'll probably won't look at this thing for a week, I don't reckon.
I don't blame you. Rightio, Liam Mason, ladies and gentlemen, done an excellent job on the 429 here this weekend. And what I might do, I might quickly sneak over and see if we can't have a chat to a couple of the girls, because these girls didn't just do the 4-lap event, they actually did the 8. So we'll have a quick chat to them. That's a pretty solid effort. Let's get out the front here. Rightio, Mia Tung here with me first of all. Hey Mia, good finish for you for the day. 8 laps, mate, that's pretty solid work.
Yeah, it was definitely hard out there.
Mia, you've ridden here before, obviously at Hattah. This one would have been tougher than the last one, at least, that you've ridden?
Yeah, this is my 3rd year as a senior, and yeah, this one was definitely the toughest.
Obviously, there's a group of people you'd like to thank for your efforts here this weekend.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mum and Dad, Coastal Motorcycle Centre, Boyd's Racing, Honda Australia, We're Lusty, and everyone else behind the scenes.
Good work, well done. We'll move on to Maddie Healy. Hey, Maddie, how are you?
Yeah, good. It was massive days. I'm feeling good.
Damn, I hate it when you just look so bubbly at the end of 4 hours of getting kicked around the paddock and you come out looking like that, mate. How the hell do you do that?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's more a mental game at the end of the day. Yeah, I knew I was fit, and yeah, just to keep going and pushing through it. I think when you're out front, that's what keeps you going, and yeah.
Matty, some people could say mental, yeah, kind of mental in other aspects, but mate, that's a pretty solid effort. There's a good team of people behind you.
Yeah, none of this would have happened without all my family. This wins as much as theirs is mine. To get the Fink win and then to come back and get the Hattah win, that's the goal for this year, and we bloody did it.
Tick in the box, well done, good on you. You look at you go, girl, right?
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Good work, well done. And now we'll move on, of course, to Rach. Rach, great day for you today too.
Yeah, not bad. Had a baby 3 months ago, so I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of calling you super mum, mate, because if anyone that can do that and come back and actually finish 8 laps out there, mate, that is a sensational effort. See it.
Yeah, it was bloody hard work out there. Those last 2 laps were brutal.
Well, I don't think you're going to be doing too much around home for the next couple of days. I think the other half's going to have to pick up the slack big time, right?
Oh, he was racing too, so...
Well, it'll be a toss of the coin as to who does what, right?
Or just put it on hold for a week, I reckon.
Good on you. Who would you like to thank?
Massive thanks to the JGR Yamaha Off-Road team, Yamaha Australia, Ballards Off-Road, Renthal, Works Connection, FMF, Acherbys, Liat, all my family for coming over, my partner Jack, and yeah, just everyone that helps us out.
Good on you, well done. We'll pad back and we'll grab a picture of these 3. These girls have done a stupendous effort, and all I can say, Rusty, is that anybody that can do that from a girl and or guy's point of view today, that was a tough gig today, dead set.
I mean, it's arguably up there, isn't it? And you draw parallels immediately, Johnny, with the most extreme of sport, whether it's sort of Ironman or triathlon competition. They're exhausted, but the elation to be in that top 10, to win this thing today, some pretty amazing stories in this race, and I think we'll chat about that for quite some time beyond today. But just from my point of view, to the people who have volunteered and worked through the night to make all of this happen, and for 12 months to bring it together, what you've staged is incredible. And to our partners as well that have made the whole event go around. And a little shout out, he's in the background here somewhere, but my co-commentator in Jeremy Cowley, some really nice insights from him across the course of the race. Thank you for having me, mate.
No, absolutely. Well, that pretty much concludes what's going on track-wise down here for the 2026 Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race. We really hope you've enjoyed the telecast, not just today, but over the last couple of days, bringing you all the action and all of the heat that's been going on. As much as you can watch it on television and be part of it, I'd love you to come down, Rusty. They've got to come and experience it, right?
Got to come and experience it. Come and see it for yourself. It is something else. To all of our TV team behind the scenes that have brought you the live stream, and to those that have commented and been a part of the coverage, thank you for diving in and doing that. And well done to you too, Johnny. Top effort once again, part of the fabric of this game. Thank you for joining us again in 2026.
Good on you. And that's pretty much us covered here. I'm not going to drop the mic because I'll probably get in trouble for that one. But either way, that's us done with the wrap. Hope you've had a great time for 26, and we'd love to see you down here for next year.